guest, right?
This is for guests.
But you also, you are also a guest. You are also a guest.
They don't worry about securing.
Yeah. Now only I'm getting you in.
Now you're getting
Muted? But can people hear you?
You start to present it. Can someone join the screen and check?
But Tushar, have you connected that to Wi-Fi?
Yeah, we are connected.
Because your 4G is very poor. Connect to Wi-Fi.
Hello. All right. Then we have. इसको ऑफ कर देते हैं. Hello. Hello. Let me check the live stream. This one. Live stream on X. Hello. एक बार बोल रहा हूँ. Check on X. The live stream. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Liberty call 1 2 3 1 2 3. Started. It's good. Oh, it's good. So, can you all please next season? We have started. What is the point? Why take this one? Just adjust this focus. Focus. Is it good enough? Is it good? Any focus, focus. My dear, tell you. Keep it on. Yeah, this better. Tell you.
Are we ready? All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first ever Libertarian Summit hosted by the Libertarian Party Forum. And great to see you guys today. Am I echoing somewhere? Yes. Yes, I am. Sorry about that. Yeah, got it. Okay. So we've got our live stream as well today. I'm not sure if you guys can actually hear us because we didn't really prepare this for a live stream based experience as such. But since many of you asked, we just thought, okay, all right, let's just stream whatever we can, and hopefully you can hear us. Right. So whoever is the speaker here today and the audience as well here today, be as loud as you can so that our mics can pick this up and actually have it. So first of all, let's raise the energy in the room a little bit. Welcome everybody. Excellent. All right. So my name is Anup, and I'm not like disclaimer. I'm not the best MC in the world. Like I'm probably the one of the worst. So I'll probably make you all do some really stupid things as the day goes on, and I hope you'll cooperate with that. And so with libertarians in India, stupidity is already proven, right? So we don't. We have to be stark raving. We have to be stark raving mad to be actually doing this. And yeah, great to see all of you. And I think some of the audience I know because I just met them a day ago. Some of the audience I'm new to. I hope you guys also saw Karl Marx, who just infiltrated our event right there. Yeah, that's the first new libertarian city, I guess, Heidelberg. Heidelberg. Yeah, all right. Okay. Anyway, oh, I have to. Okay, all right, awesome. The center? Okay. What? Ah, okay. So that's where it's streaming from. All right. So let's have a quick round of here. Who's here from out of town, like Noida? No, Noida is not considered out of town, is it? Oh, right. Okay. So we've got like about 8 people who are from out of town. So that's good to see. And then when I say out of town, where are you guys from? Pune? Pune. All right. Oh, free Pune. Anyone else from Bangalore? Like me? Ah, damn. That's sad. Okay. Hyderabad. Hyderabad. Okay, you're also a lone wolf here. Where are the other places where you guys are from? Mumbai. Okay, Mumbai, Delhi. Okay, so we've got some decent representation here from multiple states. You guys can be chief ministers of your, own, own state because you're the only ones who came here. So that's as good as it gets. All right, so let's start off with proceedings for today. One of the reasons why we kind of wanted to do this was to just just be friends, just form a community of people who we can just relax and talk to each other and, see where we go from there. All the real issues can wait because those issues have been existing for years. But the first thing is to ensure that we have some kind of a camaraderie, some kind of a rapport in place so that and build some kind of a foundation and see where that takes us. So this is like an exploratory event, so that we can all just join together. That's why the face-to-face meeting was more important because being keyboard warriors, the kind of things we are all capable of saying, when we haven't had food to eat. So what we wanted to do was like kind of be face-to-face and then. So a lot of you must be wondering who the Libertarian Party is actually and all of that. So we actually have the so-called spokesperson here who we will try and understand. And throughout the thing, just like how Karl Marx was doing a while back, you guys can just yell out your questions and thoughts or just throw some flowers, whatever it is works, it works, right? So our first session of the day, let us invite Tushar Kaushik, and he's the spokesperson for the Libertarian Party of India.
Okay. Okay, so start off with that. So, welcome everyone. Welcome to all the guests and my friends. Myself, Tushar, and I am, like many of us, I am also a so-called socialist turned libertarian. So, my story is बचपन से ही entrepreneurship में था मैं. तो मेरे को idea कोई ideology है that believes के entrepreneurship is the and how far you can take entrepreneurship. तो उस ideology का नाम है anarcho-capitalism. So that was so it resonated with me. Earlier, I was of the school that we need better leaders. जो कि मेरी foundational flaw यही है कि जो हमारे belief है इस current system में कि we need better leaders. और good leaders की problem है जैसे सैम मानेकशॉ ने एक एड्रेस में कहा था कि the biggest scarcity that we have in the country right now is that of good leadership. तो पहले मेरा belief इस चीज में था कि good leadership होगी तो things will run better. But eventually realization ये हुई कि bureaucracy universally एक distinct institution है और it is prone to corruption and failure and slowness. Turn it around.
Okay. Oh, you're doing the
Slide. I noticed it. Start. So let's start the presentation. यहाँ पे किसी को नहीं है मेरे को दिख रही कोई. First of all, आज हम यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं वो है 28th March last year 2024. I decided to set risks. So it's well. So 28th March last 2024, I decided to it was the election season was going on and the election season was going on and seeing the discourse and the degradation that the level of socialist discourse that was going on with redistribution and caste survey and all that basically India, we can call it Indian socialism. So I decided that I could see that there was no counterweight to this, and we needed some movement that can shift the Overton window to move in the direction of more towards centrist. It would be better if it was in the direction of right wing or so-called free markets. So, इसमें problem है. Yeah. Drop the light. अच्छा, okay. एक लाइट ऑफ. Okay, please continue. First time due to that, please ignore audience. I know a good show not doing. So okay. So this guy थोड़ा 28 March थोड़ा पीछे जाते हैं. So November 2023. November 2023, this guy, the president of Argentina, Javier Milei, gets elected to the presidency of Argentina. And that is in my estimation, that is the biggest event of this decade in terms of individual liberty and human flourishing. So I was keeping track of Milei, what was going on, and the day he got elected, I messaged my friend that the SOB got elected, and he did. So that gave me some confidence that if you study Argentina, you'll see that there are a lot of similarities between their system and us. They have whole lot of regulations, similar high taxes. They are sort of mixed between India's bureaucracy and America's governance style. Like they have presidency, but they have bureaucracy like India. So I thought that if the model can work there, the model can work here as well. So, building on this, seeing the election discourse, I decided that prior to that, I had some friends, but we were a small group, and now it was time to do something about it. So I thought I'm already into startups and all, so let's lead another startup and let's see what happens. So 28th March, I put my first post, and then from then the journey has been continued. Yeah. So this is what progress we have made in 1 year. So we have almost 4,500 followers on X, and almost 3 million impressions. And basically, for someone who are considered a pariah in Indian politics, we are gaining some traction. And yeah. So let me make the case that why libertarianism will succeed in India. First of all, government intervention into our economy is something really new. In the ancient times, as you can see, India's economy was almost 30% of the global GDP. And at that time, there was very minimal government intervention. India has always historically been a strong culture, but a weak government. And markets were allowed to operate relatively freely. Even during even our temples were not actually places of worship as such, but much more of a mix of banking and basically a cultural center where important events took place. And a thing that is little talked about in our history is that of is the aspect of merchant guilds. So it was sort of a proto-Arab-capitalist society in my definition. Where merchant guilds were like our modern unions, but they were not the communist type. They much more took care of their own affairs. Like traders had their own union, plumbers had their own union, guilds, and things like that. So we have some precedents for libertarianism and minimal government intervention in our country. So, but as you can see, the dip starts happening by the year 1000. Year 1000, invaders come in, they started intervening in the culture, they started intervening in the administration, and this pivotal point, this is the biggest interventionist government that we had in history. And this was the arrival of the Britishers. The Britishers basically put taxes, high taxes, and basically tried to shut down the industry. This was also the industrial age, so Europe automatically started rising because of rising productivity. And India's market was strangled by legislations and interventions, while European markets kept growing. So India's share of GDP fell down, while those of other markets started rising. China also suffered a similar problem, but they have separate. So, yeah, they were under the emperor, but emperor wasn't that interventionist. So now comes 1947, and yeah, this point. This is the lowest point that we are, and should we call it good luck or bad luck? We had a sort of government that decided that we follow the Soviet way as compared to the American way. And the result of the Soviet way was that for all this entire time, we had stagnant share of GDP, world GDP. And since birth rate was much higher, we actually had zero growth rate. The growth rate was zero. So 1991, things started changing, and as you can see, it's slightly taking up from here. So 1991 was the biggest movement in the. We all are taught about that in our school, that liberalization, privatization, and globalization reforms. Those are the biggest. Those were the those were the biggest change in recent political. I, I'm of the school of thought that 1991 should be considered the real Independence Day as compared to 1947. But that is up to debate. So anyhow, so 1991 we have the liberalization, privatization, and globalization reforms. Indian economy starts opening up. Some debate that it was the pressure of IMF. Some say that it was because of the collapse of Soviet Union. Some say this was just trying to get back at China. Anyhow, which school or whichever school of thought you hold, the point was that the Indian economy opened up, and things things started moving in a positive direction. This is the graph till 2008. Right now, India just crossed the 4 trillion mark. So this shows that even if you do a free market, if you do even a little free market does marvels as compared to no free markets at all. So what is the point of the libertarian movement? Like, what is our key primary proposal? What is our vision? So in the short term, it is creating another 1991 movement, the 1991 2.0. So as you can see here, China opened up its economy much more than ours. Deng Xiaoping decided that socialism is done and dusted. Let's open our markets. They moved in the direction of special economic zones, and as you can see, this holistic graph there is going on. This is all because of the lax labor regulations, the opening up of foreign capital. Because all these initiatives, China was able to almost quadruple its economy. See, as you can see that at this point we are at similar levels, and here also we are at similar level, 1973. But China took all the steps and made their economy in such a way that made their governance system in such a way that they became highly pro-business. Anyone who visits China, his observation is the same that although they are authoritarian system, they are definitely they have separated the politics and the economy. So the economic system is specifically designed to cater to. If you put it simply, it's much more like customer centric governance as compared to which is the bow centric governance. So this this is how compounding takes place, and right now, once China has crossed the 20 trillion mark, we are at the 4 trillion mark. Anyhow, so moving on. Now, what was the point of doing this event here? So, आप सब आए होंगे, आपने देखा होगा कि आसपास ये टी इंडस्ट्री बिल्डिंग्स है, ये सारी चमक दमक रही हैं, और गुड़गांव भी काफी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी है. गुड़गांव इज गुड़गांव कैन बी कंसिडर्ड एज सॉर्ट ऑफ अ प्राइवेट सिटी. इस बीच में एक्सीडेंटली क्या हुआ, गुड़गांव वाज जस्ट वन म्युनिसिपैलिटी was just directly under the central government. So the level of bribes that you need to pay to get construction done here was just one level. So files got passed much quicker, and whoever were the early adopters, their who are the early adopters, like realists, were able to take advantage of it. So whoever took the advantage of this early boom that takes place in Gurgaon, now you can see the fruits of the benefit that the marvelous buildings, the infrastructure. हाँ traffic है यहाँ पे traffic का issue है मगर फिर भी what trade off do you want? Do you want poverty or do you want traffic? I'll choose traffic any day. So yeah, so I think I need to wrap things fast. So yeah, ये कोई गेस कर सकता है कि ये क्या डेट है, किस बारे में है ये ये इलेक्शन रिजल्ट्स हैं मगर ये किस पार्टी के हैं? ये स्वतंत्र पार्टी के इलेक्शन रिजल्ट्स हैं और जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं 1967 देख पीक जब पीक सोशलिज्म इंदिरा गांधी नेशनल बैंक नेशनलाइजेशन कर रहे हैं और जो भी अपना जो भी नया वो चल रहा था कुछ बेसिकली सोवियत कॉलोनी बन चुकी है उस टाइम तक हम तो 8.7% of the population voted for स्वतंत्र पार्टी और स्वतंत्र पार्टी got almost 44 seats, which is 10% of the almost 10% of the votership. तो हमारा पार्टी मूवमेंट का टारगेट यही है कि किसी को इस इल्यूजन में नहीं रहना चाहिए कि हम टारगेटिंग बीजेपी लेवल्स ऑफ वोटर बेस लाइक 38 और 40% नहीं, वो थोड़ा पॉसिबल नहीं है. हाँ चलिए ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट काम है अगर आप इसको अंडरस्टैंड कर पाओ ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ अर्बन पॉपुलेशन इन इंडिया. तो इस वक्त हम यहाँ पे हैं 2024 में और इस वक्त 38% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन अर्बन है मगर फ्यूचर में वी आर एक्सपेक्टेड टू बी 40% एंड इवन 50%. दैट इज व्हेन लिबर्टेरियनिज्म विल बिकम प्रोमिनेंट क्योंकि हमारे जो इश्यूज हैं वो रूरल पॉपुलेशन से ज़्यादा रेजोनेट नहीं करेंगे इस टाइम पे. हाँ रूरल एरिया में डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड डिमांड है मगर वहाँ पे थोड़े जो इंटरलिंक्ड इश्यूज हैं तो उसकी वजह से इट विल बी अ बिट डिफिकल्ट टू turn them to the ideas of libertarianism or जो bribery schemes are going on under the name of welfare. So it will be a bit hard task for us to convert them. So our bet is on this. We are early in the curve. It's 2025 and by 2035 almost 40-45% of the people will be in urban areas and urban are issues of low taxation, low regulations, ease of doing business and all those things become relevant when the population is urban as compared to when it's rural. So this is the bet of the movement that we are almost 15-20 years ahead and the point of starting the movement right now is that people like you who are interested in free markets and who are basically pro individual liberty have some platform to share your ideas and are able to connect with others like all the wonderful people that have joined here and basically a community is built and we can lay the foundations for the future that if someone wants to start tomorrow we are still waiting for our delay some tremendous speaker who can convince the masses that I am the solution to your problem. But till that point, we have to build the foundations that when he comes, it is a much easier task for him. So, the most recent example that we have right now is that of the Aam Aadmi Party. And it was a complete flop show. But still, the script for getting electoral popularity remains the same. You gain name recognition, and then you build a movement around it, and then you get elected. And if your policies work, then you are able to get re-elected and maybe start changing the system. But we are still working on it. But what we can start with right now is building the foundation and laying the foundation for future to for future generations to build on. So I'm new to the movement, but here Ajay sir has joined us and he has been working for almost 10 years for connecting Indian libertarians. And he was a bit weak on Twitter, so he couldn't capture that much audience. But the point is that internet penetration has definitely enabled faster recognition of our ideas and the level of engagement that we have, millions of impressions and thousands of people joining, and the people like you. So I'm really optimistic that by each day we'll keep growing and our growth will keep compounding. So with that spirit, I'll close my remarks and thank you all for coming.
Tushar. Actually, he's the second libertarian that I know after Javier Milei. So that is how I found him. You know, that's how I got into libertarianism. In the sense that I was also looking for answers to the crap we find ourselves in right now. So, and one thing that I can actually say about Tushar is like I've never seen somebody so motivated to do this and do this regularly and do this as a like without a regret, you know. So, and those kind of people are rare. And having been in the industry for more than 20 years and working with a lot of people, I kind of know how to pick out some people who really can make a difference. And I think Tushar is one. So once again, let's give him a big round of applause. I do personally appreciate his efforts. Yeah, and even this event, you know, suddenly out of the blue, he said, hey, March 29th event, everybody get ready. There was, here everybody is losing their shit because they don't know what's happening, how we are going to do, are people going to come, what are we going to do? But he was not worried at all. He was like, okay, build it and, you know, we'll continue building it and let's see when, if people come. So that was the whole aspect of things. All right, so, right. So let me introduce to you the next speaker. Any guesses for who he is? Right. None of you saw the speaker roster. Okay. I know you don't remember faces, Ajay, but names, that's another thing. All right. Okay, let's go ahead with it. So let me introduce to you the next speaker. He's the visionary founder of the Hindu Cafe. It's an organization that kind of is dedicated to promoting the culture of facts rather than rather than just feelings. I feel like everybody, including the recent events of free speech and all of that, it's just some kind of suddenly you just get angry and you go and break somebody's property. It's kind of like that. So what Kaushlesh Rai actually does is he prioritizes facts over feelings, which I definitely do appreciate. And is based in New Delhi, I think, right? You're based in New Delhi. And also, this is not the first event he's done, so he's probably one of our more experienced speakers out here. And he's basically committed to fostering, a lot of the understanding of these kind of actually very logical things that people should ideally know, but they for some reason don't. And today's topic is going to be capitalism, the orphan child, and also free markets, which is kind of going to be the boon of our ecosystem. So let's put our hands together and welcome Kaushal Rai. Thank you.
आप सभी को जय श्री राम और इसी के साथ आई एम टेस्टिंग योर लिबरलिज्म हाउ मच लिबरल ऑल यू आर and I would like to thank two people specifically. One is Ajay for defending me and getting so much abuses. I don't know why. And the second Anu, हमारा पॉडकास्ट पे कई बार लाइव स्ट्रीम होना था बट somehow आज हम मिल रहे हैं. मैं पहली बार इस तरीके के लोगों के सामने बोल रहा हूँ जो इंग्लिश एजुकेटेड क्राउड होता है. मैं गांव से ही आता हूँ पर मैंने जैसे कुछ एग्जांपल्स दूंगा अगर आप रिलेट कर सकें तो वो ठीक रहेगा क्योंकि इंडिया में आप लोगों ने लिबर्टेरियन पार्टी बनाई है मेरे ख्याल से पहली पार्टी है इंडिया की और इस देश में ऐसा एक्सपेरिमेंट इससे पहले श्री राजगोपालचारी की स्वतंत्रता पार्टी की came somewhat close to this idea of libertarian party and they got 44 MPs. That was very huge. एक जमाने में they were the opposition party and there were people like Meenu Masani and all those who used to thrash Pandit Nehru in the parliament and in a decent language with facts. एक चार्ल्स डार्विन हुए, आप सबने उनका नाम सुना होगा, उनको मतलब सबने तो सुना होगा, एक लाइन के लिए जरूर सुना होगा, इवोल्यूशन ऑफ स्पीसीज। आई हाईली डिसएग्री विद दैट स्टेटमेंट, क्योंकि मैं ऐसा नहीं मानता कि स्पीसीज केवल इवोल्व होती हैं, वो डिवोल्व भी होती हैं। उसका एग्जाम्पल, आप इस कमरे से बाहर निकलिए और इस गुड़गांव में जो ये साइबर हब है पूरा, वहां काम करने वाले लोगों का रैंडम एक यस नो का क्वेश्चन कीजिए, 90 आउट ऑफ 100 will be pro socialism, working in a capitalist company। आपका घर जिससे चल रहा है, जिस फ्री मार्केट के कारण, आप उसी को खत्म करने के लिए नोइंगली और अननोइंगली उसी सोशलिज्म को आप एडवोकेट कर। अभी तुषार ने गुड़गांव का एग्जांपल दिया। गुड़गांव के गुड़गांव बनने में दो सबसे बड़े फैक्टर्स जो थे, एक तो दिल्ली का डीडीए था, 1970 में लैंड सीलिंग वगैरह सब कर ली, कन्फेस्टिगेट कर लिया और कोई डेवलपमेंट नहीं कर पाए। दूसरा 1979 फरीदाबाद, उसको ऐसा माना जाता था कि दिस विल बी द सिटी ऑफ फ्यूचर। रेलवे स्टेशन था, म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन था, हर वो चीज थी। सरकार ने एक फैक्ट्री भी लगाई थी जिसका उनका सपना था कि हम इसको एग्जाम्पल बना देंगे कि भाई दिस इज हाउ गवर्नमेंट कैन अचीव समथिंग। उसके बाद 1980s में उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट का पार्टीशन होता है, जो डेवलप पार्ट था वो फरीदाबाद में चला जाता है और जो एकदम वीरान जंगल था वो गुड़गांव बनता है। यहाँ पे कोई थाना नहीं था, कोई म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन नहीं था, कोई सरकारी बाबू नहीं था जो आके आपसे लाइसेंस मांग दे। एंड दैट वाज द सोल सिंगल रीजन बिहाइंड द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ गुड़गांव। और आज इसको मिलेनियम सोसाइटी सिटी कहते हैं और फरीदाबाद का दूसरा नाम फकीराबाद भी हो चुका है। इट्स ट्रू, मतलब आप लोगों से बात करें तो नोबडी वांट्स टू बाय देयर। 80s में लोग फरीदाबाद में इन्वेस्टमेंट करते थे, अब जिन्होंने कर ली है वो उससे कम पैसे में अपना घर बेच के कहीं सोच रहे हैं गुड़गांव में 2 BHK ले लें। ये रियलिटी है। अब हम फ्री मार्केट की एडवोकेसी कर रहे हैं, कैपिटलिज्म की एडवोकेसी कर रहे हैं, तो मतलब ऐसा होता है ना कि आपको चीजें समझानी पड़ेंगी। जैसे आप लोगों ने भी जो लिबर्टेरियन मूवमेंट शुरू किया है, मैं तो मुझे खुद ही नहीं पता कि मुझे किस पार्टी में लोग गिनेंगे। बेसिकली जो मेरा हिंदू कैफे है उसमें हमारी 3 चीजें हैं। आप लोगों ने कहानी सुनी होगी, वामन अवतार हुआ था और उनको बड़ा घमंड था कि मैं बहुत बड़ा दानवीर हूँ। तो उन राजा ने बोला कि आपको जो चाहिए मांग लो। उन्होंने कहा 3 कदम की भूमि दे दो, तो उन्होंने 2 कदमों में ही पूरी दुनिया नाप। हमने भी 3 ही पग भूमि मांगी है। पहला, हमको क्या चाहिए इस स्टेट से या इस पूरी दुनिया से या आप लोगों से? वी वांट राइट टू लाइफ। मतलब इस पे तो किसी का कोई डिसएग्रीमेंट नहीं है। आप सब लोग मेरे साथ हैं कि हम सबको जिंदा रहने का अधिकार, तो बेसिक राइट वी शुड है। उस राइट टू लाइफ के लिए व्हाट वी हैव टू, मतलब हमारे पास क्या है उसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए। अभी आप सब लोग बैठे हैं, वो मेरे साथ एक भाई आया, जिसे मैं आकाश में उसको खड़ा करूं और वो आपको पिस्टल लगते, तो गया आपका राइट टू लाइफ। और इंडिया में तो आप एफआईआर भी नहीं लिखवा सकते। मतलब अगर आप लोग कभी थाने गए हो तो यू वुड नो, मैं तो जाता रहता हूँ, आप सब लिखवा सकते हैं। मतलब आप अपनी क्रश से भी एक बार वो लव लेटर लिखवा सकते हैं, बट गेटिंग एन एफआईआर रजिस्टर्ड इन थानाज ऑफ इंडिया नहीं हो पाएगा। तो राइट टू लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमारे पास है क्या? नथिंग। भाई मैंने आपको पकड़ लिया तो आप 100 नंबर कॉल करेंगे, तब तक तो बहुत कुछ मैं कॉल कर चुका हूँ। तो व्हाट वी वांट, उस राइट टू लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमको आर्म्स रखने की फ्रीडम भी। वैसे भी हमारे यहाँ रखते थे लोग, 1857 के रिवोल्ट के बाद 1861 का मेरे ख्याल से वो एक्ट आया है। और फिर कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि आर्म्स दे देंगे तो देयर विल बी ब्लड बाथ। पार्डन मी फॉर माय लैंग्वेज, बट इनका आर्गुमेंट के हिसाब से तो 1861 से पहले हमारे पुरखे जो सब थे, देवर ऑल फूल्स, चूतिया टाइप के लोग थे सब। ऐसे ही जैसे गुड मॉर्निंग गुड इवनिंग भेजते हैं व्हाट्सएप, ऐसे चाकू मारते थे लोगों को, गोली मारते थे। मतलब एक तो 1861 में है, उससे पहले तो रखते थे ना जो भी आर्म्स थे उस जमाने के, यूज्ड टू। तो दूसरा, हम आपसे बस यही चाहते हैं कि आपने हमको जिंदा रहने का अधिकार दे दिया, गिव अस राइट टू अर्न आवर लिवलीहुड। उसमें हम आपसे नहीं मांग रहे कि स्टेट हमको एक किट दे दे या चावल फ्री, कुछ नहीं। मुझको कोई धंधा करना है, मुझको कोई काम करना है, उसके लिए मुझे 28 दफ्तरों में जाके लाइसेंस न लेना पड़े कि साहब मुझे समोसा और चाय बेचनी है, उसके लिए फूड इंस्पेक्टर के पास जाऊं, फिर एक और सरकारी अफसर के पास जाऊं कि जी मेरा रेस्टोरेंट ये होगा, इसमें फायर का ये सिस्टम चाहिए, फिर जो मैं आलू यहाँ से ला रहा हूँ देखो ये FSI सर्टिफाइड है, क्योंकि अभी इंडिया में ये सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, बट मेरे ख्याल से आप में कोई भी ट्रेन का खाना नहीं खाना पसंद करेगा। फूड इंस्पेक्टर होता होगा, सारे जांच वाले होते होंगे। हमको बस ये है कि मुझे कुछ काम करना है तो उसके लिए मुझे किसी सरकारी बाबू के पास परमिशन लेने न जाना पड़े, और उस सरकारी बाबू के पास जो उसकी लाइफ की केवल एक यूएसपी है कि वो हाइपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चंस के हाइपोथेटिकल आंसर्स लिख के सेलेक्ट हुआ है। रियलिटी से कोई वास्ता। ये आपने हमको दो चीज दे दी, आप लोग इस पे एग्री करते हैं। तीसरी चीज और दे दो, जिंदा रहने का अधिकार मिल गया, कमाने खाने का मिल गया, राइट टू प्रैक्टिस एंड डिफाइन आवर ट्रेडिशन एंड कल्चर। सबरीमला में मेरे घर की महिला जाएगी नहीं जाएगी, दैट विल बी डिसाइडेड सोनली बाय अस, नॉट एनी जुडिशियरी। दीपावली आती है, वी विल बर्न क्रैकर्स और नॉट, दैट आवर सोसाइटी विल डिसाइड। We don't want any Mia Lord sitting there and giving judgments that this is prohibited or banned. As simple as that. हमारे ट्रेडिशंस में, हमारी परंपराओं में we don't want any interference from the state. बाकी आपको जो करना है वो कीजिए। आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ यू एग्री ऑन दिस हेयर। अब मैं थोड़ा आपको सोशलिज्म का बताता हूँ, आप सब लोग जानते ही होंगे 14.5 मिलियन किड्स would have been saved, वो जिंदा होते अगर सोशलिज्म नहीं होता। आप लोग जाके इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी रेट 1991 से पहले का क्या था और 1991 के बाद का क्या है, एक बार चेक कीजिए। आज हम इलिटरेसी की खूब चलती है कि भाई भारत में अशिक्षा एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या हो गई है। तो मैं ये फिगर ही आपको कोट करके बताऊं, बहुत ज्यादा नहीं, तो 261 मिलियन इंडियंस वुड हैव बिकम मोर लिटरेट एंड 109 मिलियन मोर वुड हैव रिजन अबव द पॉवर्टी लाइन। ये तो बेसिक्स है। और फ्री मार्केट को डिफेंड करने के लिए हमको कोई बहुत ज्यादा मतलब कुछ ऐसा रॉकेट साइंस है नहीं। फ्री मार्केट इज द, मतलब जैसे मेरे गुरु कहते हैं कि द ओनली एंड ओनली वे अ कंट्री बिकम्स रिच इज बाय फ्री मार्केट एंड कैपिटलिज्म एंड देयर इज नो एक्सेप्शन टू दिस रूल। पर सोशलिज्म को डिनाई करने के लिए हमको बहुत कुछ नहीं चाहिए, केवल एक ही चीज काफी है कि सोशलिज्म इज एबोलिशन ऑफ मोरालिटी। हम सब लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं, हमें किसी ने फोर्स तो नहीं किया, खुद ही आए। अभी मेरे ख्याल से कॉफी थी, कुछ लोगों ने पी, कुछ लोगों ने नहीं पी। वी वर फ्री ना टू चूज। यही तो फ्री मार्केट है। यही अगर कोई समाजवादी व्यवस्था होती तो आपको आना है नहीं आना है वो ऑप्शन ही नहीं है। अगर वहां से एक सरकारी ऑर्डर आ गया तो हम सबको आना पड़ेगा। कॉफी रख दी गई है तो सबको पीना पड़ेगा, बेशक मर जाओ। सोशलिज्म में कॉफी तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं। ये तो मतलब थोड़ा अलग हो गया। नहीं मतलब सोनिया गांधी की जब शादी हुई, जब वो भारत आई, तो आप सोचो सोनिया गांधी को चीज अवेलेबल नहीं था। उस जमाने में दिल्ली में केवल एक ही जगह चीज मिलता था, यशवंतराव कॉम्प्लेक्स है ये चाणक्यपुरी में, केवल वहीं पे। ये उस देश में होता था जहां मतलब गाय भैंस तो मेरे ख्याल से भरपूर मात्रा में, और चीज इन्हीं सब प्रोडक्ट से बनता होगा। तो फिर भी आपने कभी सोचा कि लोग फ्री मार्केट से इतना डरते क्यों हैं? और मतलब जैसे मैंने बोला कि 100 में 90 लोग अभी भी सोशलिज्म के एडवोकेसी करते हुए मिल जाएंगे। वाई? जैसे ना नारे जो होते हैं उनका बहुत बड़ा रोल होता है किसी भी मूवमेंट को बनने और बिगड़ने में। और लेफ्ट जो है उसकी महारत हासिल है नारे गढ़ने में। जैसे एक इनका नारा चलता है कि अमीर अमीर हो रहा है, गरीब गरीब हो रहा है। मुझे लगता है कितनी सही बात है। हाँ मतलब अत्याचार भी नहीं, मतलब अमीर अमीर हो रहा है, गरीब गरीब हो रहा है। और उसको बाय डिफॉल्ट ये बोल दिया जाता है कि भाई अगर अजय के पास 100 रुपए बढ़े तो दिस मींस अजय ने कौशले से वो पैसे छीने। ये तो तब पॉसिबल, मतलब अब आप सोचो कि अच्छा, वी शुड नेवर टेक थिंग्स फॉर ग्रांटेड। सामने वाले के दो पैर हैं, दो हाथ है, दो आंख है, दो कान है, एक नाक है, एक मुंह है, तो ये मत सोचना कि वो होमो सेपियंस ही होगा। सोशलिस्ट भी ऐसे ही होते हैं। मतलब अगर आपका कभी इनसे वास्ता पड़ा हो तो ये ऐसे ही होते हैं। सब इनके फीचर्स आपको मैच कर जाएंगे। अब कोई कितना मतलब मूर्ख हो सकता है कि ये मानता है कि अगर कोई अमीर बन रहा है तो किसी को छीन के ही बन रहा होगा। इसके लिए तो ये होगा ना, कोई मान के चलो इस कमरे में टोटल 100 रुपए हमने सबको बांट दिए, 5-5 रुपए, 2-2 रुपए, जैसे जो भी मतलब डिवीजन होता है। अब उसमें अगर किसी के पास 1 रुपया बढ़ता है तो उसका मतलब हम में से ही किसी की पॉकेट से गया होगा। ये कब होता है? जब वेल्थ जो है वो फिक्स, वो 100 रुपए ही। क्या दुनिया में वेल्थ फिक्स है? इंडिया में ही 1991 से पहले जितना पैसा था, क्या आज उतना ही पैसा है? वेल्थ कैन बी जनरेटेड। ये छोटी सी चीज जो हम एज्यूम कर लेते हैं कि तो सबको पता ही होगी, दिस इज द बेसिक थिंग। ये बहुत हैवी हैवी इकोनॉमिस्टों को भी नहीं पता इस देश में। और मतलब इस देश को तो बर्बाद करने में जितना इकोनॉमिस्टों का रोल है, उतना तो और किसी का मुझको दिखाई भी नहीं देता। मतलब आप देखें ना, मतलब अगर जैसे जब मुझे पता लगा, मतलब फ्री मार्केट मैंने अमेरिकन से सीखी, क्योंकि इंडिया में तो इन्होंने ये मेक श्योर कर रखा था कि हमको कभी भी सोशलिज्म के अलावा कुछ पता ही ना लगे। यार क्लास 6 में हमारी बुक के वो साइड में, मतलब पेज के साइड में ऐसे बॉक्स बने होते तो उसमें लिखा था कि कार्ल मार्क्स की वो थी, और इन्होंने दास कैपिटल लिखी और गरीबों के लिए लड़ाई है। तो भाई जिस बैकग्राउंड से मैं आता हूँ, तो हमारे लगा तो कोई अपना बंदा था, हमारे लिए लड़ाई लड़ी। 4 लाइन थी टोटल। कार्ल मार्क्स ने दास कैपिटल लिखी, मजदूरों के लिए संघर्ष किया। तो भाई ठीक है, हम ऐसे लिटरल सेंस में मजदूर नहीं थे, बट बहुत ज्यादा कुछ डिफरेंट भी नहीं था, तो अपना बंदा है। और फिर फीलिंग्स इफेक्ट्स बन जाती हैं। मतलब कई लोग तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जैसे अगर हम उनको ये बेसिक चीजें बताएं तो वो समझ जाएंगे, उनका जो वो दिमाग में मतलब वायरस घुसा हुआ है वो हट जाएगा। वो इसलिए एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते कि यार मैं ये 60 साल तक गलत था। जैसे जितने भी आज की डेट में हमको सोशलिज्म के एडवोकेट मिलते हैं, अभी कौन है जैसे बड़े बड़े, कौशिक बसु है मेरे ख्याल से, वो क्या था, वो इंडिया का इकोनॉमिक गवर्नर, क्या कुछ बड़ी चीज ही था, मतलब इकोनॉमिक डिपार्टमेंट में ही। हाँ कुछ ऐसा ही था। ये मतलब आप सोचो, हम सब लोग यहाँ जो बैठे हैं उसमें मैक्सिमम लोग 30-35 के अंडर के ही हैं। हम ये चीज जान के कौशिक बसु नहीं जान पाए। दोबारा बताओ, अच्छी लगी तुमने? ये मैं यूज करूंगा, जा सकता हूँ ना, कॉपीराइट तो दिया। अच्छा, जैसे मैंने आपको गुड़गांव बताया फ्री मार्केट का एक एग्जांपल, आप सब लोग ट्रैवल करते होंगे तो बैग पैक करके ले जाते होंगे अपना वो अटैची में, तो आप ऐसे उसको घुमाते हुए ले जाते होंगे। अब तो वो पहिए आ गए हैं जो 360 डिग्री पूरा नाचते भी हैं, मतलब तो कोई सा आ गया वो सेंसर, आप चलते रहो आपके पीछे पीछे सूटकेस चलेगा। कभी आपने सोचा वो सूटकेस क्यों बनाए गए? कभी हमारे दिमाग में आया ये जो ब्लडी कूली यूनियन थी ना, जिनकी मोनोपोली थी, हाँ मतलब कि इतना ही लूंगा, नहीं मतलब भाई आपको काम नहीं करना आप मत कीजिए, और फ्री, हम आपको छोड़ते हैं। बट नो बडी हैज राइट टू डू वायलेंस। आपको फैक्ट्री में नहीं आना, आप हड़ताल पे बाहर बैठो, बट अगर कोई मजदूर फैक्ट्री में आना चाहता है तो आप वायलेंस नहीं करेंगे उसके साथ। ये जो छोटे से पहिए थे, ये किसी बंदे के दिमाग में जिसका फ्री माइंड होगा, जिसको छूट दी गई होगी सोचने की, उसने ही तो किया है। आज हम मैक्सिमम लोग जो है ओला उबर यूज करते हैं। उसका कारण ये था, मतलब एटलीस्ट इन दिल्ली ऑटो वाले मीटर से चलते ही नहीं थे। तो ये सब किसने क्रिएट किया? ये कोई सरकारी बाबू ने कोई प्रोजेक्ट थोड़ी नहीं बनाया 30 साल का हम ऐसा करेंगे। वो तो फरीदाबाद वाला एक प्रोजेक्ट था, वो फकीराबाद बन गया है, देर एंड सक्सेसफुल उसमें मतलब करने में। इन सब चीजों के बाद भी जो मैंने कहा था ना, कैपिटलिज्म का ऑर्फन आइडिया था ये। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कैपिटलिज्म की एडवोकेसी करने वाले आज की डेट में भी लोग मतलब ना के बराबर ही हैं। अब लोग मतलब इतना इसको विलीफाई कर दिया गया है सबको कि अब लोग, हम जैसे लोग भी फ्री मार्केट ज्यादा प्रीफर करते हैं कैपिटलिस्ट, क्योंकि कैपिटलिस्ट सुनते ही लगता है कि उसके 2 दांत यहाँ से निकल रहे होंगे, उसके यहाँ तीन होगा, ऐसा खून निकल रहा होगा मुंह से, मतलब वो ड्रैकुला का भाई भाई होगा। तो ये इन लोगों की सक्सेस है लेफ्ट की। मैं आपको एग्जांपल बताऊं, मुझे नहीं पता आप से कितने लोग अपना बिजनेस चलाते हैं, क्या करते हैं। इस देश में एक ना केस था बहुत फेमस, उत्तम नकाटे, ये केस था। ये बंदा सिक्योरिटी गार्ड था, इसको कंपनी में हायर किया गया, ये पुणे की घटना है। तो ये सो रहा था, तो मालिक ने पकड़ लिया, तो बोला भाई जग जा, ब्लैक कॉफी ले ले। ठीक है, कुछ दिन बाद फिर सोता हुआ मिला। मालिक ने फिर बोला भाई हार्ड ब्लैक कॉफी ले ले। तीसरी बार फिर सोता हुआ मिला, उसने बोला भाई कॉफी भी ले ले, सोटा भी मारेगा, सो मत। चौथी बार वो फिर सोता, मतलब ये कोई कहानी नहीं है, दिस इज बेस्ड, ये सब जो घटनाएं मैं बता रहा हूँ ये रियल इंसिडेंसेस पे हैं। जब उसको चौथी बार सोते हुए पकड़ा गया ऑन ड्यूटी, तो उसको फायर किया गया, भाई आप घर जाइए। वो घर नहीं गया, वो ट्रेड यूनियन के पास गया, ट्रेड यूनियन कोर्ट चली गई। मतलब मैंने आपको हायर किया तो मैं आपको फायर नहीं कर सकता, ऐसे इस देश में लेबर लॉज हैं। आप लोग बस मुझे ये बताइए कि उसको फायर कितने दिन में कर दिया होगा, फिर फाइनली कितने दिन लगे होंगे उसको फायर करने में? एनी गेसेस फ्रॉम दी? 17 साल कोर्ट में केस चला, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक केस गया, और 17 साल के बाद एक बंदा अपनी कंपनी के गार्ड को हटा पाया। तो वो 17 साल कोर्ट के साथ ही खेलता रहेगा तो बिजनेस कब करेगा? फिर जैसे एक और कहते हैं कि पैसे वाला पैसे कमा रहा है और गरीब गरीब हो रहा है, तो मुकेश अंबानी अनिल अंबानी दोनों भाई हैं। धीरू भाई अंबानी की डेथ के बाद उनका बंटवारा हुआ, 50-50 वेल्थ बटी। आज एक भाई दुनिया के सबसे अमीर लोगों में है, एक भाई और बैंकरप्ट है। पैसा तो दोनों के पास था। तो पैसे से जो है वो, पैसा जरूरी नहीं है कि वो कैपिटलिस्ट बन ही जाएगा। और मतलब अब तो आप सोचेंगे कितना मार्केट में हाल बुरा है कि मैंने अमेरिकन से इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ी सीखी। बेन शapiro से एक ने सवाल पूछा कि फैक्ट्री में मशीन्स हैं, वर्कर उस पर काम करते हैं, और जो प्रॉफिट है वो मेजर चंक जो है वो ओनर ले जाता है। तो बेन शapiro ने बोला कि वो इसलिए ले जाता है कि उसने कैपिटल लगाया। बेन शapiro मेरे को बहुत एजुकेटेड और मतलब हैवी आदमी है, मेरी क्षमता भी नहीं कि मैं उसके बारे में कुछ कमेंट कर सकूं, बट बेन शapiro भी उसको ढंग से डिफेंड नहीं कर पा रहा है। बेन शapiro ये नहीं कह पाया कि वर्कर्स एंड मशीन्स डोंट क्रिएट वेल्थ। नहीं तो जितनी सोशलिस्ट फैक्ट्रीज इस देश में है, सब में मशीन है, सब में वर्कर्स हैं, फिर भी वो घाटे में क्यों है? भाई आप कह रहे हो मजदूर फैक्ट्री में काम करता है, पैसा कमाते हैं, और फिर जो मालिक है वो सारा ले जाता है, जो आजकल एक चल रहा है, आप लोगों ने इसको अगर ऑब्जर्व किया होगा। तो भाई मशीन तो हर जगह, वर्कर भी हर जगह है, तो कमा ले। इंडिया में जितने पीएसयूज हैं, कौन से में मशीन नहीं है या कौन से में वर्कर्स नहीं है? तो नो मिस्टर बेन शapiro एंड जितने भी ये कॉमरेड्स जो ये आर्गुमेंट देते हैं, इट इज नॉट द मशीन्स एंड वर्कर्स व्हिच क्रिएट वेल्थ। एंटरप्रेन्योर जो होता है ना, मेरे ख्याल से मैं उसको एंटरप्रेन्योर कहता हूँ, वहां कैसे बोलते हैं उसको ठीक प्रोनाउंसिएशन में? एंटरप्रेन्योर, उद्योगपति। वो एक स्किल होती है। उस बंदे को पता है कि मेरे पास इतने सारे इनपुट्स हैं, मैं वो सब इनपुट डालूंगा तो जो आउटपुट निकलेगा तो मैं उसमें से कमा जाऊंगा। उसमें कुछ सक्सीड होते हैं, कुछ फेल होते हैं। मैंने स्टार्टअप किया, मेरा नहीं चला, मैंने दूसरा खोला। यही अगर समाजवाद होता तो मैं बीएसएनएल की तरह चलता ही जाता, चलता ही जाता, चलता ही जाता। आपने बीएसएनएल देखा है? उनके वो देखे हैं, वो टावर टाइप के जो होते हैं। मतलब मैं एक रेस्टोरेंट में जाता था तो उसके बगल में था एक इतना बड़ा ऐसे तार वायर उसमें कनेक्टेड थी। तो वो हर दूसरे तीसरे दिन एक बंदा साइकिल पे आता, उसको खोल के उन्हीं टूटी हुई तारों को जोड़ता हुआ दिखता था। मतलब मैंने कहा, ये बाबा आदम के जमाने की तारें नहीं, अब तक ये नहीं बदल पाए। मतलब आप सोचो इस देश में क्यों जरूरत है, कोई पूछे कि वाई फ्री मार्केट? रिसोर्सेज लिमिटेड है, मतलब उनका ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन होना चाहिए, जो थॉमस पॉवेल भी कहते हैं कि ट्रेड ऑफ ही होते हैं लाइफ में। तो हम उसको बर्बाद नहीं कर सकते कम से कम। बंगाल, बंगाल से आप हैं? बंगाल से कौन है? एनीबॉडी? अच्छा ठीक है। मतलब बता दो, कोई बात नहीं, हम तो कम्युनिस्ट शासन नहीं है हमारे। क्या कह रहे हो, टीएमसी हम भी है। वी हैव कंप्लीट सिंपैथी फॉर यू। मतलब एक फैक्ट्री लगी बंगाल में, वो फैक्ट्री साल भर चली, डे शिफ्ट में भी चली, नाइट शिफ्ट में भी चली, और साल भर में उस फैक्ट्री का प्रोडक्शन कितना था? कितना प्रोडक्शन किया उस फैक्ट्री में? गैस, गैस लीजिए, जीरो। वाई? इंटरेस्टिंग कहानी है। फैक्ट्री लगी लोहा बनाने की, ठीक है जी, सब एग्री करते हैं। लोहा लगाने की फैक्ट्री बनी, पर फैक्ट्री की मशीनें जो थी वो कभी चली नहीं। उसका रीजन क्या था कि फैक्ट्री में लाइट नहीं आती थी। लाइट क्यों नहीं आती थी? क्योंकि लाइट जो है वो कोयले से आएगी। कोयला जलेगा तो। अब जो कोयला था वो कहाँ मिलता है? झारखंड में मिलता है। अब झारखंड से कोयला जो है वो कलकत्ता कैसे पहुंचेगा? वाया ट्रेन पहुंचेगा। यहाँ तक है आप लोग मिल। अब झारखंड से ट्रेन कोयला भर के कलकत्ता कैसे पहुंचेगी? पटरी पे पहुंचेगी। पटरी किसकी बनती है? लोहे की। लोहा कहाँ बनता है? उसके लिए तो फैक्ट्री बनाई थी। आप समझ रहे हो कितना विशियस सर्कल था? मतलब ऐसे इस देश में वेस्टेज की गई है। और सबसे बड़ी बात क्या है कि जो थोड़े बहुत लोग हैं जो फ्री मार्केट की एडवोकेसी की बात करते हैं, वो भी इन पे कभी अटैक ही नहीं करते। मतलब आपने कोई एग्जाम क्लियर कर लिया, 5 मिनट हो रहे हैं। मतलब आपने कोई एग्जाम क्लियर कर लिया, आपका आईवी लीग में एडमिशन होने जा रहा है, तो अभी तो आप खुश हो गए, इंस्टाग्राम पे डालोगे गॉड सेलेक्टेड इन आईवी लीग, है ना गाइस? मतलब मैं हम्बल हूं, आई एम नॉट मतलब मैं शो ऑफ नहीं कर रहा, तो आई हैव बीन सेलेक्टेड देयर एंड आई एम गोइंग, ये वो करूंगा। पहले अगर आपका होता तो आपको एसबीआई जाना पड़ता, वहां वो एसबीआई वाला आपका इंटरव्यू लेता। फिर आपको उसे प्रूफ करना होता कि आपका विदेश जाके पढ़ना क्यों जरूरी है। और अगर उस दिन वो सरकारी बाबू अपनी पत्नी से लड़के नहीं आया हुआ हो ऑफिस में, बच्चों से परेशान नहीं चल रहा हो, उसका मूड ठीक हो, हाँ, तो आपको परमिशन मिलेगी, नहीं तो यू आर गॉन। मतलब $8 पर फॉरेन ट्रिप मिलता था फॉरेन जब आप जाते थे। इसी देश में एक ऐसा टाइम था कि फॉरेक्स क्या फेरा वाला जो कानून था, ड्रैकोनियन कानून, अभी भी है, बट अभी तो क्या है कि 10, 20, 50, $100 पे तो नहीं अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं मेरे ख्याल से। तब अगर आपके पास $40 भी मिल गए तो यू आर अरेस्टेड। आप सोचो, इस देश में भी यहाँ शुगर स्टोरीज में कॉफी के पास पहले इतना अवेलेबल नहीं थी चीजें। 1970s में, मेरे ख्याल से 73 में या कब, इंदिरा गांधी ने नेशनलाइजेशन कर दिया। दिवाली जब आती है तो लोग मिठाई खरीदते हैं। इस देश में लोग 3 3 दिन लाइन में लगते थे तो 250 ग्राम चीनी मिलती। मतलब पूरा वेस्टर्न यूपी गन्ना उगाता है, तो महाराष्ट्र में शरद पवार जी भी गन्ना ही उगाते हैं। बट फिर भी आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं 3 दिन लाइन में लग के 250 ग्राम चीनी, केवल और केवल ये जो पॉलिसी थी गवर्नमेंट की, इनके कारण। तो अभी तो हमें ना कायदे से मतलब कुछ भी नहीं करके तो 1947 से लेके और 1990 और अभी भी मतलब जैसे लाइसेंस राज गया बट इंस्पेक्टर राज अभी भी है। अभी बहुत सारे लोग ट्वीट कर रहे थे कि मेरी उसमें आया, मतलब फैक्ट्री में आया, कंपनी में आया और ब्राइब लेके चला गया, ऐसे कर दिया। हमें ना एक डॉजियर बनाना चाहिए। और कुछ भी नहीं, मतलब हम लोग कम से कम इतना कर लें कि हम 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200 जितने भी लोगों को एट द प्राइमरी लेवल कन्विंस कर सकें, उनके दिमाग में जाके ये ड्रिल करें कि 1991 से पहले का भारत था क्या। और आज जो तुम ये एप्पल के फोन चमका रहे हो, ये सारी हवाबाजियां कर रहे हो, जो तुम टीम होटल की कॉफी पी रहे हो, स्टारबक्स में जा रहे हो, वेकेशन एंजॉय कर रहे हो, इवन ओयो जा रहे हो, ऑल दिस इज ओनली एंड ओनली कि भाई 1991 में दिस कंट्री वाज फोर्स्ड। 1991 के रिफॉर्म्स को ऐसा नहीं था कि इनको सपना आ गया और इनका मतलब दिल थोड़ा अच्छा हो गया कि माय गॉड यार कई दिनों से रिक्वेस्ट भेज रहा, आज एक्सेप्ट कर लूं। नो, नथिंग लाइक दैट। दे वर फोर्स्ड टू अमेंड सर्टेन पॉलिसीज, और थोड़ा चेंज किया तो आज हम यहाँ हैं। अगर इसको ढंका कर देते तो मेरे ख्याल से आज तो तुषार जी सोफे पे बैठा उसके नीचे नोट होते। मतलब ये प्रोस्पेरिटी कैपिटलिज्म ही देता है। तो हमें लोगों को अच्छा, जैसे कहते हैं ना, जाके पैर ना फटी पिवाई सो का जाने पीर पर आई। तो लोगों को पता ही नहीं है कि मतलब जितने भी ये क्रेविंग्स हो रही है ना, जितने लोगों की भाई कैपिटलिज्म इज इविल, विल स्मैश दिस, 3 दिन सोशलिस्ट यूटोपिया में रखते हो। नहीं नहीं, इंडिया में ही बना के रखो इसी कमरे में, बिना लाइट और बिना एसी के, बिना किसी चीज के छोड़ दो, मगर करीब जो यहाँ सब इक्वल है। मतलब वो भी छोड़ दो, गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल। हाँ, ये बहुत अच्छा भाई ने बोला कि जितने भी ये एडवोकेसी करते हैं ना सोशलिज्म की, ये मिनिमम जो है वो ताज में जाते हैं। इनकी जो लाइफ स्टाइल है, ये कैमिलियाज में रहते होंगे गुड़गांव के। मतलब इनमें किसी का बच्चा भारत में नहीं रहता, पढ़ना छोड़ो, ये बिजनेस क्लास में ही चलते होंगे। बट इनको बाकी सबके लिए क्यों चाहिए? क्योंकि शशि थरूर का एक स्टेटमेंट था, बहुत कंट्रोवर्सी हुई थी उस टाइम पे जब उन्होंने इकोनॉमी क्लास को कैटल क्लास कहा था। अभी आप दिल्ली जाएंगे ना तो एक सेना का भवन है चाणक्यपुरी में, इंडिया गेट से पहले। तो जब वो बिल्डिंग बनी होगी 50 साल पहले तो समाजवाद था। उन्होंने कभी कल्पना ही नहीं की होगी कि भारत देश में इतनी गाड़ियां हो जाएंगी। उन्होंने पार्किंग नहीं बना रखी उसमें। आज भी गाड़ियां जो है उस गवर्नमेंट बिल्डिंग के बाहर खड़ी होती है। क्योंकि पहले तो 6 साल लगते थे ना, अगर आपका कोई जानकार है सरकारी डिपार्टमेंट में तो गाड़ी मिलने का। जो बुलेट गाड़ी है, मोटरसाइकिल है, वो सेकंड हैंड ज्यादा महंगी मिलती थी नई के कंपैरिजन में, क्योंकि एक पूरा कार्टल था जिसका काम ही था कि लाइन में लग के बुलेट खरीदते जाओ खरीदते जाओ। आपको इंस्टेंट चाहिए जी, मार्केट में 1 लाख की है, मैं 2 लाख में दूंगा। तो ये चीजें हैं, और मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करूंगा कुछ चीजों से वाइंड अप करके। जैसे हम एक देखते हैं गैंगस्टर्स, माफिया राज। महाराष्ट्र में जितना ये पूरा माफिया है, मतलब हाजी मस्तान, ये मुदलियार मुदलियार, इवन दाऊद इब्राहिम, छोटा राजन, अरुण गवली, ये सब और सर्व जो है ना, मतलब ये कोई सरकारी बाबू ने कोई एक एक्ट बनाया था। उस एक्ट का नाम मेरे ख्याल से टीनेंट लॉज जो थे इतने। हाँ, मतलब मेरा घर मैंने आपको किराए पे दे दिया, अब मैं खाली नहीं कर सकता। रेंट कंट्रोल 1940s में सीलिंग हो चुका, मतलब जो घर का मैं किराया 1940 मतलब इवन 1880 में दे रहा था, वही मैं 1980 में दे रहा हूं। बंगाल में मैं गया तो मतलब बहुत नहीं, हर जगह मतलब बंगाल के अंदर बहुत डिप्रेसिंग मतलब मुझे लगा शहर। मतलब कोई ऑफेंसिव मैं नहीं बता रहा हूँ, बट इट वाज वेरी ऑफेंस। मतलब ऐसा लगा था बिल्कुल एक डिप्रेशन में चल रहा है पूरा शहर ही, वो बिल्डिंग्स देख के ही। मैंने रीजन पता किया कि बिल्डिंगें इतनी हैवी इतनी सुंदर क्यों दिख रही है। तो पता लगा कि भाई जब किराएदार को दिया था तो दे तो दिया था, पर अब इसमें वन वे स्ट्रीट है। अब अगर कल को आप बोलो कि जी खाली करो, तो आपको कोर्ट में प्रूफ करना पड़ेगा कि आपको उस मकान की उस किराएदार से ज्यादा जरूरत है। तो आप समझ रहे हो, ये कोई मैं आपको फ्यूचर में ऐसा हो जाएगा, ऐसा पास्ट में हुआ तो अभी भी हम लोग रह ही रहे हैं। मतलब चीजें थोड़ी बेटर हुई हैं। मतलब मोदी जी जब आए थे तो उन्होंने बोलता गवर्नमेंट हैज नो बिजनेस इन डूइंग बिजनेस, फिर वो भूल गए। ओला उबर, नहीं मैं तो कह रहा हूँ आप कोऑपरेटिव टैक्स ही ले आओ, बस ओला उबर वालों पे टैक्स ज्यादा मत लगा देना कुछ। क्या? तो मतलब जो मैंने सबसे पहली लाइन बोली थी कि चार्ल्स डार्विन सेड देयर इज इवोल्यूशन ऑफ स्पीसीज अगेन एंड अगेन। हाँ 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 हाँ। ये भाई इनोवेट छुड़वाएगा। भाई इसके ओनर से आपकी दुश्मनी है क्या कुछ? हुआ करता था इसका और वो आप सोचो कोविड में शादियां हो रही थी तो एक वो था ना कि इतने ही गेस्ट बुलाने, 50 गेस्ट की लिमिट थी। तो हमारे लिए तो बड़ा नया था ये। जिनका जन्म 1960 में होता उनके लिए बहुत नॉर्मल था। इस देश में एक एक्ट था, द गेस्ट कंट्रोल ऑर्डर। इसका पर्पस क्या था कि स्कार्सिटी थी, वो सोशलिज्म के कारण थी। तो पार्टी होगी तो 100 लोगों को खाना खिलाओगे तो उसके लिए सामान चाहिए। अब भाई 500 शादियां हो रही है अगर, फिर वो डिस्ग्रंटल समाज जो है, जो लोग परेशान हो जाएंगे, तो क्या पता बोल दे कल को आगे इसको अपोज करने लगे, तो वो अपोजिशन ही ना हो। तो उसके लिए क्या करो, तो शादी में केवल 50 ही गेस्ट अलाउड है, दोनों तरफ से मिला। तो ये कोविड में हमने कोई नया नहीं देखा था, ये 1960s में चला। मैंने आपको महाराष्ट्र का बताया माफिया का। उत्तर प्रदेश में जहां से आता हूं, पूर्वांचल से, जो पूरा माफियाज का राइज है वो केवल और केवल इस कारण है कि इंदिरा गांधी ने कोयले का नेशनलाइजेशन कर दिया। तो ये चीजें हैं बहुत सारी कहने को। हाँ। तो सिंपल जो मैंने आप लोगों से बताया, सबसे पहले तो हमें लिबर्टेरियन पार्टी है जिसके भी थ्रू हम लोग कर रहे हैं, हमको कम से कम ये जो एक डॉसियर बना के ना पूरा मतलब थ्रेड बाय थ्रेड कि जनता को ड्रिल करें, पैसे दे दे के लोगों को बुलाएं कि आओ तुमसे बात करनी है और फिर उनको हम ये बताएं। उसके बाद हम इसको करें। और देर इज नो अल्टरनेटिव टू फ्री मार्केट। अगर हम फ्री मार्केट की तरफ नहीं जाते हैं तो वी आर डूम। और सबसे बड़ी समस्या तो क्या है कि हमको तो अब आदत हो गई है 2 मिनट में ब्लिंकिट वाली। हम इमेजिन नहीं कर सकते कि 2 घंटे लाइट नहीं आई, वाईफाई नहीं चला, तो हम लोग तो क्या पता वो सर्वाइव भी नहीं कर पाए, वो दोबारा दौर आ गया। तो जगह रहिए, जागते रहिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Kaklesh. Thank you, Kaklesh. That was eye-opening, to say the least. And thank you for coming all the way to the Libertarian Summit. Everybody, give it up for Kaklesh. Right. All right. So I see we've got more and more people coming in. So I thought we should kind of like between speakers, I think we should also have some of the audience introduce themselves. How about you? Why don't you kind of start? Yeah, well, come up here. Come up here and like do an introduction of yourself, and let's also see what the audience is about today. Your name and
ओके, जय जिनेंद्र एवरीबॉडी। सो मेरा नाम नमन है। मैं इंजीनियरिंग बेसिकली इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट हूँ। तो मैं ऑब्वियसली मैं फर्स्ट टाइम लिबर्टेरियनिज्म से जब इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ हूँ वो इकोनॉमिक्स के थ्रू हूँ। मैंने जैसे कॉलेज में ही जो कोर्सेज होते थे तो उसके थ्रू डिमांड एंड सप्लाई और इंडिविजुअलिज्म, फ्रीडम, इसके बारे में जाना। तो वही है। मैं जैसे एक्चुअली शुरुआत बचपन से मेरी जो एजुकेशन है वो इंग्लिश मीडियम में हुई। लिबरल जो कहते हैं कि लिबरल वैल्यूज है उनके उनके ऊपर ही हुआ। तो ऐसा लगता था शुरुआत से ही बचपन से कि हाँ कि वो कि रिलीजन अपना रिलीजन ऐसे थोड़ा बैकवर्ड है, या फिर कि वो वैल्यूज जो है मतलब वेस्टर्न वैल्यूज ही सही है। तो बट फिर वो वही है कि थोड़ा थोड़ा अपने आप मैंने खुद से पढ़ा, वो हिस्ट्री भी थोड़ी हिस्टोरिकल जैसे हिस्टोरिकल हिस्ट्री पढ़ी। और क्या कहते हैं, जैसे एक एक उदाहरण के तौर पे, एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे मैंने देखा वो, मैं इतना ध्यान नहीं देता था। मैं जैसे जैन हूँ वैसे तो पर एक जैनिज्म में मैंने देखा कि एक प्रथा होती है, फिर मतलब क्या करते हैं कि ये वैसे काफी सारे अपने इंडिया के रिलीजन में है कि वो अपना सारा कुछ छोड़ के, सारा घर घर छोड़ के, इवन माँ बाप छोड़ के, शादी छोड़ के वो अकेले चले जाते हैं, फिर तपस्या करते हैं। तो उसके बारे में मैं जब ये सब इकोनॉमिक्स और इन सब के बारे में उस एंगल से देखा, वेस्टर्न लेंस के थ्रू ही यही चीज को देखा, तो मैंने मतलब खुद से सोचा, तो रियलाइज किया कि वो इसलिए मतलब ये इसीलिए था कि वो बेसिकली होता है कि कोई और तुम्हें चेंज नहीं कर सकते, तुम अपने आप से ही चेंज कर सकते हो। और फिर मेरे को ऐसा रियलाइज हुआ कि इससे बड़ा मतलब इंडिविजुअलिज्म का कोई एग्जाम्पल नहीं है। मतलब अ, वो जो हम जैसे महावीर स्वामी अपने जैनिज्म में होता है, या फिर कोई इवन भगवान राम है, तो वो इंडिविजुअलिज्म को ही तो प्रमोट करते थे वो अपने रिलीजन से। तो ये वही है लेफ्टिज्म, लेफ्टिस्ट जो लोग होते हैं बेसिकली। फिर मैंने थोड़ा पॉलिटिकल साइंस में भी वो पढ़ा, जैसे कैसे वो पूरा जैसे जो इसका बेसिकली जो ग्लोबल कह सकते हैं, जो डीप स्टेट सॉर्ट ऑफ इंटेलेक्चुअल्स जो थे, जैसे वो हमेशा ऑब्जेक्टिविटी को हमेशा वो रिजेक्ट कर देते हैं। और क्या कहते हैं, शुरुआत में वो कार्ल मार्क्स था। सॉरी, तो एक्चुअली मैं आ रहा था, सॉरी मैं ज्यादा टाइम नहीं दूंगा। बट तो फिर इसी सब से मैंने फिर बेसिकली तो ये भी देखा कि पॉलिटिकली भी वो लेंस जिसके थ्रू हम देखते हैं वो भी फ्रैक्चर्ड है, तो उसके थ्रू मतलब इकोनॉमिक्स एज वेल एज पॉलिटिकल सोशल साइड, तो दोनों साइड में मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि वो फ्रीडम को दबाया जा रहा है, तो इसके थ्रू मैं कनेक्ट हुआ। मैंने वैसे फर्स्ट टाइम मतलब मैं पार्टी के साथ तो एक्स के थ्रू हुआ जुड़ा, बट उससे पहले हाँ मैं मतलब इकोनॉमिक्स और सोशल साइड जैसे खुद से पढ़ता था, तो उसके थ्रू जाना जी।
Give it up for Naman. See, even the audience is very enthusiastic. So next time limits. Thank you, Naman, for hey, who wants to win some T-shirts? Like this T-shirt, like the event T-shirt. Well, you got to do something. So, no, what was that? I missed it. Oh. That is true. All right. So continuing with the thing that I said earlier, that I'm going to make you guys do stupid things. Let's do one stupid thing at least. All right. So we're going to play a game called, I mean, I'm not going to give away the ending of the game. Otherwise, that'll be the point of the game. But okay, simple thing. Why don't everybody stand up? All right. Simple thing. Just relax and do this. Like you have to sort of this on your muscles and all that little bit. There's a little strenuous activity coming your way. So the first thing, okay, lift one body part up. Not good. Okay, I was afraid for a minute. What? Okay, everybody's lifted one body part up. Okay, whoever lifted your hands can sit down. That was easy. Well, there you go. I didn't expect the game to end so soon. Well, there you go, Ajay. You won yourself a T-shirt for being for being the only one who thought outside the box. I mean, I was expecting somebody to lift their leg or something, but you all choose. But Tushar, can you just get a T-shirt and sort of Ajay, come over here. Just receive your the limited edition. We are not going to do any more prints of this T-shirt. So. So there you go. There you go. One round. I was expecting it to go for at least 3 rounds, like next was, if you're bald, you have to sit down and all of that was coming, but everybody is here. Which is good. Okay. All right. So let's move on to our next session. Next session is, if you have a startup and you listen to this next session, you're probably going to be a multi-billionaire. Right? So that is the promise of this next session, and it is by CA Bharat Poplani. Some of you may have heard of him. He's the founder partner of BJP and Associates. Okay. I'm a little confused whether it is the actual BJP or is it like BJP, which I'm sure he'll cut for. So at the end of the day, so he's been a qualified chartered accountant for a lot of years, and he's going to talk to us on how we can navigate taxation and funding. Taxation is something that has to be navigated, people. that is how you go through taxation and funding and all of that. And he's got a lot of skills, basically virtual CFO services. He does a lot of business mentorship as well. And it's exciting times because we just had a speech on capitalism, and now we're going to have a speech on how startups can do funding. So please put your hands together for CA Bharat Poplani.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. How are you doing, all of you? Okay. Enthusiasm shows so. Well, we chartered accountants are not, you know, very fond of talking and very fond of, we are basically very technical person and we want to remain in that space. But having said so, uh, I have been into that space for a very long, long time. I was doing a routine CA practice, but you can say that uh, had I was very fond of law, so I did my law from Punjab University, evening session, post qualifying my CA, and my family was not supporting enough because they wanted me. Uh, Now you have qualified CA after so many years of your study, so it's better now go and do your job and don't do anything extra. So so in that sense, I was the first one in my family who was liberal enough so to take my own path. And I said, no, I won't be able to do the job. So in that sense, I started my own practice. And along with that, I did my law. And when a little bit of when you are doing good in your family, so the next thing family has in their mind is, chalo biski shadi kar do, right? So we all, as Indians, we are facing this thing. But abhi, now the next gen is not so fond of, you can say, abiding to the these points of their family. But yes, I was not into that space, so I requested them, just give me one more year and my law will be finished, and post that I'll take one more year to settle my practice into that space, and then we'll do. Then I'm ready for the marriage. But they did not listen to me, and again, you know, uh, I got married, and then. Uh, Basically, I'm giving this intro because you should know who your speaker is and then what I faced and now what I am doing. So then only you will be able to catch up with what I'm trying to say. It is a technical session, but apart from the technical session, what I have been mentoring to the uh, promoters, to the founders of the startups is very important. Now, so again, I was married and then I did I completed my law. So the very first year of my marriage was very troublesome because I was very much into my studies and I was newly married. But still, so this is also a challenge which I navigated successfully, and then I set up my practice. Now, what happened that I was doing a traditional CA practice, and I was not liking it very much because I always have something in my mind that I have, because something should be there which should challenge me. There should be something. Like at present, what I am doing, I provide virtual CFO services and mentorship to the businesses apart from handling their taxations. Taxations, I provide them the innovative ideas, right? There is one service called ETR, effective tax rate. Effective tax rate means that, well, there is a slab, you all know about it. There is no tax up to 3 lakh rupees, then there is a slab 3 to 7 lakh rupees, then 7 to 10 lakh rupees, right? But apart from it, this slab tells you the absolute tax rates, correct? But if you plan it wisely, so then these tax rates also differ and these can be substantially reduced for the benefit of the uh, businesses and for the benefit of the individuals also, right? Now, from a very long, long time, all these big business houses have been doing so. Because earlier, what happened? now also to some extent it is happening, that the taxation system, the tax laws or the laws have all business laws are basically formulated as per the requirements of the business houses. Correct? Big business houses. Like there have been some major amendments in tax laws which were only done to favor some big business houses. Correct? So because they are the major contributor of the our economy also, right? So this is the kind of support which government have always provided to the businessmen. But now the scenario is changing. What is happening now? As we are talking about the uh, liberalization, right? So, but at the very same time, you all can see what is happening at the global level. We are at the brink of the third world war, correct? If I'm not wrong, you must all know about this thing that the EU, European Union, has already advised the citizens of its 28 states that it's very important that you all should be prepared for the third world war, and it is because of these tariff wars which are going on, correct? So it is not it is we are not moving towards the free market uh, uh, economies. We are basically moving towards the tariff based economies. Now what is happening, that if something is favorable for a country, then only it is going to do something for the another country. Earlier it was, before, I would say Trump 2.0, before Trump 2.0, these things have started, but not at such level. But now these things have started. So coming back to my point, that European Union has already advised its citizens that you all should be prepared for the third world war anytime it may happen, and you all should keep the supplies, essential supplies, for at least 3 days, because this is the average time period which is taken up by the existing government of the nations to normalize the situation. Within that period of time, they can provide the supplies which would be needed by their citizens. Now here, uh, coming back to the point of the amendments in the taxation laws which were being done for the benefit of few business houses, now things are slightly changing. Now, how these things have changed? Through the entrepreneurship. Now, lot of startups, lot of founders have proved themselves, and now it is not possible for only for the selected business houses or only for the government to provide the jobs or provide for the economy. It is not possible only for those houses. And now to compete at the global level, it has become very important to to give such kind of space, to give such kind of laws, to give such kind of liberty to the business houses, to the new startups, to the new founders, so that they could thrive. Correct? Now, having said so, at present, we as an Indians have always evolved. Now, as we were talking about the evolution of the species, we have always evolved when there has been a problem. We have always successfully navigated through the problems and have presented the unique ideas to the world, that this is how the things are being done. Now, I could quote many examples, but the one example is that when we landed on the moon, so our cost was equivalent to the cost of an auto rickshaw. If by kilometers, this auto rickshaw would have gone to the moon, uh, uh, just citing the kilometers, that or if an auto rickshaw would have moved to the moon, if it would have been possible. So that was the basically cost which was incurred by the uh, ISRO. Correct. So this this is basically this is what Indians have given uh, to the world. Now, this government or whatever government, I would say that now it has become a necessity for the government to provide that kind of support to the entrepreneurs, a liberal taxation structure, and a support to the startups so that they could do the businesses. As the previous speaker has rightly said, that if I'm going to start any business, so at present, I have to take 28 departmental permissions to start my own business. Now, this kind of situation is very pitiful for a businessman. Now, a lot of startups, a lot of young entrepreneurs come to me and they always share their ideas with me. Now, in lot of ideas, what I could see is the problem with the departments only. Their idea is not wrong. There is no problem with that idea, but the problem is with the department. I have like a very common thing I would tell you that when a person wants to start his business or her business, they don't want to take any commercial space. They want to do that from their own house. They say that, sir, I have a 2 BHK, 3 BHK. I want to do business from this one, one my room only. I'll do the business, and I want a GST number. Now, the very first problem he faces is that GST department, when you apply for the GST registration, GST department will put up an objection that this is a residential space and you cannot do a commercial activity. Correct? Now, if a genuine businessman wants to do a business from his residential premise, there should not be a problem. And why the hell he would incur any additional cost and rent out any commercial space and then he will take a GST registration, and GST registration at present is being allotted in 30 working days. Now, for 1 month, he is going to incur the additional rent, and after that rent also, it is not confirmed that whether the GST registration will be allotted to him or not. Correct? Now, the last GST registration objection notice, which I have seen, a lot of stupid notices I have already seen, but the last one was, was a masterpiece. In the last objection, which was raised by the department, was that please tell what this person was doing for the last 3 years. Please present his income tax returns for the last 3 years. Number one. Number two, what is the source of the capital which he has invested in his business? And number three, please send us the what you say, the photographs of his residential as well as the commercial space, and they tell you the angles also, that you have to take the photograph from the left, from the right, from the center, from the top, from the bottom. They'll tell you everything, that you have to take such kind of pictures, and location should be on while you click the picture. Now, as a CA, when I saw this now on Twitter also, and I in the morning only I see that in a lot of my CA groups, that particular notices, now it has become a very common that that kind of notices are being sent to a lot of GST registration aspirants. So now I replied that, sir, for the incurrence of the capital, the source, yes, I had to give that ITR copies, and there was no substantial income. And the second thing which I replied was this, that he's going to start the business only when the GST certificate will be given to him. After that, he'll be able to invest anything in his business, because if he's going to purchase a machinery, so on that machinery, there is a GST. He won't be able to take the credit of that GST. Second thing, if any input he is going to purchase, there is a GST on that input. He's not able to take the credit of that business, of that input supplies. If he is going to take any kind of service for his business, he won't be able to take the credit of that GST, which will be levied on that service. And these are very common things. These are very, it is, as you say, that if that officer would have applied a common sense, he would have known that why such kind of objections you are raising. It is very, you just have to see the location, you can see the, what you can say, geotag pics, and you should give the GST certificate so that a person could start his business. Correct? Are you all satisfied with this thing that the first thing, which is the GST certificate, should be given within no time, within 2 to 3 days of the application of the GST? Correct? Within 2 hours. 2 घंटे भी ज्यादा होते हैं, मतलब आप अप्लाई करो और आपको मिल जाना चाहिए, थोड़ा तो उनको चेक करना है, बिकॉज जीएसटी का फ्रॉड भी बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है. आई एम नॉट कमिंग ऑन दैट पॉइंट, बट जीएसटी का फ्रॉड ज्यादा हो रहा है, उसकी वजह से ये सब स्टार्ट हुआ. बट नहीं, फिर व्हाट हैपेंड, दिस इंस्पेक्टर राज स्टार्टेड, एंड एक बार उनको वहां पे जाओ, 5,000 रुपए 3,000 रुपए दो, देन यू कैन गेट द जीएसटी सर्टिफिकेट, एंड इट इज वेरी प्रिवलेंट. नाउ coming to my topic today, I want to cover only 5 key areas in this my talk. The first one is related to the entity structure which any startup or the promoter should choose while starting his or her business. Correct? Now, what happens that lot of startup aspirants or a lot of entrepreneurs don't know about the entity structure. What they do, that I want to start any business, I have a PAN number. They simply, on that PAN only, they apply the GST number and start doing their business. Number one, it is called a proprietorship firm. When a single person wants to do the business, he or she can do that business on his own PAN. Correct? Number two, suppose me and my friend wants to start the business. Now, on whose PAN is it going to be? So what we do, we form a partnership firm or an LLP, and we get allotted a PAN on that partnership firm and LLP, and we go and start the business. Correct? These two entity structures are not very friendly when you are going to raise the capital from angel investor or from VCs or from any institutional investor. Correct? What is the challenge? Why you can't have a proprietorship firm? Why you can't have a partnership or LLP? Because there is no share capital. There are no shares. If anyone wants to fund you, the least they want in return is the capital, a part of the capital. Correct? And that is not scalable also. You cannot scale the share capital. So it is always advisable, if you want to start a business and you want to raise a capital, so have a private limited company, which is limited by the shares. Correct? It is governed by the ROC, Registrar of Companies. There is there is little bit of compliance which you have to do with the Registrar of Companies. But if you are going to raise a capital, mark my words, that it is going to be very, uh, uh, easy for you to raise a capital through these channels. Correct? Because dilution of the capital and giving the shares to your investor is very easy. Now, second thing, why you should have this kind of entity structure is the point number 2 also. In income tax, now I am going to tell you about the exemptions and the taxation of the business, of the startups only. Basically, I'm focusing on the startups. Now, all of you must have heard of DPIIT. Correct? What is it? Can anyone tell me? Department of Promotion for industry and internal trade. Now, what is this? If you have an idea, right? We all know that as an startup, first thing which is with the promoter is the idea, correct? If you have an idea which is unique, you have to get that idea registered with the DPIIT. Okay. And that idea can only be registered in the form of an entity. The entity which will be registered under DPIIT will be a private limited company. Correct? Now, second thing, when you come to the income tax laws, there is a section 80 IAC. Okay? You all know I think most of you must be filing your income tax returns, correct? Who is filing income tax return? Please raise your hands. Okay, right. So 50% of the participants who have shared that they are filing the returns. So there must be others also who must be filing. So if you will tell me, I won't be able to see the income of your ITFs, correct? So now you all must be claiming some deductions in the ITF. So those deductions are claimed under section 80, correct? So that is called as chapter 6A deductions. So this section 80 IAC is basically for the startups, for a company. Now what happened? That when you start a business, so it is, you must be very lucky if you are making profits in the very first year. We all are seeing Zomato, we all are seeing Swiggy, Ola, and lot of, scaled businesses which are not yet profitable. Zomato, I believe that has become profitable in the last quarter only. And all other are still in losses. Now, what this section helps you in, this section says that out of the 10 years from the inception of your business, any 3 consecutive years, you choose which years you want to choose. 3 consecutive years of your business, 100% of the profits will be tax-free. You see, if you think that this is the very first year of my business, I'm making the profits, I would advise you don't take the deduction. Just wait, let it scale. So in the first 10 years, you have to select which years I have to take for 80 IAC deduction. But if you have started taking in the first year, so obviously for the next 2 years, automatically you will have to take that deduction because those are consecutive 3 years. You have to take the deduction for the consecutive 3 years. So what I advise my client, just wait and see in which year you are going to maximize your profits. And lot of entrepreneurs already have their vision, already have their, their MISs with them, and they all know that it would be 3rd year, 4th year, or the 5th year of their business. After raising this much of the capital, they'll be able to break even and they'll be able to making the profits. They'll be able to maximize their profits. Okay. So this is how we help them. Now, another section is section 56, subsection 2, clause 7. Now, what is this section? Now, this section says, basically, section 56 is related to the income from the other sources. There are 5 heads of the income. First one is the salary. Second is rental. Third is business. Fourth is capital gain. Capital gain means when you sell any of your property, you incur the capital gains if it is in profit, correct? And the fifth is whatever has been left from these 4 sources is going to be taxed in 5th source, correct? So that is income from other sources. Whatever source will it be? Will it be your lottery income? If you have won any puzzle, if you have won any prize and you gambled and you won something, so all this will be taxed in under income from other sources. Now, what this section says? This section says that when you are diluting your capital, what happened? That suppose the face value of your share is rupees 10. Okay? Face value of your share, company share is rupees 10. And we have taken certain value of the company or based on, now there are two methods for calculating the value of the company. Basically, under this section, under 80 IAC and under section 56, they allow two methods. One is discounted cash flow method, and the second is net asset value method. Okay? Discounted cash flow method is basically the cash flows which are being generated into the business. They discount that with a factor, with an equity factor we take. Now there are certain different criterias for taking that factor into account. So they discount that cash flow, and through discounting that cash flow, we come to a certain value of a company. Okay. And that value comes to rupees 100 per share. Okay. 10 times of the face value of the share. Now, as per uh, the accounting system, this 90 rupees means the difference between the value of a share, uh, the value of a share which is rupees 100 and the face value of a share which is rupees 10. Now this 90 rupees is the premium, correct? This 90 rupees is the premium at which you are issuing the shares. And now angel investor or VC fund which is coming into your business and funding you, what they are going to do, they will buy that shares at 100 rupees and they'll give you the 100 rupees. 10 rupees will be for the share capital and 90 rupees for the premium, which they'll be giving. Now, for a company, this 90 rupees premium is not a business income, correct? Is this a business income? No. So obviously the rest of the three heads are also not applicable. Salary, rental income, and not the capital gains. So which head is left? Income from other sources. Now this premium income was supposed to be taxed here. Correct? So they exempted this as well. They gave the angel tax exemption. So that exemption is on this point only. If you are raising fund, so that premium amount which you are going to raise from the investor, that will be exempt. That will not be taxed. Correct? So again, the criteria, certain criteria are there. You must have a private limited company. Number two, that must be DPIIT registered company. Correct? And the methods through which you are evaluating your company must be only two, that discounted cash flow method and the net asset value method. And some other points which are, these are the major criteria. Correct? So while deciding the entity structure, please take care of these points. So you will be able to maximize the exemption, as well as the investor who is going to fund your business will also be comfortable because he'll be getting the shares. And second thing, if you are going to be taxed, so his money is being taxed. So he'll also not be very happy. Now, the third point which I would like to take is fundraising. Correct? So fundraising, you all are know that what are the types of fundraising? Any entrepreneur here who would like to tell me? Two, please. Correct. So what do you, how do you name this level? Friends and family, correct? So that is, we can say bootstrapping. Okay. Now, this is the bootstrapping. Now, second. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Private equity funds and the venture capitalists. Correct. Crowdfunding. Correct. Okay. Grants from the government. Subsidies we are saying. Subsidies we are saying. Correct. So, but even for taking a grant or a subsidy from the government, you have to do certain investment, and that subsidy will be given in the form of a refund. Upfront funding from the government can only happen through the exemptions in GST, and number two, through the loans. You can go and take the loan from the government, and that loan is given you collateral free loan. Now, that is my fourth point. Fundraising was, we have discussed the different levels of the fundraising. Number one was bootstrapping. You are just putting your own money, your friends and family money is also your own money, correct? So, because ultimately you are going to pay back to them. Second is when you are basically introducing any angel investor into your business. Now, angel investor comes with the funds as well as the connections. He has that connections also in the industry. So you are looking after an angel investor who has connections in your particular industry. So you would be happy to take funds from that investor only, who can help you in growing the business rather than only giving you the money. Now, third is these venture capitalists, private equity firms. These all come and they take substantial part of your capital. Correct? Now, the fourth point is various government initiatives. Now, various government initiatives are in the form of the subsidies, are in the form of the loans, which the government is providing you, which is collateral free. Now, collateral free, for providing these collateral free loans, now just understand, obviously it is going to be a little bit technical, but I would try to tell you in a very simple language. If you are going to a bank and you are asking to fund that bank to you, correct? So you all know that the banks have our money only, correct? Banks have money from which is obviously of the public only, right? Which is kept in the savings account, which is kept in the current account, which is kept in the FDs. So it is our money only. So why the bank is going to fund you and that without taking any security? Because there is a guarantee from the central government. Okay, so that is called as CGTSME. Central government has taken the guarantee of your loan, that if you will fail to repay that loan, that government is going to pay back to the bank. So that ways the bank will become interested in giving you collateral free loans. Correct? So it's basically the finalization period, the March 31st March. No, basically the financial this year ends and we have to do a lot of tax planning. So when Tushar approached me and he told me, sir, 29th is going to be the date and you have to be the speaker on this topic. So I met Tushar a few months back only, and I found him very promising and very enthusiastic. And he's starting. He has already started this political party. I would say the party, not political. So I found him very enterprising. So I could not say him no. So I said, okay, we'll manage something. So I'll come and I'll try to give my time. And I stay at Chandigarh, so obviously I have to come to Gurgaon and uh, uh, Gurgaon for this talk. So whatever calls I'm getting and whatever work I was doing, it's because of the closing. So now I was at that point that government, central government has taken the security guarantee of the loan which is being given to you. Now, the next time if a bank says no to you, you can obviously politely tell them, sir, please do it under the CGTSME scheme. It's collateral free, and for that they are going to charge you 1% more, which is again is going to be a very cheap source of funding. It is going to be a 1% per month if you are going to start your business. Now, this collateral free loan, how much is the amount you can get this collateral free loan? In the recent budget, this limit was up to 5 crores only. In the recent budget, which is applicable from 1st April, they have raised that limit to 10 crores. Now, up to 10 crores, you can get a collateral-free loan from the bank. So, these are the schemes, Stand Up India scheme and Mudra loans and this CGTSME, and there are few other schemes also. I'll mail my these notes also to Tar so that it can be forwarded to all of you, so you can see the names of the scheme, and obviously you will get the help next time you are going to approach the bank. And has uh, the government introduced some PLI schemes also. PLI means production linked incentive schemes. So these PLI schemes have a budget which is disclosed in the union budget, which happens at the first of Feb. So at the union budget, government tells you, for example, I'm going to tell you that for electronic sector, they have a budget of 4,000 crores something. So for this, because this, all you know that there has been a chip war all over world which is going on. So and that for that AI also they have made a budget of 10,000 crores, right? So all these budgets, these are the initiatives which are being taken by the government, and they have made a portal, a specific portal. You have to check as per your industry which portal is there. So at that specific portal, you have to put up your profile of the company. You have to put up the profile, the work which you are doing, and from that profile, they are going to select it, and then again they will forward it to the bank, and then you can go approach the bank, and then you can get the loan under that scheme from the bank. Correct. Now these were the 4 points which I told you. Now the last point which I wanted to take up is the C-suite roles of the company, any business. C-suite roles means the, can anyone tell me what is the meaning of C-suite roles? Yeah, CIO, Chief Information Officer, CEO, correct, CTO, and you all know about it. Now, what happens if you are going to bring any of such person, right? Uh, and he must be obviously well qualified, because otherwise uh, he will be equivalent to your knowledge, not even at your knowledge, because you are a founder, so you will keep on doing research, you will keep on doing something, you will keep on searching about your business, so you have more knowledge. But you want to have a similar kind of person so that you can focus purely on expanding your business or doing research of your business, whatever acumen you have in your business or whatever role you are playing in your business. So obviously you hire these C-suite people, correct? Recent uh, recent data shows that all such C-suite people which are being hired from the top management schools, top B schools, are being hired by the startups only. Correct? Now they obviously they take the money from the investors and they are hiring such people. Why? Because they want to hire that kind of people who can give them the direction, who can tell them about the latest happenings, global happenings, who are expertise in their field, who can help you in those areas of your business which is helping you to scale at any level. Now, but having said so, at the same time, the challenge which you are going to face is, if you are not well funded business, the challenge you are going to face is the money, how you are going to pay them. And obviously, lot of startups don't have that kind of money, because they are mostly bootstrapped, or some angel investor must have put their money, but they are not very fond of paying the salaries either to the founders or either to their employees. Correct? Angel, I'm telling you about the angel level investment. Now, so what you can do? You equity, yes, definitely. But what happened here, that equity which you are telling is ESOPs basically, correct? ESOPs way. In lot of startups, these people are not interested in taking ESOPs, because they know that if your business is not going to be successful, so there is no value of that ESOP, correct? So What I'm trying to tell you that you can opt for these services virtually. This is a concept which is known as virtual C-suite services. There are many professional firms which are providing such kind of services, virtual CFO services, virtual CTO services, right? So these basically, if you are an app, so obviously you will require a CTO, but that depends that you either require a full-time CTO or you can obviously get the help through a virtual CTO. So I'm having that finance background, so we provide virtual CFO and the mentorship services to our clients. So what happens that at the same time, now this since these businesses are growing, so they don't require my full-time attention because founder is well informed, he knows about his business, but at certain levels, yes, definitely while making a pitch deck which is going to be presented to the investor, number one. Number two, while talking to the banks. Number three, if he has received any notice from any of the departments, so how to tackle that notice. Number four, if he has to take any strategic decision, cost benefit analysis he has to do, and what kind of MISs he should prepare, how to manage his books. So he need certain person from the finance background. Now, appointing a full-time CFO who could represent his finance division will become very costly for him. So we, as a chartered accountants, provide virtual CFO services. Now, these virtual CFO services is what is the benefit? They don't require my full time. They require only a portion of my time. Correct? I'll give a portion of their time. They will mail me their queries. We have quarterly or monthly or in 15 days, depending upon the level at which they are operating. We do our VCs, and sometimes if I have to go and visit them, we visit. We have a quarterly meet also, physical meet also, where we can discuss about these things. So if you are going to hire these C-suite services virtually, you are drastically reducing your cost. Correct? And you can say cost is the blood of the business, right? So you will save your cost, and then at the very same time you are getting the same level of expertise which any big startup or the big businesses are getting. First, you are not operating at that level, so you don't require a full-time attention of a CFO, CTO, or CIO or CEO. So you can appoint them virtually, and at the very same time, you are going to get the same kind of expertise for the limited problems which you are facing at the inception or at the initial level of your business. Correct? So basically, these were the 5 key areas which I wanted to talk on. And is there any query from any one of you so you can ask? If there, yeah, please. Okay. Okay. So your business is based on the purchase of this fuel, basically. Acha, you are acha regarding taxes. Matlab basically, okay. Well, as you all know, that alcoholic liquor for the human consumption and the petroleum, diesel, all these have not been brought under the GST. These are still under the VAT. Now, VAT is being levied by the state. So there are state taxes on it. Correct? So state is not happy in giving this kind of revenue to they are not happy in sharing this kind of revenue with the central government. As you all know, in GST, there are two governments. One is central government and one is the state government. They are sharing the revenues, correct? But in petrol and the liquor, they are not happy because their major revenue, I'm not talking about the dry estates for liquor, but the major revenue of the state and the cash revenue of the state gets generated from this kind of goods only. So there is a VAT. Number two, there is a state excise duty. That is an excise duty. And if it is imported, definitely, mostly it is imported. So import duty also is being levied on the petroleum. And there are few charges also, few cesses also, which they impose. So that is how this cost uh, gets such level. Any other query from anyone? So I believe this was it. Thank you. Thank you very much for patiently hearing.
थैंक यू मास्टर, थैंक यू फॉर टेकिंग द सेशन। तो इस सेशन कराने का पॉइंट ये था कि हाँ ठीक है, हमारे स्टेट के साथ प्रॉब्लम्स है, मगर उसको फाइट करने के लिए रिसोर्सेज भी तो चाहिए। तो अब सैलरी में तो आप रिसोर्सेज जनरेट कर नहीं सकते। सो you have to play, जैसे saying है कि you have to play the cards you're dealt with। तो पॉइंट ये है कि भी जो भी गवर्नमेंट सर्विसेज या जो भी स्कीम्स वगैरह निकाल रही है, उसका हम एडवांटेज किस तरीके से ले सकते हैं अपने बेनिफिट के लिए। तो इस सेशन को कराने का पॉइंट ये था कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू नीड टू बी फाइनेंशियली इंडिपेंडेंट ऑन योर ओन टू टेक ऑन बिगर प्रॉब्लम्स। ऐसे नहीं है कि तो हाँ ठीक है कम्युनिटी है, मगर स्टिल यू नीड टू बी सेल्फ रिलायंट। लिबर्टेरियन पॉइंट ये है कि योर लिबर्टी इज योर फर्स्ट, देन यू स्टार्ट वर्किंग फॉर अदर्स। तो इस वजह से ये काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है था। हाँ थोड़ा टेक्निकल था, आप अगर इसको दोबारा सुनो तो आपको तो इनसाइट्स अच्छे मिलेंगे आपको। तो ये सेशन कराना इसलिए मैंने इसको रोस्टर में इंक्लूड किया था, क्योंकि it is essential that you can ensure your liberty to secure the liberty of others, or financial liberty is the first aspect है, और entrepreneurship is the way। और next session अजय सर लेंगे तो he'll clarify more how he is how he is ensuring financial security, how he is fighting the state and what is experiences have you, sir?
Tushar. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, I was just preparing on saying just gentlemen, but I think we have a few ladies here today. As you know, the libertarian movement is very skewed towards men. Yeah, so I mean, it's been a couple of nice sessions. Good to hear about taxes. I mean, one thing that all libertarians say it. I mean, we believe that taxation is theft morally. So let's start off with that. So I mean, if all the libertarians please say taxation is theft. Louder, come on, we are libertarians. We are not. Oh, great, I'm done. Like, basically, just came here from Hyderabad to hear taxation is theft from him. So, it realized hearing about GST because the tax laws are an absolute mess. It is today, if you're trying to do business, there are like so many rules and regulations. We are literally being stifled. Free markets are more are about individual liberty and prosperity. I mean, historically, like India has been a very rich country. I mean, we were pretty rich. At one point of time, we were doing like 25-30% of the world's GDP. Yeah, multiple times across history. In fact, like I just checked into my hotel yesterday and they had a pretty nice library. So I was just going through one book and it was on some ancient jewelry from India. The lot of it is mostly found out of India. So I was just looking at the pages and I saw some really beautiful jewelry with a lot of precious gems and all. And this was it's currently now in Russia. So the story of that was when Nadir Shah just came to India and he conquered, or rather he just came and looted a lot of wealth. Yeah, so he found so much gold that it took them like a couple of weeks just to load it up. Just a couple of weeks to just load all of it on like a huge amount of elephants. And then they were like ferrying it back to Iran or wherever. And along the way, because of the amount of load, the animals couldn't walk. So they were just like literally throwing stuff into the rivers wherever, or some random people were taking. So that was the amount of wealth that the country had. And the interesting thing about it is India has never been really much of a gold producer. So how did we get all this incredible amount of gold and this? Most of it was generated from trade. So Indian goods, spices, a lot of handicrafts, everything was going across the world. Like we were trading with the Roman Empire, the Greeks, we had ports. I remember reading, I mean, I don't remember who, but one Roman was saying that, all of our gold is going to end up in India because they were buying so much goods, the Roman Empire, and we were just accumulating it within the country, and obviously a lot of that got later on looted. But it is how we generated that wealth, and a lot of that came from free trade. Uh, Now, what is the problem? Why are we not that prosperous anymore? The engine of growth's been pretty much stifled by the amount of regulations that we have. Uh, in fact, a lot of things that I wanted to cover, Kaushalesh has already spoken about. So I'll just briefly talk about maybe my experiences in the sector in dealing with the government. Uh, so currently, I'm in the restaurant industry. So I run restaurants, like a bar. So it's a fun industry. Not so fun when you have to interface with the government. That's the not fun part. But otherwise, it's actually quite nice. Before this, I was actually in the tech business. So I had my own software company, and then I ran it for quite a while. And this was quite some time ago. And the best thing about that was there wasn't much of a licensing thing, right? It's not an industry. So basically took an apartment, set it up, don't have to worry about licenses, all the clients are out of the country. So under the radar, right? Don't have to deal with any government, any department. It was, I think, probably one of the best phases of my life. Right? Because I didn't have anything to do with the government. Totally ran it like off the. Oh, are we live streaming this? Okay, anyway, yeah, it's a statute of limitations. So yeah, fuck it. Yeah, so yeah, no taxes, nothing. That was a really good phase of my life. Then, I just, started the restaurant industry, and the number of licenses that you have to do is sometimes just crazy. I mean, the regulations change sometimes between state to state. Uh, and most of the time, you do get away with bribes. So I think one of the very important things that libertarians we need to accept is like bribery is actually good. That is the only way. That is the only way you can do business in this country. And bribery in the sense that you're not paying money and saying, what, just stifle all the other guys, cut them down. Like what we're not doing, what like Adani or Ambani is doing, but basically just saying, don't harass me, let me do my business. It's the whole libertarian philosophy is basically built around property rights and voluntary transactions. So, two people doing business together, and the government just most of the time comes and interferes. It's not about taxes. I mean, taxes in India are a problem, but they are not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the regulatory state. As Bharat was also saying about like how much time it takes to register a company, get taxes done. It it is actually, I mean, off late, even registering a GST has become quite problematic because they also check like how many places are registered there. Even if you're doing something online, they'll come and insist on you having a board there. Uh, I'm in the restaurant industry, so previously the restaurants we used to have the VAT before, like during the VAT regime, we had the VAT, and then the Congress government, I think about 2012 or so, started this service tax. I mean, service tax was there, but they started imposing it on the restaurant. So initially, when they started, they would say that if you're an air-conditioned restaurant, then a service tax would be applied on you because till then your food was considered like within the state domain. But then central government said, oh, if you have an air conditioning, then it is a service. So we get our cut as well. And they started the service tax. And then when the new government started the GST, initially it was under the 18% GST slab. But we would get input credit. Then later on, the government just changed that and said, you know what? It's a 5% flat thing and there's no input credit. So now whenever we buy things, like normally I'm pretty sure most of you guys know how the input credit works. So for example, when you go and buy a product, say there's like 18% or 28%, whatever GST that you pay on it, you can offset it from your purchases. So if when you're selling it, when you sell a product, say the product is worth 100 rupees, and then you have to charge a certain amount of tax on it, you can offset it for the amount of tax that you already paid in the purchases. So today now in the restaurant sector, you don't have that anymore. You just pay a 5%. I mean, you charge 5% from the customer, and then whatever other taxes that you pay, uh, when you're purchasing material, it's just gone. So there are advantages and disadvantages of this. Initially, I was like very against this whole move. Like it is problematic because you pay a lot of money. So nowadays, like that you hardly can pay rent in black. Like most places, especially for the commercial landlord, they're going to insist everything is on the books. And today, all the payments are also digital. So it's not like once upon a time that you have cash and you can just side off. So everything is recorded. So there isn't much that you can do with it. And so when you buy the materials, there's a lot of money that you spend. When you pay the rent, 18% GST. Like when in cities like Gurgaon or Delhi or any of the cities, the rents will be in lakhs, and then you pay like 40, 50, 60,000 of GST, and you don't get input credit on that. But the only advantage of that is you don't get harassed with your GST audit, because the way the GST Act is, you are responsible for your vendor who's from whom you bought the product. He also has to file his returns and everything properly. Otherwise, you will claim the input credit, and then later the government will come and say that guy didn't pay, so you pay him. So you will have to pay twice. So yeah, these sort of regulations are a problem. Then you have the FSSAI Act that the government brought in, which has got like an insane amount of rules. For the large part, it's actually not enforced. So one of the things in India is most of the times the rules are not enforced. Because one, the officers are lazy, two, they just like take some money and let you go. So that is fine if the situation is that. You just factor that into the cost of business. It will drag you down, but at least it will not drag you down as much as the regulatory status. Because if you actually look at the number of rules, incredibly, like they'll have like a huge list of it. They'll even tell you like you cannot have artificial colors. The artificial colors you can use in Indian sweets. Okay, that's an exception again. I don't know what the logic is, but no, I don't know. Maybe they're too worried about the sort of pushback that they get from the sweet industry, which is quite big. But let's say, for example, use the same color in something else and a different thing, maybe some other leather which is not classified as an Indian sweet, then they'll have a problem with that. Again, if it's a bread, you have a different tax. If it's a little bit sweeter, then it becomes cake, then it's a different amount of tax. So half the time, in fact, if you look at the news, they're trying to figure out, okay, if the papad is GST on papad is like 5%, if masala papad is 18%. I mean, this is basically what our courts are tied up with half the time. Yeah, popcorn. Okay, so popcorn is one slab. If you have caramelized popcorn, a caramel popcorn, it's another slab. Uh, so the food industry actually is a very dynamic industry. So you will see a lot of people like there's stories everywhere. I'm pretty sure in every city you would have seen that one street vendor who would have started one small stall, and over time he's actually grown up, and he probably stories like he owns the building now. He has 10 stores. You will see people of all economic backgrounds in the food industry. So this is something with a very low barrier to entry. Also because of the way the regulatory state is a little bit flexible. Like as opposed to maybe say if you were setting up a hospital, it's not easy to just do that because there's a lot of regulations, or maybe an industry. You're manufacturing in India is an absolute mess. Like you have to be really courageous to even attempt something like that. But a food outlet is something that anybody can start up, because even though there are a bunch of licenses on paper, none of them are really not enforced. So you see a lot of social and economic mobility in the people who are in the restaurants or the food business. You see the small stalls who come literally build empires. And on the contrast to that, I'm also in the liquor space, which is one of the most regulated things. The government is super paranoid about alcohol because there's a lot of money that comes in there, and the government is very controlling about it. They're like always worried that you are undercutting their revenue, you're not paying the tax. So the effect of that is a lot of entrepreneurs or even people who come from probably not very privileged backgrounds find it difficult to actually grow in that business. So I mean, it would have been impossible for me to when I was starting up. Like I worked in software for a bit, save some money, started, but I could never even imagine trying to do a bar, because one, it's not just about the money, it's also about who you know. So if you don't have connect, it's very difficult to actually get into the alcohol business. I don't know how. Maybe it's better here because alcohol again is a state policy. It depends from. So in a place like Goa, it's relaxed. In a place like maybe where I come from, Hyderabad or Bangalore, it's actually pretty strict. Yesterday, I just went to some restaurant here and I noticed that they were just serving wine and beer, and it was finally this size. So something like that would not be possible in my state because of sheer quantum of money that you have to pay. For example, an alcohol license every year we have to pay the government 50 lakhs just for the privilege of being able to serve alcohol. Now, this is not like a percentage tax or a GST; it's a flat out privilege fee. So I mean, not a lot of people can afford that. So obviously, these sort of things are actually stifling a lot of entrepreneurs and also hinders economic mobility. As Kaushik is saying, people keep saying rich are getting richer, poor are getting poorer. One thing is actually in India, at least, like the poor are also getting richer, but it's inconvenient to, despite whatever is happening, our economy is growing, and the benefits are obviously going more to the topmost segment, largely because of the sort of regulations we have. But the poor are also getting richer, but not enough. Regulations like this hinder people from actually moving up the ladder. Um, we have, like, for example, the private sector is always trying to solve problems. Like, Uber started off basically to solve a problem that, people found it very hard to get taxis, and taxis are a heavily regulated space. For example, in New York City, a taxi medallion, the license, taxi license, is sold for about $1 million. Now imagine you're a guy who wants to drive a taxi, you have to pay $1 million for a taxi license. So it becomes a cartel, and anytime there's a cartel, the distribution of income is skewed towards one specific demographic. And best thing about what Uber did is, they found a loophole. They found a loophole and they just started off. And they became so big that before the government realized it, they were so big and then they couldn't really stop them. Obviously, something like that in India would get shut down pretty quick, but in the US, at least it worked out well. So yeah, same thing. So we have a history of being economically very prosperous. We had a really brilliant shipbuilding industry at one point of time. Till the late 18th century, India was actually building more ships in tonnage. The amount of tonnage that we were building was much higher even than the United States of America. It's only probably towards the end of the 18th century that the US started taking off. That too because the Bengal, which had a huge shipbuilding industry, was stopped by the Britishers from, they were restricted on the amount of tonnage that they could build. So what has changed from then? I mean, we got independence. We were supposed to be free, but not really. 91 reforms, were born out of, not of conviction, but compulsion. Uh, Problem is, people just saw that as being forced. So it was not really accepted. They were doing it very grudgingly. I mean, they were forced to, the benefits of that came, but the inherent socialist DNA of the state really didn't go away. It's still there. And we need to change that. I'm really happy to see the initiative of this Libertarian Party, which has done like a pretty good job in trying to build this, and the taking that initiative. So what do we do? How do we go from here? I think as entrepreneurs who are very responsible for, I see a link between entrepreneurs and libertarianism, because it's usually the entrepreneurs we are trying to solve problems, and mostly entrepreneurs are usually trying to do it in a non-violent way. I mean, without using the violence of the state, we're trying to deal with other people, voluntary interactions, and mostly it is that. I mean, we're not talking about this entrenched, business class that historically has been using the government to do it. But normally, entrepreneurs are always trying to solve the problem, and the government is trying to step into it. Now, how do we fix that? Now, in the context of what Tushar doing with the Libertarian Party, or what the libertarians in India, how do we do this? There are multiple ways. What I think this problem can be approached with. One is from a think tank point of view, where you write policy papers showing to the government and trying to appeal to their interests, and say, what, this is a good policy, it's good for the country, and you hope that they would listen. It, see, everything is right now in the situation that you are in. I know there's skepticism, would it work? But you have to do something and give it a shot. So that is one thing. The other thing is, obviously with something like a political party. Again, obviously that requires a lot of work. It's a longer term strategy. And maybe get enough amount of vote share or something, and then maybe, then you will be able to influence maybe politics. The third thing is for libertarians to just do what you want. Try not to get caught. Which, black markets are in a way truly free markets, because you you're no longer bound by the state, right? So in fact, if you look at it, even when it comes to a lot of property disputes, A lot of things are actually settled out of court. It's not a really optimal scenario, but it works. I mean, there are cases where people have been in the courts for 60 years. That guy is dead, his son has grown up, and then he's still like, absolutely. And I mean, the state has a monopoly on violence right now, but it just doesn't, the way it exercises it is not in a very good way. I mean, it can't exercise it in a good way. There's no good way when it comes to the state. The state is inherently evil and immoral. So, okay, that's out of the way. So, the black markets are actually pretty good. So, if you look at, for example, crypto, the whole crypto thing basically started to basically eliminate state restrictions on your money. Right now, as you said, like today, we have this pair of FEMA and all that. And it's also very difficult to send money out of the country, right? So one of the reasons why the Indian government is so paranoid about crypto more than any other countries is because the Indian government is afraid that people will just take money out of the country. And the way to fix it would be change things in the country so that people don't want to run away. But instead, they just want to focus on, what, like the communists built a wall and say, we'll not let people run away. Like North Korea does it and USSR did it. East and West Germany, right? So Germans weren't like dying to, go into East Germany. East Germany, they were trying to run away. So the government's like pretty scared because it knows the moment it relaxes things, people just run away from here. Like people leave this country, not because there's no defect in this country, it's just the institutions that we have and the legacy of the British bureaucracy transformed by the Indian socialist state just created a really toxic mess. So again, the three ways that what libertarians can do: one, simultaneously libertarians call egoism. Egoism and I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I don't really like the state, but from an egoist perspective, you try to get around the restrictions of the state in whatever way possible. I mean, with the increasing sort of surveillance society that we're going to, egoism is becoming harder and harder. But you just probably have to stay, what do you say? You just probably use newer technologies or probably try to build newer things. I think there's going to be a panel on Web3 probably in a bit, so where we'll talk about the role of crypto. But in general, I think it's like a sort of a morality perspective. A lot of people keep saying, oh, black market, oh, this, that, this is illegal, this, that. Well, dude, like every Indian, like I know has, at some point in time has gone to a store, bought something, and then, the shopkeeper will give you a code, and then you'll say, bill nahi chahiye. So, dude, like, nobody really wants to pay taxes. Nobody really wants to pay taxes. Everybody, if they get a chance, they will evade it. So I think that's already there in our DNA where it's, just people, it's a public outrage. Most of the time it's like I see on Twitter when we have this debate, so people are like, that business guy is not paying tax, these people are not paying tax, we are paying tax, we are paying tax. The problem is not that they are paying tax, their problem is that somebody else is getting away without paying tax. It's just that, if they are given a chance, they would do it too. I mean, we know how many employees just put those fake house rent certificates and all to get all those deductions and all. Nothing wrong in it, but I think it probably isn't helpful to be so salty about it. Like if somebody is, not being robbed, don't hate that guy, try to see what you can do. So libertarians in general should embrace entrepreneurship. One, we are solving problems. It's a social thing. Solving by providing value to the market. And then, obviously embrace egoism and then help the Libertarian Party of India and also just like, talk to people around us. Like I think it's a duty for every libertarian to actually spread these ideas and try to convince. So I started, I and a couple of others, we started the Libertarian Discussion Group in, I think, 2013. Since then we had a lot of people, that join the group, and it's a very slow process. It's very frustrating because I know you guys see how it is on Twitter. You say it, and immediately the bureaucrat lovers, the statism lovers. Oh, without government, like who will build the roads? Who will do this? Like, have you seen the state of things really? I mean, and I'm also super happy that this is happening in Gurgaon. I mean, this is my first time here. I've never really got the chance to come here, but I think because of the way this is like, sort of an unplanned or non-regulated city, I think it's also symbolic that, we're having the summit here. One of the things people talk about Gurgaon is, when they say, what, the public infrastructure is actually not good. The buildings are nice, everything is nice, but you were saying, right, when it rains, it is getting flooded. But the flooding is happening mostly on the roads, right? And that is the problem because that is the part that's controlled by the government. Now imagine if, like for example, entire Gurgaon was something like a DLF city, right? So things would be much better because even the interconnections, everything, whatever sewage and everything, they are not going to just like build a big hole in the center and dump sewage there, right? If people immediately freak out when they hear about the concept of a private city, but it is just basically just scaling it up a little bit more. You already have gated communities which have like few thousand people in them. Just scale it up a little bit more, and just like how. Yeah, exactly. So that exactly, and that because how do you do it when you have such a small pocket of land and somebody else has a pocket of land, and the central thing is controlled by the government, and also because I think we are so used to the idea that the government has to solve our problems, so we don't really look at how are we solving problems. In fact, like this recently there was an issue thing in Bangalore because this whole colony was having a lot of problem with people parking on the roads, causing traffic issues. There was some water getting flooded and all. So people decided, screw it. They all collected funds. They leased some land where people could use for parking. They built something so that the water would be drained off. And this is something the BBMP should do. It's charging a lot of money, but people just decided, enough is enough, we'll do it ourselves. So I think this also becomes a mindset that whenever there's a problem, people look for the government to solve it. And in a way, they're also right saying, what, the government is taking tax money. Shouldn't they be fixing it? But the fact is the government won't, because they don't really have an incentive to do it. Because it is easy, the political system, how the votes work. Urban citizens are neglected, basically. Urban tax-paying citizens. Now the debate's coming up with the delimitation. Everybody is saying, oh, South India is being, sort of mistreated. Now North is going to get more representation, but this is not a North or a South issue. The issue is the cities. We are the economic drivers of this country. We produce all the taxes. It is distributed in the rural area, and we have to suffer with like bad roads, horrible, everything gets flooded. So yeah, so I think from a libertarian thing, I think you were showing how the city population is growing. I think it would be a great thing for the moment. I think will take off in the cities, and I think on urban governance would be one of the best selling points for libertarians as well, because on urban policy, I don't think, it's evident all around us. Whenever you see Indians actually move into gated communities to actually escape the Indian government or their infrastructure, right? That is why people actually go to the compound. And gated communities are really nice, most of the country, right? Wherever you go, neatly maintained, you don't see littering around. So what is the difference? Just private versus public. And we just have to push that message probably a little bit harder. So yeah, I think that's basically what I wanted to talk about. What we could do as the libertarian community, how do we do it? More entrepreneurship from the libertarian community would be great. In fact, like we have probably I'll share some things with you. So we were also trying to create a group of like-minded entrepreneurs in the libertarians, so we could support people within the community as well. So that probably I'll connect with you guys once this is done. But anyway, I'm like super happy to meet all of you guys, and thanks for having me here.
Thank you. I would think that it's lunchtime and there will be a question answer session between 4:50 and 5:30.
Okay, all right.
So I will fix the same argument of private city, gated
Okay, one thing is, you are being charged for a service, and if you don't like it, you can actually move. But there's a difference here, okay? So the difference here between the government and this thing is, the government, even if you build your own house, it is taking tax from you, okay? So it's not charging you tax for a service. One, it doesn't provide a good service. Two, your option to switch also, for example, even a lot of people you say, okay, why don't you move out and all? Even to move out, the government will regulate it. Even to take your money, it is going to regulate it. Tomorrow, if you move from, you say DLF city, it sucks. I'm going to some other whatever JP city or wherever. They are not going to say, oh, come on, declare your assets. I'm going to take 15%, 20% exit tax, not all that nonsense. They're not even going to come and ask you, okay, how much did you earn this month? That is your, instead of your water bill, they'll say, okay, give me 10% of the money you make. That's not going to happen, right? So that's the difference. And also, I think a very important thing is the sort of mindset. When it comes to the government, people just take it like okay, right? But you will see in apartment, even in communities, the amount of fighting that they do when the association passes a rule that they don't like. But they will never do that with the government, because with the government they become conditioned. Wherever here they know, or you know how much people go and fight with customer care and all that. They don't do that with the government. And that mindset itself is a very important thing, and that is going to determine also how the business reacts to it. Because any business, if they see a lot of negative feedback or bad reviews, or even people complaining for their image, or also because they have to attract more people. If people start leaving the DLF city to go to another city, it is going to impact the revenues. So they are going to be more receptive to it. But here it's like capture, right? Just give some free stuff, get some votes, and 5 years we'll do whatever, we are the kings of this country. So that is, I think, the primary difference, the mindset that people have when it comes to something in the private sector as opposed to the government. Yeah. Louder, no? You. Yeah, most of the taxes are also based on what you use. You have a water tax, you have this thing, and then you have some common area maintenance thing. But yeah.
They are not subscription based.
Yeah, subscription based, and they will never be like, flat number 101 doesn't have money, so let's go and pay for all that education, healthcare and all that. So that he has to take care on his own. So that is the problem tomorrow. There'll be no free laptops, free this, free liquor, free this and all that. So,
Free liquor? Who's giving free liquor?
during elections and all that, that's all coming from your money only, right? So,
I get it.
Hello. All right, for our live stream viewers, we'll be back in 30 minutes after we have some lunch. So see you then. All right, that's lunchtime. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Really? Then what? Can we just live stream that? Yeah. What is the session? This one, Rashmi. What's his full name, sir? Rashmi Apadi. You had sent something, right? Where did you send it? It's on the committee of you sent, right? Where did you send it? No, okay. Here it is. Okay. All right.
All right, live stream viewers, we have a program by Rashmi R. Padi, who's a Web3 and AI pioneer. It's coming up right now, so you can stay on the stream.
Ask him to. Has he come in?
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Welcome, Rashmi.
Hey, hi.
Uh,
Am I audible?
yes, you are audible. 1 second now.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hello to our live streamers who are attending the Libertarian Summit. Please welcome Rashmi Padi. He's going to give us a talk about. 1 second, Rashmi. Let me just hide myself from here so that you can take the screen.
Sure thing. Hey guys, can you hear me fine? I might need some feedback if it is working or not for others. Okay. Cool. Voice is coming in green though. Anyways, we'll move forward. So, when it comes to, I mean, can I start right now, guys? Yes, I'll start then. Okay, so the topic for today is Web3 promises freedom, but VCs brought the chains. And I'm actually meaning in terms of puns. We have seen hundreds of chains getting launched, and we have seen the entire ecosystem getting tackled by VCs. So what really is happening on the VC front is what I will try to talk about, or in the Web3 front, and how can we move forward from there. So let's start with this, right? So if we all know that Web3 started as a revolution. It was a way to break free from centralized control.
Rashmi, sorry to interrupt. Is your volume, can you add more volume to your,
Volume more.
yeah, more volume to your,
I will try to. Is it not good enough? I'm actually having my speaker here.
now it's better. When
I
you're,
can hear
when you're
back.
talking loudly, when you're talking loudly, it's better. Yeah, it's better now.
Okay.
It's better.
Got it. Thanks. Okay. So I'll start from where you left off. So Web3 was a way to break free from centralized control. But if we look today, it is more like a hostage situations by by a limited few. I'm giving VC for a lack of a other term, but it also includes cabals out there, influencers out there, who are essentially kind of striving and having a centralized control over Web3 ecosystem as a whole, right? By very few people, and the very people we essentially meant to disrupt and come out of when it comes to Web3. It was supposed to be decentralized, user-owned, censorship resistance. At the beginning, it attracted idealists, builders, freedom seekers, but things went wrong along the way. But you know what the irony is? The irony is that most people agree that there is a problem here, but do nothing about it. No one is doing anything about it. And why is that? It is not because of any malice per se, but likely because they don't know what to do and how to change things. All right? I would like to present a path forward today and encourage those people to listening or watching the video after, you should think about it. Just have a thought and start working on that, right? It's the time to challenge the status quo. I would say that VCs kill the spirit of Web3. It's time to take it back. So when I say VCs kill the spirit of Web3, what exactly is the spirit of Web3, if I may say, right? So decentralization is a core principle. The Web3 promise is that the power is to the users and not the intermediaries. Blockchain enables peer-to-peer trust without middlemen. What we have today is the power is with the VCs and the limited few and their friends, if I may call, market makers, influencers. These are the people who are having control, and obviously cabals when it comes to having meme coin tokens and everything, right? So it is a very centralized control or a power right now. In the early days, Bitcoin solved a hard problem of how to send money online peer to peer without having an intermediary. Ethereum solved a hard problem, bringing programmability and decentralized applications to Web3. We have stopped solving hard problems. We have started running after easy money. And that's where we have derailed kind of from the spirit of Web3 as a whole. What are the hard problems that we are seeing getting solved today at a Web3 level? And I don't mean tech problems. Tech problems will always be there. The and it will keep getting solved. I mean, we have seen how AI has progressed and have been solving tech problems at whole. So solving these tech problems of these many blocks a second, these many transactions a second, that's rubbish. That's not solving any hard problem per se. We need to start thinking about what are the hard problem which is impacting people's life, and that's how the spirit of Web3 can be got back. Now let's talk about like how did actually we get into the shackles of of the VCs, right? It all began with the ICO frenzy which was there in 2017-18 to a large extent. We all know what happened there, or if we don't, we have heard about things there. 99% of the projects disappeared. Why? There was like lack of due diligence, idea viability, team. Like the challenge was community are not good at due diligence at whole, or are very gullible when it comes to judging which idea will work. Is it going to work or not? Is a team going to execute or not? That's where the challenges started coming in. And this is exactly where the VCs presented themselves as a saviors of the ecosystem. They said, hey, we are going to do the curation, we are going to do the due diligence on the idea, on the team, and we'll take a control on the governance and make sure that they're held accountable. We all see where we are right now, right? Initially, obviously, it started giving some early results. We started getting some good benefits out, but we all see where we are right now. So in a way, and this is a reflective of the ecosystem at large, that when crisis presents itself, we default towards centralized control. In this case, we defaulted towards VCs, and VCs brought in the chains. And I mean the pun intended, they got like 100 different chains, all promising themselves that this chain is better than that, and we have all been seeing what is happening. The retail investors are all being taken for a ride, and the only benefit which is coming are the limited few who are in the circle cashing out on the VC on the users. Now, that's where the consequences are, right? VCs kept pushing projects to launch tokens of inflated valuations. Influencers and their friends hyped it up to lure in the retail investors, and then we started getting in as exit liquidity. The retail investors, people like us, the community people, we were the exit liquidity for all the peoples in the inner circles. Meme tokens are no different either, by the way. We all think that meme tokens are different because it is going to the community. It is not. Meme tokens are also controlled by influencers, cabals, and VCs in the background. The biggest challenge, this stifled innovation. Zero innovation since the VCs have come in and have been playing the game. I think we moved towards short-term profit focus. That led to the pump and dump schemes we all get. So there was a common saying, if you complain about it or you got burnt, you could not make money, so you are complaining about it. It's not. I've been complaining for 3 years now. But the challenge is that we need to start seeing things as it is, right? I think let's talk about a way forward from here, right? We need to take back control where, take Web3 back, the spirit of Web3 back from here. How do we do that? We start building for real decentralizations. That needs two main pillars of it. Number one is a new funding models, which keeps community first, which puts product first, which puts utility first. It is scam proof and investor friendly at the same time. Now, these are the parameters on which we have to start evaluating funding models. Now, I don't have enough time about this. I have been writing about this for about 3 months right now. I would encourage to check the pinned post on my Twitter profile, which is putting out some guardrails, some details about how new funding can come up. And this could be a start of a discussion. I'm not promoting the same funding model per se, but a start of a discussion to see how we can think of decentralized controls versus centralized controls. There is enough way to put in decentralized controls in the funding model itself, and that should give way or address some of the bigger issues which the centralized VCs are promising. But that's alone not going to be sufficient. There needs to be an education and grassroots movement towards solving hard problems and long-term focus over short-term benefits. Lastly, I think we need to start focusing on open, decentralized censorship resistant model and not really move towards centralized models in a way. I would also address one key point, as I call that, right? This is something which many would have heard of. People talk about Bitcoin is the first meme token. It is not. Bitcoin is not the first meme token. Bitcoin was in fact the first utility token out there. You got Bitcoin after doing work. You did not get Bitcoin for the fun of it, or just buy Bitcoin and then trade on it to make money only. Bitcoin started as a complete outright utility token only. I believe this is the end. I'll end up with this quote. We are at a crossroads right now, and what will become of Web3 is it going to be another playground for the rich people, the VCs and the cabals, or is it going to be decentralized? The choice isn't with them. The choice is with us, and which direction we get to go. The time has come to think and discuss about it. I am kickstarting this discussion with a model, and I believe more nuanced discussions will get more ideas and more innovation. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Rashmi, for joining us on the live stream. So we're just heading for lunch, and hopefully we'll meet everybody back here again in about 15 minutes, and we'll send you any questions that people have as well, so that we can answer. Thank you for joining us on the Libertarian Summit, Rashmi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, got it.
You log in into the same thing you logged in on the phone, right? That same account you logged in. The same account you logged in on the phone you logged in. You log in and keep an ID for now.
So I am not using headphones or I am using headphones.
You're not using headphones. We'll mute you.
This link I have to send to follow people.
Yeah, same link. We are all on the guest link only.
I'm sending the link. Let's click the questions as well.
Right. See, questions, they'll be able to hear if they talk from the regular speaker mic, no?
You speak there.
Really. They need not speak from because it'll be very conversational. No?
Or you come here and then
Yeah, they can come here and talk. Yeah.
Alright, guys. I hope you are all settled. And next we have a talk by Mr. Ahmed. He is the ex-student. And he is also an educated founder. He is an angel investor and yeah, we are good.
guys keep on scrolling and kiसी को बुलाओ. And because I'm interested to be here all the way. So yes, it's nice. Okay. ये लोग फोन पे बिजी हैं, बाकी लोग जानते हैं कोई इधर रिव्यू नहीं कर रहा, तो दे विल नाउ बी गाइडेड. Hi. मेरा तुम लोग को उठाना तो पहले सब खड़े हो जाओ. No gender biases. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Let's go to the stretching. Give a high five to the person next to you. जल्दी जल्दी आवाज आनी चाहिए. High five. Energy, guys. This is aerobics class. कितने साल? Your aerobics instructor, your fitness lecture तुमको inspiration मिल रहा है? Good. मैंने तो नहीं बोला. Time to sit. अभी नहीं. अभी दूसरा है ना. अब दूसरे डायरेक्शन में जो भी तुम्हारे आसपास है उसको है करते हैं. Alright, that's it. Look at the slide. How many are interested in this? Because like previous session, nobody is interested in here. I still in the wrong room because I mostly talk about entrepreneurship. So I like this slide because it was very good. It did say entrepreneurship. So I didn't understand. Okay. But it was fun and it got extremely good looks. तो उससे काम चल रहा है. You can walk away with the laugh. Family काम हो जाए.
Just alone. Say alone.
Right? He took a flight to be here. That's what I understood. Right? He also traveled interstate like that. For camera? Okay. Oh, that's fine. I don't know. Nobody can understand. That's so rude to this people. Who do we know? Okay, guys, we have a choice.
Okay,
I don't know who do या बीस को.
better idea then. Come.
Somebody somewhat mind is right. बताओ. Numbers में किसको believe है? Anybody who believes in math. किसको math है? This is perfect. Oh my God. तुम लोग तो डार्क बोर्ड खेलने वाले हो. Then fair enough. Right. Okay. So how many of you are interested in entrepreneurship? Okay. How many of you are students? How many of you are living in a student? तो एजुकेशन का टॉपिक क्यों दिया था? कोई भी नहीं है. चालू ऑनलाइन ज्यादा है. शुरू ही नहीं होती है. टॉपिक पढ़ लो फिर से. मैं क्या बोल रहे हैं? People are thinking that education is long way. I said living with education, somebody's student. Just in case you're old enough to be married, have children, or have children without marriage, or whatever. Younger siblings, nephews, nieces. मतलब बच्चे biology. Okay. Marriage is like a simple contract. I don't know which of them it falls into. Okay. Hi everybody, my name is Amit. How many of you know about me at all? इसमें थर्ड दम के इसमें जाकर के जाके सर्च किया कि कौन कौन स्पीकर आने वाला है, कितना पकाने वाला है. नो बढ़िया था. ओके. I thought as much. So I got you some slides. Let me see if I can do something about it. All right. So with my family, we come from villages of UP. यहाँ से बहुत ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है. अभी इतने अच्छे highways बन गए कि my village has now become 2 hours from Delhi instead of 6 hours or some shit like that. First generation educated people. That's what makes me qualified. My mom, my dad, they never got a chance to do proper schooling. So they moved to the city of Lucknow where I grew up. हाँ, उसको पता है कि मैं पकाने वाला हूँ. तुम silent कर. It's okay. Right? I moved to the city of Lucknow where I did my schooling, then came to Delhi. Any of you from DU? Any chance? Delhi University? One? Half. Okay, 1.5 people. Okay, I went to DU, St. Stephen's College, did maths honors, went to IIM Bangalore, did MBA. Worked in the corporate sector. Average age of this room is about 30. Is that okay? Some of you are like 24, 25, some of you are like 35, 35. Is that more or less okay? तो करीब 30 साल पहले मैंने स्कूल खत्म कर लिया था. Okay, so some of you were not born. And that's fine. But it's about being ziddy. I've traveled a fair bit. Won some awards, Google, YouTube, Infosys. Wrote a book, yes, I'm a published author. I wrote a book for parents कि अपने बच्चे को तंग करना बंद कर दो. And रामायण पढ़ाओ और वो सफल हो जाएगा. No, that's not what I said. I said रामायण पढ़ो और फिर वो सफल हो जाएगा. Because whatever else you're reading on media is probably not helping that poor kid. This I wrote because I was building a startup for young children, so parents are my audience. This became an Amazon bestseller. Not recommended for anybody who's not a parent. उससे अच्छा रामायण ही पढ़ लो. Okay, this book may not help you. It's just specifically designed for parents. Okay, some of the largest innings that I've seen, 100 million plus innings. At Google, I launched a bunch of products long back. जब तुम लोग के पास Gmail ID भी नहीं था, half of you. So at that time in 2007, I had joined Google. And one of the products became insanely popular called YouTube. How many of you use YouTube today? Not everyone. 90% of the group. That's good enough. Okay, how many views this week? That's everyone that I get. Okay. So built it from zero to about $100 million of revenue before moving to APAC-wide roles and repeating the same. Today, YouTube would be doing more than $100 million a month in India. So it's really done well after 4G, after COVID, all of those spikes that happened after I left. But I left about 11 years ago to do India Goes Global. The mission was simple: can I help Indian startups grow and scale? That was a $250 million innings. At Okipoki, there's no millions of dollars. We barely reached $20 million. Bhaiyu Bhaiya happened. This is being live streamed. पता नहीं वो दुनिया के कौन से कोने बैठे हैं. प्लीज इंडिया वापस आ जाओ. एटेक की लग गई है तुम्हारी वजह से. हाँ, मैं हाथ जोड़ के बोल रहा हूँ विनम्र भाव से. कुछ कर दो जिससे बाकी एटेक फाउंडर्स कैसी तैसी होनी कम हो जाए. I just got a deck from an edtech founder, and I'm like, you have no chance. And it's not your fault. हमारा भी fault नहीं था. We became India's #1 app with almost 1 million daily users. But the shut down. Because growth capital नहीं आ रहा था, you got to respect the market. Might is right. पता नहीं कौन जीता उस आर्ग्यूमेंट में. मैंने किसी के डोले शोले देख के ताली को बजाया था. उसके बस. तो मैंने बोला मुझे मत मारना, बाकी सब ठीक है, जो तुम बोलो वो सही. Because I agree might is right. I think he was trying to say the opposite, just for the record. Okay. As an investor, I've seen a fintech evolve to about $300 million. Board seller. अभी अरे वो 1000 लोग के लिए भी तो बढ़िया बनाना. So what makes you do things? I talk about entrepreneurship very often. Go to CAT and crack, go to IIM Bangalore, to go from Infosys to Google to launching, being head of YouTube, build $100 million platform, to launch India Goes Global and be audacious to say, I'll help unicorns come up in this country. To build India's #1 app on Google Play Store without raising venture money. Okay, I did raise some angel money, couple of $1 million, but not enough. Like there were people who were spending every month millions of dollars in my sector. And still go ahead and कुछ लोग दिख रहे हैं जो इंटरनेशनल है, Duolingo और Academy से स्क्रीनशॉट में, and कुछ लोग नहीं दिख रहे हैं जो इंडिया में भी नहीं दिख रहे हैं, like Bhaiyu Bhaiya. इनसे मेरी बहुत विनम्र विनती है फिर से दोबारा से, प्लीज इंडिया वापस आ जाओ, अपने कर्म साफ करो थोड़े से और हम लोग को जीने दो। और एटलीस्ट जो आप टेक में रह गए, मैं तो निकल गया, उनको जीने दो। So इतना एंटरटेनमेंट कहानी के बाद, नाउ सम ऑफ यू नो मी, दोज हु आर नॉट लुकिंग एट देयर फोन्स, एक्सेप्ट फॉर दैट राइट गाय, ही सॉ, हाँ आई टोल्ड, एक्सेप्ट फॉर यू। बाकी सब लोगों ने जिन्होंने फोन्स नहीं देखे, उन्होंने शायद मेरे को थोड़ा बहुत समझा। बट द क्वेश्चन अगेन इज व्हाई आर यू हियर? टॉपिक बता दिया, मैं क्यों नहीं बता दिया, आप बोलो क्या जानना चाहते हो? कौन से किस्से सुनाओ, बिकॉज बुजुर्ग लोगों के पास किस्से बहुत होते हैं, दादा दादी की कहानी। देखा, टॉपिक से दूर, मैं बोल रहा था टॉपिक गलत दिया तुम लोगों ने। मैंने तुमको टोका, तुम क्यों डिफेंसिव हो रहे हो? इल्जाम क्या है? कटघरे में ये लोग हैं। तुम क्या जवाब दे रहे हो? तू तो मेरा आदमी है। हाँ, who else? What else you guys want to know? Okay, Poppy was an app that was using AI to teach children how to speak in English without relying on human tutor, which is not available to 90% of India. Yeah. क्वेश्चन क्या है? क्वेश्चन क्या है? हॉकी पॉकी बंद कर दिया, बंद करना पड़ गया, तभी तो विनम्र विनती कर रहा हूँ 2 बार। I'm saying, what's your question really? What's your really point? What do you want to hear? मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा, मैं ज्ञान देने आया हूँ कि हाउ AI is breadth of education. ओके ओके, हिस्ट्री जाके पढ़ लेना, बहुत सारे वीडियोस हैं, बहुत सारे ब्लॉग्स हैं। तुम लोगों ने नहीं ढूंढा बिकॉज तुम पप्पा नहीं हो ना किसी छोटे बच्चे के। My target audience was that and I was a good marketer. तो तुम तक पैसे वेस्ट नहीं करने थे तुम्हारे तक अपना ऐड दिखा के, है ना? So that's why you don't know, but you don't need to know that because when it was not Gen AI based, okay, therefore LLM applies a little bit and not completely, right? All of this jargon started happening last year in India when I was shutting shop. So thoda sa mismatch hai, but I'll still talk about Gen AI today and what its evolution means and why I believe it's the death of education. Officially, because unofficially, तो 90% local education system is failing. मुझे पता था, आप तो मुझे नहीं छोड़ेंगे। तेलुगु रादू, हम तेलुगु रादू। Okay. All right. But we'll talk about that. Yeah. Anything else? I have at least one slide for you, so that will get covered. Okay. What else? आता होगा तो बता दूंगा। Whatever popular platform we're using, they're powered by AI. Have you heard of Google Search, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube? Some AI powered. So you may need to refine your question with all due respect. ChatGPT public. Acha, you're talking about like Gen AI. So use an expert-like service to get answers or curated search output. I use ChatGPT fairly often. Sorry? Fairly often for me means like maybe twice a month. Some people use it twice an hour. I'm slightly slow. Remember, 30 साल पहले स्कूल से निकला था डायनासोर, तो बहुत स्लो, महीने में 2 बार से मेरा काम हो जाता। Okay, that would be an easy answer. But I'll tell you better apps that you can use in the context of education that are doing some fabulous work in Gen A. You have something? The guy in black, okay, go for it. PR, consumer PR, employee PR, all are important part of growing a business. So that apart, businesses need to figure out, can they leverage this AI animal before somebody else in their industry does. So for any large player, like even if you're like $100 million company, it's imperative you know कि तुम्हारे market में क्या disrupt हो सकता है, because you don't know how quickly you can be screwed up. Okay, so it's not only PR, that's very true. That's not a wrong answer. But all this change is accelerating with this new tech. Okay, and that's why you need to figure out. Now, some people will sound very stupid and silly because they're literally in a lab mode. They're trying things. Let's throw this and see if it sticks with my users, with whatever, and helps make more money or accelerate my growth. And that's fine. But the reason why they're doing it is precisely that. The death of a decacorn dying, not only Baiju Bhaiya, please wapas aa jao, but the death of a decacorn dying is very real in this new world because you can rapidly scale thanks to cloud, thanks to GenAI specifically. You have something else? Go ahead. Go to head answer slides. That I'll take it. Go for it. I don't think it's going to change a lot. यार 80% लोग फाइल शिफ्टर्स होते हैं, 10 लोग क्रूकेड और बोरिंग होते हैं जिनको फायर किया जाता है और बोलते हैं कि नहीं नहीं वी आर लेइंग ऑफ बिकॉज वी रिडंडेंट. ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं है. मोस्ट कंपनीज आर जस्ट बेसिकली नॉट रीहायरिंग. ऑर्गेनिक अट्रिशन होता ही रहता है, हायर नहीं करते, वो परफॉर्मेंस को हटाने का बहाना मिल जाता है, तभी ले ऑफ सकते हैं. Now that's not impacting a ton of people yet. What has happened is efficiency is beginning to walk in thanks to technology. In every place, automation is happening. So new job growths may not come from regular functions that were higher. Right? For example, coding has become much faster and simpler and smarter. Right? It is a known fact for the last 20 years that developers do coding using internet and not using coding skills. And if you're developers, are you about to throw something at me? नहीं, ईमानदारी की बात कर सकते हैं ना. तो अब उस पे और एडवांस वर्जन्स आ रहे हैं. Some people will say कि मेरे को सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर होने की जरूरत नहीं है, I'm okay with no code. You're also right.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah. And more. And thousands more. तो वो हो रहा है. तो जॉब मार्केट में नए जॉब्स क्रिएट हो रहे हैं, पुराने जॉब्स कम क्रिएट हो रहे हैं because of automation and efficiency that are coming in thanks to tech. But job market में एक चीज बहुत क्लियर होने वाली है with high performance companies. Now some of you may aspire for good quality jobs at companies that are going to be next Google, next Facebook, next Amazon, whatever, next big thing, right? Next Netflix. Now these are very high performance companies. So there is a whole tribe of companies that's coming up that crack $100 million of revenue with 10 people. Or $1 billion of revenue tomorrow with 10 people. So this is fabulous if you're those 10. Or if you're creating a company with those 10. Okay? But वो neighbors and the owners pride वाला case ज़्यादा हो जाएगा. Because this is going to be like so narrow because everything is in the cloud. You have something else? Okay. Do you agree? You disagree? Okay, thank you. If you disagree, that's also okay, by the way. मैं बोल रहा था तुमने टॉपिक गलत चूज किया. जय न्याय से जॉब्स कैसे लेना इसमें बहुत कुछ होता है. नहीं फिनिश तो कर ले भाई, तुम्हारी गलती नहीं इनकी है. तुम तो बोलो, तुम तो मेरे आदमी हो. The job market, like what will happen to the market, like get that jobs will change. What about that is the thing. पानी पिला दो तो 10 मिनट मांग. वो कह रहा है 10 मिनट में रैप करना है. मैंने बोला पानी पिला दो फिर मांग. हाँ
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying that what changes happen.
So what's the point? What's the question? Change is constant. Change is the only constant in life. Change is the only constant in life. ठीक है, तुम कोप कर ही रहे हो, तुम्हारा तरीका कुछ भी हो सकता है, it will make you a failure or a success. It doesn't matter because failure and success are also very time bound, right?
Thought leaders are saying that it can lead to mass.
Question क्या है? Question क्या है?
The question is how will how are government oriented people trying to uh, cope, cope up with it or deal with it because he was asking about the job market and how
देखो तुम्हारे गवर्नमेंट को कैंसिल कर चुका है 2 बार, तुमने उसको इग्नोर किया, मैंने नहीं किया, मेरी नजर तुम सब पे है, तो तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन रिजेक्ट हो गया, बाद में मिल लेना.
Taxation, how would that be like? What would be the impact of not being able to adapt to that?
You might die, you might be redundant, you might lose your job, and you have to retrain and do something else.
Do we have a platform like Khan Academy? We do not. Why?
So many, बहुत सारे. पूछ लो, देखो 3 लोग तुम्हारे ऊपर आ गए, कैसी बातें करते हो? Okay, so I've got some bullet points generated on GenAI, open, right? ChatGPT, Payman, Sam Altman, no debate, right? किसकी ownership है? But I did some little bit of prompt querying to get to this. And I deleted a lot of stuff. But largely, what will be an AI-powered classroom? Now, when I say this, I'll say it with due humility because some of this is not available to 99.9% of India. And I'm talking about not today, but I'm talking about like next 18 to 24 months. उसके बाद दुनिया क्या होगी मुझे ही नहीं पता. उससे ज़्यादा forecasting capability मेरी नहीं है. But what I'm saying is some of this is not available to majority. So in some sense, the flavor of this talk is more opportunistic. Can you learn to use AI? Okay, to have better education for yourself, which is why I asked how many of your students. Some people try to pretend I'm always a learner. I'm like, no, sorry, that's the hardest part. Trust me, I work with people, humans. AI learns all the time. Humans don't. Humans are designed to be lazy. All right. Some are ambitious. That's why you choose to come here on a Saturday. So you can clap for yourself. Good. But largely, this is for opportunistic people who want to leverage AI to make their lives better as a learner, as a student, or a student in your family. So there'll be very select few who will do it on their own. By the time our universities begin to catch up, it'll be at least next decade. Okay, I'm pessimistic, right, on this. I've worked in education. I know our systems change too slowly. There's a reason why they have to change slowly. They're not wrong in changing slowly. They're a lot more accountable than we think, including the government and the education board. Now that guy will beat me up to it if he's not. He's loving. Okay, shit, he's looking at my slides. Okay. Okay, so largely what I'm saying is some of this will not apply. You have a question? No. Okay. So what I'm saying is it looks too perfect, but do you want to be at the mercy of code? Or do you want to live your life as a student? So we are at the mercy of code every time we are on any social platform, including X right now, right? So just be sure the elections being won and lost, people being in a vacuum, all of this is documented. This is like old story. I'm just telling you again. Last time when Donald Trump won, not this time, people were just caught unawares. Oh my God, how can this happen? But he does that anyway. Like this time again, he can do like, oh my God, what has happened? Elon Musk के अलावा बाकी सबको पता है, because उसको तो ट्विटर बेचना था, बेच दिया. खुद को ही क्या फर्क पड़ता है, right? He made $1 billion out of it on paper. Some of us can't make $1 million on paper, so it's okay. We should respect them. even when we don't agree. Okay. Traditional schooling, a lot of it can be liberating slash chaos, because when you talk about personalizing educational tracks with the help of AI, this is your strengths, this is your skill, this is your learning style, and all of that is possible if you're opportunistic about using AI to adapt content to your learning style, your learning need, your learning paths. एक स्टोरी बताता हूँ, 2-3 मिनट ऊपर जाएंगे तो चलेगा या बिल्कुल भगा दोगे? पक्का बता दो, आई कैन रिस्पेक्ट टाइम। नहीं, मैं तो आगे वाले 5 के लिए ऐसे से फोरकास्ट करके रखा। So I was a very good science student till 10th. One of my favorite teacher was my physics teacher, R. Kumar, in Lucknow. This is like a smaller town story than NCR. In 11th, when I switched, I get a physics teacher whom I could not connect. With due respect, can we call him like a lot more boring? Okay. And मैं जिस जमाने का हूँ, उस जमाने में इंजीनियरिंग और मेडिसिन के अलावा ज्यादा कुछ पता नहीं था, ना स्कूल को, ना पेरेंट्स को, ना सोसाइटी। तो माय फर्स्ट सर्च वाज कि चलो जेई तो मैं क्रैक कर लूंगा, मैं तो स्टार्ट हूँ, मैं था, ठीक है, हाँ, मान लो, तुम्हें क्या पता, तुम तो मेरे स्कूल में जा नहीं सकते टाइम मशीन लेके, मैं कह रहा हूँ मैं था, तो मेरा कुछ था कि मैं कर लूँ, एटलीस्ट मेरे में स्वैग, ओके लेट्स सेटल फॉर दैट बिकॉज जेई आई नेवर। तो अब मैं क्या करूँ, बिकॉज फिजिक्स क्या, तो पापा ने बोला एक बार जाके पता करते, तो माय डैड वाज वेरी एम्बिशियस, राइट, 60 रुपए महीने से उन्होंने गाँव छोड़ के आए, लखनऊ में दुकान स्टैब्लिश किया, हम सबको बड़ा किया। तो ही फाउंड द कनेक्शन, मैंने कनेक्शन 6 डिग्रीज ऑफ सेपरेशन, किसी को पता है 6 डिग्रीज ऑफ सेपरेशन? डोंट नो व्हाट इज 6 डिग्रीज ऑफ सेपरेशन? Okay, meet me after this with a whole semi talk on this. You need to learn that. If nothing else, write it down, Google it up. That will work. There are books on this, there are blogs on this, there are TED Talks on this. The principle you have to learn for your life. This alone can make you successful. Everything else apart. Okay. So he found a friend of a friend of a friend whose kids were studying at IIT Kanpur. तो मैं गया, मैं वहाँ पे 4-5 भैयास के साथ बैठा हूँ जो फर्स्ट सेकंड ईयर के स्टूडेंट्स हैं। मैं कैसी कौन सी इंजीनियरिंग स्ट्रीम है जिसमें फिजिक्स नहीं पढ़ना पड़ता, बिकॉज फिजिक्स बोरिंग। आज मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि वो टीचर बोरिंग थे, उनसे मैं कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहा था, बट मैंने तो टैग कर दिया फिजिक्स इज बोरिंग, राइट? एंड आई एम हेल बेंट टू फाइंड दैट stream of engineering that I can still do minus physics. And they told me categorically, none. हमने पूरा ब्रेनस्टॉर्म किया, जितने स्ट्रीम्स मुझे पता थे मैंने पूछा, सिविल होता होगा, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक होता होगा, कंप्यूटर साइंस होता होगा, केमिकल होता होगा। कहते नहीं भाई, पहले 2 साल तुम नहीं बच सकते, उसके बाद का डिपेंड्स ऑन योर स्पेशलाइजेशन, राइट? तो वी टोट ऑफ। अब मेरे मैथ्स सर मुझसे नाराज हो गए, बट लॉन्ग स्टोरी शॉर्ट, हमारे करियर पाथ बदल गए, ठीक है। जब मैं 10th में बिल्कुल हाई जोन में था फिजिक्स को लेकर के, आई वाज अ चैंप एट माय स्कूल, आई कुड हैव गॉन अहेड विद सम टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबलमेंट and done far more advanced next 5 years physics then, because it's possible. Content जो हमें पढ़ाया जाता है क्लासरूम में, typically that can be capsulized in 20% of time, right? Application should be done 80%. करते हम लोग उल्टा, 80% of time is content and 20% is application. If you are in a good school in hands of a very good teacher, then तो वो सब होता नहीं है। Now some of you are like, यार आई एम नॉट अ लर्नर, पता नहीं मुझे क्यों बता रहा है, बिकॉज तुम स्टॉक में आए हो इसलिए बता रहे, ठीक है। नाउ कम बैक टू दिस स्लाइड, एंड देयरफॉर वी टॉकिंग अबाउट ब्रेकिंग चेन्स। सो पीपल हु आर ऑपर्चुनिस्टिक अबाउट इट विल कार्व देयर ओन लर्निंग पाथ्स, वो अपनी इंजीनियरिंग क्लास 10th में खत्म कर लेंगे और जॉब्स के लिए अप्लाई करेंगे और मिल जाएगी। आज जो एक्सेप्शन है, 1 से 2 साल बाद वो एक्सेप्शन नहीं, किसी को पीएचडी करनी तो शायद वो कर सकते हैं। I've not gone as far as PhD, but the regular curriculum-led models, because PhD is more research-led model. It's less of a curriculum-led model. Right? So everything else, as a degree, master's, MBA, this, whatever that, can actually be done by you in a more fun way in a few months. Now, will that create chaos in a classroom? 99.9% of teachers cannot handle out of the syllabus questions from students. मैं तो अजीब हूँ, ये तो अब तक तुम समझ ही चुके हो, इसीलिए मैं क्वेश्चंस पहले पूछता हूँ, इनके डांट का वेट करता हूँ, सर 10 मिनट बचे भैया, भागोगे या नहीं जाओगे, तुम तो माइक पकड़ के खड़े हो गए, ठीक है 2-4 मिनट दे देना। बट दैट इज व्हाई दैट स्टोरी वाज इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज स्टूडेंट्स आर टेलिंग करियर पाथ्स and they don't need to change it. I was brilliant at physics at that time. Funny enough, जब वहां से आ गया तो I went back to my class 10th का physics teacher and he said career counselor के पास चले जाओ. मैंने कहा वो क्या होता है, हमने सुना ही नहीं था. Thankfully he knew, and that's why I came to St. Stephen's. That's why I went to IIM Bangalore, because मेरे खानदान में किसी को IIM क्या होता है पता नहीं. सब engineering medicine के अलावा किसी को कुछ नहीं सुना. So thankfully that's my career path, and now that's about to change. For people who are going to use this technology, remember the government won't do it for you for next 5 years. Education boards won't do it. Universities will not do it. This is only strictly with a big disclaimer for opportunities. Systems will take a long time to adapt. JNI is not for CBSE, ICSE, UGC yet. They might use pieces of it at the back end to create content there, curriculum there, answer questions, but इनके बस का नहीं है tech use कर पाना, क्योंकि मैं कम से कम नहीं तो 15 साल से tech सिखा रहा हूँ at various institutions. I have done APAC-wide things for YouTube and education long back. What that? And there could be exceptions, so we'll not debate about it. We'll be proud of those exceptions, even if they're looking stupid today, because their experiments are failing. We sort of covered this while we were talking there. You can take a quick look, then I skip. Right here. So this is a slide for somebody who's asking about grading system. So grading system will lose its value. It has already lost its value for some people, not for K-12 parents, but college में आते आते और हम सबको समझ में आता है कि यार पढ़ाई के ग्रेड्स का कोई फायदा नहीं होने वाला. सीनियर्स बता देते, गूगल बता देता, कोई तो बताए, राइट? या फिर समझ में आता है कि जो हमने सब्जेक्ट चूज कर लिया पता नहीं हम क्यों आए हैं. उदाहरण के तौर पे यहाँ पे पास में एक जगह IIT दिल्ली जिसके पड़ोस में मैं रहता हूँ, IIT दिल्ली के 99% स्टूडेंट्स पहले 12 महीने में जो भी उन्होंने IIT में पढ़ा होता है उसके अलावा कुछ भी करते हैं. It takes them less than 12 months to switch after the degree. Some of them switch on campus itself. उनको कोई कॉलेज ड्रॉप आउट हो जाता है, कहते हैं डिग्री तो जरूरी है, IIT आए हैं, पता नहीं लाइफ में कहाँ काम आएगा, लेकिन वो इंटर्नशिप वगैरह कुछ और करें, कोई मार्केटिंग कर रहा है, कोई डिजाइन कर रहा है, और यहाँ पे कंप्यूटर साइंस है, यहाँ पे सिविल इंजीनियरिंग का ठप्पा मिल रहा है. So that's very normal. It has walked into medicine. There are doctors who don't want to be medical doctors. So कहीं पर the good part of the economy is vibrant, so there are so many more options. But I'm saying is you do not have to wait 4 years of prep to JEE or NEET, plus 4 years of degree, or 6 years in case of medicine, MBBS plus internship, to decide that you want to do something else. तुम्हारी अपनी जिंदगी के 10 साल में बचा, right? Now that's going to be possible because grades, report card, degrees will stop mattering because you can create your own degrees. Now what will that do to a system? Now, an average student like me who's floating, शुरू में बचपन में report card है, मेरे मम्मी पापा बहुत खुश हो रहे हैं, मैं जोश से पढ़ रहा हूँ. I have to be lost. अगर मुझे बता देते report card की भी वैल्यू नहीं है, तो किसकी वैल्यू है वो क्लियर नहीं एक क्लासरूम. Okay, which is why this is done with both sides of the coin. I'm just presenting that. ठीक है, तो clearly हम लोग की policy, schools, teachers, colleges इसके लिए तैयार नहीं है, but ये होने वाला है. But that will only happen to the most opportunistic people, and it will give you hope. अगर आपने 3 Idiots देखी हो, so people who want to rebel against the education system, not everybody goes and tops the exams like Amir Khan did, right? But that was taught in IIM Bangalore. Okay, my alma mater, and I'm very proud of that. And I know from horse's mouth because I had to deal with 3 Idiots during my youth days. Okay, so coming back, even if you're not liking the education system, you still have a hope that you can go and crack it. So you 0.1% है, चाहे top side पे, चाहे bottom side पे, you can figure it out. Okay, उनके लिए hope आ रही. Okay, so learning without limits, total freedom, losing reality touch, because you do need a helping hand. Depending on what stage of life all of us are lost, तो सबके बस का नहीं अपना curriculum curate कर पाना. It's much easier to give an example of I was very interested in physics before I lost it, and I could have done my MA, MSc in physics 3 tenths if I had the technology at that time. But that's the only example I have which makes sense to me, right? Everything else, people are so confused. But can you do PhD in like Rubik's Cube? Can you do like a master's in playing cricket or bowling or pickleball or whatever it is, or equivalent of that academically? Yes, that's possible at your beck and call if you choose to exploit the technology. and therefore you can rapidly accelerate your expertise in any area that you choose to. Will you choose to do that? I don't know. If you are growing up in a parent's house where they care too much about grades and assignments and everything needs to be A+, no chance. boss. तुम पहले मरे पड़े हुए आधे मुर्दा हो, तुम्हारे माँ बाप खुद तुम्हें मार रहे हैं, इसमें बच्चों का कोई कसूर नहीं है, पर प्लीज वापस आ जाओ, इंडियन अटैक की लग गई है, भैया आ जाओ, ठीक है, अपने कर्म साफ करो. Teachers, a lot of people will find teachers redundant because AI will become the teacher. Can school systems, board systems handle that? No. So there is a trade-off there. Finally, हम ऐसी जगह में बैठे हैं, इस शहर में बैठे हैं जहाँ पे 90% लोगों को लैपटॉप पीसी घर में हासिल नहीं है. They don't have a smartphone in their hands and therefore have no access. So what will this digital divide create? I think the jury is out there. My opinion is it will create both opportunities and threats, but we need to embrace it. क्योंकि change तो आएगा. ये जो opportunist 0.1% है यही शुरू करेंगे, वो धीरे धीरे फिर filter down होगा, 1% तक आएगा, before government begins to seriously take notice. But in the meantime, we'll have to live with this disparity. And we are quite okay as a society to live with disparity. हमें शाहरुख खान की wealth पे भी clap करना है, अंबानी पे भी करना है, अदानी पे भी करना है, उनको गालियाँ भी. We're quite comfortable. And that's fine. It works for us. Disparity has never been a problem for us globally, right? Fortune top 500 companies, we celebrate 40 under 40, 30 under 30, whatever it is. A lot of you are using AI for expertise to you. Please don't lose your basic skills of thinking or analysis, because otherwise you're going redundant by design. And that's a trade-off that a lot of people who are excessively relying on Gen AI will have to face in their careers. So that's a job market question, right? So curiosity padhao, you can use it. Thank you, slide. There are exceptions to every rule. Please don't take anything I said as a gospel. And largely when I'm saying about deaths, it'll probably start with 0.1% of this country. So the whole system may not die. But for those 0.1%, which I'll celebrate personally, and I'll cheerlead them all the way, unke liye, it's already dead. Those 0.1% are already there, out there, doing it. And if you haven't done it, please get on with it if you want to exploit this technology. Any question I did not cover? I tried to cover almost everything that came up. तुम्हारा cut out कर दो, वो repeat नहीं करना. But short, because we're out of time. You think that for these 0.1% people. When I went to St. Stephen's first year में मैं बहुत अच्छा बच्चा था. I used to go attend every class, every day the concept of tutorials in DU, or the 1.5 people are from DU. तो tutorials भी attend करता था, assignments भी करता था, A+ भी लेके आता था, exam time आया, marks आए, whatever आया. Second year I lost faith in academic system. Maths became boring. I did maths honors because I could not deal with the kind of maths and applied applications that I was getting thrown at me. Even though much later I realized, oh my God, how stupid I was, because game theory में मैं specialize कर सकता था, which gets applied everywhere, including my startup hockey. और मैं जा सकता था, उस बात में मुझे कोई गाइड नहीं करने वाला था, तब इंटरनेट नहीं था. Remember that time, 30 साल पहले, Google was not born yet. So that's what happened. And second year, I created completely a different curriculum for myself. I was doing a lot of community service, social service league का joint secretary था, math honors का secretary था, अपने department का जिसमें मैं पढ़ाई करना बंद कर चुका था. All of that, blah, blah, blah. So all that happened. I did have a turning point at that time as a teenager. I lost my dad, so a lot changed for me. But that is what I did already. So ये जो rebel का कीड़ा है बहुत लोगों में होता है. सबका नहीं, सबके बस का नहीं rebel होना. A lot of people by design are performance. But we'll take follow on from you elsewhere unless we have no more other questions in the room. For example, if I'm trying to okay, look. Okay, two things that can never take place when you're being a rebel or thinking 10x careers is passion and excellence. ये सब छोड़ दो, ये सब मेरा ज्ञान है, what I'm trying to do. तुम इसकी फोटो ले लो भाई, ठीक है, ये तुम्हारे लिए। यू हैव अ क्वेश्चन अमित?
This kind of advancement, AI advancement. What do you see as the future of education? I have 3-year-old daughter, right? Present now she is this traditional way system of education. I believe that
तुम मेरी बुक पढ़ लो, तुम्हें सब जरूरत है। क्योंकि 3 साल के बच्चे की पढ़ाई का तुम क्वेश्चन लेके आओ, तुम्हें सबसे पहले मेरी बुक पढ़ने की जरूरत है। अपने बच्चे के दुश्मन मत बनो, बहुत पेरेंट्स बने हुए, तुम्हें बनने की जरूरत नहीं।
not about see, whatever she wants to do, and she can do.
अरे भैया प्लीज पढ़ लो, ये बहुत गलत फिलोसफी है, ये सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत वायरल होता है, ये लाइफ में काम है। हाँ पॉइंट बता दो, क्योंकि ये सारी लाइंस मुझे ट्रिगर कर जाती है। हाँ
Talk about the board in CBSE, ICSE, international board भी हो गया, स्टेट का बोर्ड है, ठीक है। तो अभी क्या सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो हमारे सामने है,
क्वेश्चन क्या? लेट्स बी क्रिस्प फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ अदर्स।
मतलब अभी एट प्रेजेंट शी सीबीएसई
क्लास थर्ड देयर इज नो सीबीएसई बोर्ड, सॉरी एज 3 देयर इज नो सीबीएसई बोर्ड, एज 3 एलकेजी देयर इज नो सीबीएसई बोर्ड।
स्कूल इन which she
हाँ तो वो क्लास 2 से शुरू होता है। Correct.
पहले तो वहाँ पे इंटरनेशनल बोर्ड स्कूल,
ठीक है भाई, सवाल क्या? सवाल क्या? इन वन लाइन व्हाट्स योर क्वेश्चन?
what is the future of education?
I tried to answer that. Let me recap that for you, okay? Because you may have got distracted by that one. Now, what I'm saying is, for 0.1% people who will go and be a rebel and exploit, there's never been a better time than today in terms of technology for creating their own learning paths, matching their own learning styles. And these guys will go and accelerate and be the prodigies of future. Okay? So that's the opportunity as a parent, as a student. And I'm not commenting on the whole education system. What I'm saying is they will not even bother about it for next 5 years. उनको घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता, चाहे वो सीबीएसई हो, चाहे एनसीईआरटी हो, चाहे आईसीएसई हो, और प्लीज इतना भी नहीं चाहिए, मैं एडवाइस भी नहीं कर रहा। मेक इट शॉर्ट गाइस, बिकॉज़ दीस गाइस आर, उनके चेहरे पे देखो मतलब कैसे भाव आ रहे हैं, थोड़ा रहम करो। क्वेश्चन क्या? For those 0.1%. बाकी कंफॉर्मेंस बन के खुश हैं यार, वो बोर्ड को भी गाली देंगे, स्कूल को भी देंगे, टीचर को भी देंगे। अच्छा पेरेंटिंग ही तो नहीं कर रहा है, तभी तो बुक लिखना पड़ा, पूरा रामायण सिखाना पड़ा दोबारा से। वेरी गुड पॉइंट, तुम इससे बात करो, बिकॉज उसका बच्चा एग्जैक्टली डे केयर वाले एज ग्रुप में है। Alright, so we heard that. Any questions you guys have? Homeschooling is already bigger. It's a very large trend. It started in COVID in a very big way. उसके पहले भी लोग करते थे, right? You've heard of these stories of people who take exceptions to write the board exam, to write JEE without going through the board system. So yes, that happens, and it has expanded a lot. But rebels by definition are very few. When parent takes a responsibility of homeschooling, I have, because see, Okipok is still to almost 40 million users. So I was talking to that many parents, right? Because I'm obsessed about user experience. I talk to all my parents. Okay? So बहुत सारा data है. There are people who tried homeschooling, it did not work, have come back. There are people who want to try but never bothered to try because it is too risky. तो वो सब है, because आप ठेका ले रहे हो ना कि इसमें स्कूल के बिना चला के दिखाऊंगा अपने बच्चे की पढ़ाई। पढ़ जाती है एवरेज पेरेंट की ना। Imagine what all does the school do for your child? Social skills, हम घर पे कैसे दें? किसी के पास कोई करेक्ट आंसर इसका है नहीं, right? But homeschooling works. It takes a lot more than what you think it works. It's not just right sitting in laptop and it works. It's a lot more complicated than that. But yes, it works for the parents who make it work. तो वो रिबल का कीड़ा जरूर भी, तुम्हारा तो बाग नहीं, everybody else. अच्छा पूछ लो, बट वन लाइन छोटा रखो, और इनसे पूछ लो अगर ये अलाउ कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज ना ओवर पर पास 5 मिनट्स 10 मिनट्स, पता नहीं मैंने कितना बीट कर दिया इनके डेडलाइन। परमिशन है नहीं है, पहले बोलो।
क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन रखना था हमने।
पर वो सारे स्पीकर से साथ रखना था वो भी ना। हाँ अच्छा, how many of you still have a question? Let's take a vote. एक ही है, ले लेना, बोलो, चलो खत्म कर, but make it small.
The point one also needs, let's say college and all that, because I myself,
भाई 2 लाइन में बताओ सवाल, नहीं तो वो मुझे तो फेंक ही देंगे, तुम्हारा पता नहीं, तुम तो ऑडियंस को शायद पैसे दे के आए।
something you can't get, which is also very useful for even for the point one.
नेटवर्किंग के लिए कॉलेज नहीं जाना पड़ता है, यहाँ पे आधे लोगों को पता नहीं सिक्योरिटी सेपरेशन क्या है, व्हिच इज अ नेटवर्किंग कॉन्सेप्ट। तो स्कूल कॉलेज में नहीं सिखाया जाता, वो मेरे से लोग सिखा देते या फिर इंटरनेट सिखाते।
So in physics itself, so
Very
they,
good. क्वेश्चन क्या है?
the students, the network,
Very good. That's one of the values that you took it away. But what if you could figure out, as an influencer on Twitter, on X, where I discovered these guys, and build a community of 10,000 people while you're still 17 years old? I have so many of them in my network who have million followers, out of which there's a closed group of network of 0.1% people, which is 1,000, which is a lot more than people you know from my network. You have a brand, they are the brand. You are using brand association, it's not wrong. Because I've done leveraging with IIM Bangalore, I've done leveraging with St. Stephen's, but वो first job के बाद खत्म हो जाता है brand. All I'm saying is there are alternative ways to do this. Okay, for the ambitious, for people who choose to explore the technologies, there's already a lot happening around us. The number of teenage million follower based people in this country has already crossed 100 plus. And my bet is in the next 24 months that number will go to 10,000 plus. So बहुत सारे पाथ्स निकल रहे हैं, ठीक है, इस पे कितना भी ब्रेनस्टॉर्म कर लेंगे, बट अभी जाने दो, नहीं तो ये तो बस उठ के खड़ा हो जाए। Okay, thank you. I hope this will be useful to some of you. Okay. कोई ज्यादा नाराज है तो मुझसे बाद में मिलना।
तो मैं कह रहा हूँ एक ग्रुप फोटो के लिए आता हूँ, सारे फिर क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन शुरू करते हैं।
Yeah, but that's right. Let's go. Just press करना, press. We're all standing like we are all standing like we are attending a funeral. Hey, everybody just hands up or something. Excellent. Thank you.
What is the system working there? System. Most of my life is already constructed. But in my to say and a question. Yeah. Hey, who wants to win a quick t-shirt? Ask him to you find 100% of in a wallet, and what's the most libertarian thing to do? With an ID. You find 100% on the street with a wallet with an ID. What is the most libertarian thing to do? The first person who stands up, puts both hands up. Yes. Is it an ID or just the money?
And so we'll be taking some questions. I'll be asking questions regarding the yeah. Prasad, you are joining as well. Mr. Ruba can take on enlighten us. Anything related to regulations or startup. Ajay can start from hospitality, so yeah, please go ahead. I'm sorry to cut out on the since we are short on time, so if we can directly have questions and how best we can really help the general scenario. Yeah.
Question about the party. I wanted to know about the plan you have for the party itself. Is it going to be registered or and are you going to test election and what is the plan?
And it's Tushar for anything related to LTI. So Tushar, yes. Party registration is just there. Will be helping us in that. Party so from that organization to here. First of all, connect also like finding people. उसके बाद फिर and then when you have something for sports day, whatever you want to call it, then test them. और जहाँ तक स्ट्रेटजी की बात है तो
वो states ज़्यादा preferable हैं those were for third alternative जो policy जो existing two major parties हैं तो उनसे जो declining states पंजाब होगी youth में जो decline 19 seats they got out of so those who are looking for third alternatives have basically declining states और अर्जेंटीना अर्जेंटीना कोई मेजर नहीं चेंज करता है इसी सिनारियो में एक्सिस्टिंग मॉडल पे सिमिलरली ऑल्सो इन सेंस तो हमारी मोटिव नहीं है कि approach areas that the major parties don't mind and won't succeed anyway, and then build a base there and then start ramping operation. Like test the prove the model that our policies and our principles work, and then and automatically other states will copying them as start copying them as well. So basically, just need one state and top six states and top. सबसे पहले पंजाब, वेस्ट बंगाल, केरला, sort of entering Goa or Himachal Pradesh. Karnataka is also making the list, but थोड़ा सा time और थोड़ा कांग्रेस का थोड़ा previous थोड़ा सा और
driven things. For example, the audience. Video audience. Short term because
Definitely a valid question, especially in the context of what the party is trying to do. How do we convince people that that you won't give them free stuff, right? Everybody wants free stuff. So first thing we have to prove to the people, and I want to claim to the people, is that the government's not really giving them any free stuff. Every penny that they're getting comes from them, and I'm not even talking about in a very abstract way. It's in a more direct way. For example, I was just talking to the Uber driver, and I was just asking him casually how much he was earning, Now he is not very happy, obviously, because the incentives by Uber have decreased, So I was just casually telling him, you know what, what your fuel expense is. It's about like close to 15, 16K a month. And I said, do you know that you're paying half of that in your fuel tax? From a guy, from a taxi guy, the government's stealing about 7 to 8,000 rupees a month. We don't have to promise anybody 2,000 rupees a month for some girl or something. We just stop taking money from the people in the first place. And I think this is something, a project that, we were thinking about doing set up a Liberty, an organization that I co-founded with a couple of other friends, is to show people how much money that they've been stolen. We see the graphic all the time that every time you buy a car, there's this much, this much, this much. The manufacturer doesn't really make a lot. Even for example, alcohol, I'll tell you. Alcohol again depends from state to state. For example, in my state, if the bottle costs, the manufacturer is selling it for like 50 rupees or something. The government will give them 60 rupees or 65 rupees, that's it. And it sells it for about 120 or 130 rupees or even higher markup. And all that money the government pocket. So one of the advantages of what libertarians are trying to do is our policies, even though everybody commies and socialists say that, this is a very pro-rich thing. I think libertarianism is the most pro-poor, party or economic policy. They actually have more to benefit, and it's actually super rich who have the more to lose because competition will happen. They will not have the sort of, entrenched privileges.
anybody can compete with them. And it definitely, there are some arguments to make when you are in an absolute, like, somewhere deeply impoverished cases. But most of the beneficiaries of the government, what the money they're getting, is a pittance compared to what's being stolen. Just take somebody's house bills and check how much they're paying in GST. Well, and the sort of cascading effect that it has, right? Even when they pay some rent to the owner, put the property card registration tax or whatever, every element there's so much tax. And where is all this money going? If you look at it, the amount of wastage is so high. If they said if the government spends a rupee, they'll get 10 paise. And that probably hasn't changed much, maybe 25, so or maybe that's it. But how many ठीक है the reason they hold that is like common man that should make doesn't stand for the green, not the masses. Okay, so one thing is libertarianism. Communism, the growth of communism actually happened in a very different time frame and in a very different context, where society was transitioning from colonialism and feudalism, and people conflated that with capitalism. Who had the land back then? The zamindars, and if the zamindar homestead land, according to some libertarian principles, didn't buy it from people. Most of them were royal lands. And sometimes when the British came, they changed the entire system where sometimes the farmer, the tillers had actually rights then. They were not formal rights. They suddenly said everything belongs to the state, or they would just grant up the zamindar saying all this land belongs to you. And that disrupted a lot of property rights, even tribal rights. They were to gather resources. A lot of them were taken. And coming from a very feudalistic mindset, it does seem that the people who own the capital are evil because historically those people really were evil also in a way, because their rights were granted by somebody who was more powerful than them. And this started off with a reactionary movement. And definitely it's a bad philosophy, it caused a misery and all, but you can also understand why that reaction happened. But now we are living in a different thing, and communism rose and also collapsed because people saw that it collapsed. Except for a bunch of edgy idiots on Twitter, in the real world, nobody really thinks. Like in West Bengal, the Communist Party is like not really a communist party. At Kerala, for example, you call it communist party, but they're not advocating like taking off everybody's service. Unions, okay, unions agree, but that's there in a lot of different places. So it's not really communism. Communism. Kerala people are actually very enterprising, and in fact, they leave the state. They internally know, but they also, because they're also sort of attacked for communism, they sort of like I think sort of claim it. And communism really didn't do much for Kerala. Actually, they probably wrecked it on the Gulf oil boom. And the fact that Kerala had a higher literacy rate even before independence because of the Travancore kings or whatever. So if you look at the growth rate after independence in the literacy rate, Bihar has actually outperformed the Kerala if you look at growth. Himachal Pradesh has done excellently well, and they didn't have any communism. Himachal Pradesh is a fantastic case study for anybody. So, one, the regular communism was a historical artifact. I don't think that's going to happen now. As for libertarianism, in general, the concept of individual responsibility is a hard pill to swallow for most people. And it will not be easy. It will require education. I mean, if it was so easy, like all of us would not be sitting here. Like, from, I've also been like talking about libertarianism for a while, but it's something that people also react because they indoctrinate in a certain way. We will also show a very economic and a pragmatic example of libertarianism. Instead of saying all that, we just show how much money they're going to save. Look at the numbers and say, you know what, we'll give you this much amount of money. Your own money, what is being stolen, we'll stop that. I think that could be a pitch. And that's what I was thinking. Maybe his money is being stolen. First thing is like that. That is our job to educate. That is our job as libertarians to educate people that they're being stolen from. We say taxation is there. That is our slogan. Taxation is there. But again, fuel. Everybody purchases fuel. How will they know? They don't know because nobody's telling them in that sense. No. We put up a thing outside. Board every time that guy gets a bill, we put an LED display. This much money stolen from you. We'll start doing tax registers everywhere. We'll have to be creative. We'll have to do some sort of marketing campaign. I mean, as a political thing, I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, but we have to educate people about the amount of money that's being stolen from them. And say, this is the money that's being stolen from you. This is what you're getting. Do you see that trade-off? And our target is anyway going to be in city. And in any city, no urban citizen is getting more money than the government stealing from them. The amount stealing property taxes, this, and on top of that, again, income taxes. How much money does Bombay, Bangalore, Hyderabad contribute? Hyderabad contributes 56% of Telangana's revenue. We have a GDP per capita of more than 5,000 US dollars. So imagine that wealth is coming from Hyderabad. How good the quality should be. I mean, it's okay, but it could be a lot better. Cleaner roads, sanitation, everything. We will show that that money is being stolen. We have to build institutions that have better accountability. I don't think it's a write-off, definitely, but I think it's a messaging issue, and we need to focus. We need to do a very targeted thing. Just show people you are being stolen from. That should be the central message of libertarianism more than anything. It's not like we don't say that you should take care of yourself. I mean that's implied. We say what the government is stealing from you. We want to give your money to yourself so you can take care of yourself. You go to hospital, they're charging GST. I mean, imagine that somebody is dying and government wants to treat them and they want to sit there and give explanations about, oh, we can't do this, I can't. It's ridiculous.
How do we support? How do we support libertarian party? अभी कर रहे रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस सेटअप हो रहा है बाकी जैसे ये जो हमने कमिट किया कंट्रीब्यूशन सही किया नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में मैं इसको थैंक यू करने के लिए ऑलमोस्ट क्या तो कंट्रीब्यूट तो 25 वी ऑलमोस्ट कंट्रीब्यूटेड so yeah so डोनेशंस एक बार रजिस्टर्ड एंटिटी उसके बाद स्टार्ट हुई तो ट्रस्ट का इशू होता है अभी तो क्लोजर शेयर में उन्होंने डोनेट कर दिया बाकी उसकी बात करें कमर्शियल वेंचर्स की बात करें तो सेटिंग मर्चेंडाइज तो और ट्रेडर्स के नाम से और दूसरा सेटिंग द रियल फ्री मार्केट अजय ने थोड़ा मेंशन किया रियल फ्री मार्केट का बेसिक आइडिया है कि whoever wants to start a social or entrepreneurship venture, we facilitate those who are in the network. We facilitate the access, so it is easier to set up. Right now, the system is anyone who wants to solve a social problem, they just end up setting up an NGO and doing cute stuff. No one goes into the hard nitty-gritty of the problem. So let's focus on Section 8 now, which I also non-entrepreneurship venture. So let's get them registered and profitable entities who are self-sustainable and not dependent on grants or basically grant dependent now. So one idea is that party should not be donor dependent. Donor dependent would be donors pay party dependent. So I think should be government should be financially flush. That's the idea कि इसके लिए financially focus करें. बाकी अगर आप वो अगर scientific modeling करना है तो by merchandising by stuff and you definitely setting up. So you definitely get something not in exchange, not just the promises.
See, fundraising, I actually teach. I do like a whole workshop on this. So reach out to me on Twitter. We will set something up for you. Largely, what we're saying is have some evidence that whatever your hunch is about your product is worth it. We call that traction. or a product market fit. So reach at that point in time, directly, indirectly, with revenues, without revenues, wherever you can. Package it into a pitch deck, approach investors in your industry, and set up meetings with them. So that's the 10,050 of this process. But there are like lots of micro steps in that. Hard to do in a Q&A format. It's a whole workshop module. So if you and your friends are interested, I can do one online. That's all. You're looking for something else. हाँ बाजू भैया वापस आ जाओ 10 बार तो बोला होगा हाँ. Yeah, we should have taken like a 100 crore odd exit when it came to us, rather than continuing to believe in us. It wasn't a bad bet because one year later we were ranked number one on the Play Store. We stayed there for a good 1 year. We're probably the record for any angel funded company to stay number one in an industry full of unicorns at the top for a whole year. You can go there in a flash and move out thanks to algorithms. We were there. So there was a reason for backing that gut that you have, that intuition you have about your own product. The second thing that we could have done is maybe um, I did not know how to close a company with stakeholders that we raise money from. So that's a recent one. He's nodding his head because he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Closing in a company is a very painful process. Some of you are starting out, they think setting up a company is a problem. You have no idea what I'm saying. खून के आंसू रोने पड़ते हैं बंद करते time. It's 10x more complicated, especially when you have multiple stakeholders. If it's a simple OPC company, it's still easy to close it out, strike it out. So a lot more things we could have learned, done more. But honestly, we're proud of what we did. Parents wrote to me like literally yesterday about the impact that we made to their children's life, their life. So this is like crazy. लोग रिव्यूज के लिए घूमते फिरते हैं फेक रिव्यूज कराते हैं हमें 6 महीने बाद कोई व्हाट्सएप में लिख रहा है कि यार मेरी जिंदगी बदल गई बिकॉज ऑफ योर प्रोडक्ट आई एम सो ग्रेटफुल टू यू somebody sitting in Nagpur, like very far from it, right? So that happens when you do big product. Like we have like 15,000 videos on YouTube with parents thanking us. That's not now. That's like while we were building that. Yeah. एक्टिव क्या है मतलब पड़े हुए कंटेंट तुम जाके देखना देख सकते हो we have no option. Market is like shut back for exits right now, especially in tech and consumer tech. Very, very crazy low point. In a better market, we had offers up to like I said, 100 crore plus, which was way before we became number one. We had like 1/10 the attraction and we had that kind of offers. We chose not to sell it. One of the offers was from Bank of America. Not directly to a company he acquired by Capitalism. ये लाइफ बहुत बड़ी है ना बहुत कुछ करना होता है एक चीज नहीं हुआ एक एग्जाम नहीं चला तो दूसरा एग्जाम देते हैं ना कब तक बैठोगे you grieve it was your baby you lost it you're shutting it down you're saying bye bye you grieve and then you take a sabbatical you do meditation you do travel मेरे से लोग दारू भी नहीं पीते हैं जुआ भी नहीं खेलते हैं लड़की बाजी भी नहीं करते तो कुछ तो करके आते हैं तो गंगा जी में नहा के आ जाएंगे केदारनाथ चले जाएंगे ट्रैक करके तो वो सब कर when you're done grieving then you move on to the next thing. That's what I'm making. Anytime you do things good, like talk like your talk at IIT, talk at NIM, guide people with your experience, the good experience and the bad experience, both are insanely valuable. In fact, bad is more valuable to most of you who are yet to make your share of mistakes. So yes, I'll probably be mentioning something by end of this. I'm still sitting. I'm not writing another book.
It's in the QR. It's the profile that we have shared for every speaker, right? There's a QR on that.
I advise a fair bit of companies, yes. I also advise a lot of institutions for their accelerators and things like that. But when he was talking, I thought I'll button, but I held back because for the first time, I'm actually fascinated to know that there is a not-for-profit accelerator in this country, very close to where we're sitting now. And they're trying to do some fantastic work. to accelerate not-for-profits. My biggest problem when I talk to them was like, I thought not-for-profits never scale. I've worked enough for not-for-profits in my life, informally, formally, both. So I'm quite passionate about the cause. And my biggest problem was none of the skills, right? So it's fascinating to see what all tech is enabling now and what's coming next. So yes, I do a lot of that.
And also, we'd also love Amitji to join on Real Free Market as well as a mentor. So you can, if you have any for-profit startups, and we'd definitely invite him to mentor and guide you. So let's hope he accepts our invitation.
Might as well.
Yeah.
But we're thinking about expanding the party and everything.
Yes.
What kind of market expansion done? Because internet is leveraged with the productivity of all things. They were very different. But have try to with some famous politics or some podcast. Yes, some strategy you have in mind, like
स्टार्टिंग है मतलब थोड़ा अभी चैलेंज ये है हमारे सामने कि एमओ और सारी सोशलिस्ट है वाली प्रॉब्लम सारी it's hard to bit hard to convince to them to be directly libertarian. तो जैसे इस तरह का वाला इशू है तो उसमें जैसे we put out our stance के we are for absolute free speech. और free speech उसका मतलब ये है कि private bodies speech सेंसर नहीं कर सकती, गवर्नमेंट cannot censor speech. तो धीरे धीरे जैसे ऐसे issues को क्या है तो उससे लोग जुड़ते हैं, जैसे भी कॉस्टली है तो even influencer he has almost 150K on YouTube. तो इस तरीके से right now we have to be organic. धीरे धीरे when we have sufficient base, then we can start looking at this is what we face and please let's discuss. Podcasting में भी काम चल रहा है. Two content ideas that we are working on is podcasting and second one is debating. Debating idea ये कि let's get the counterpoints of those who are against our positions and let's build our argument in such a way that it resonates with them. उन्होंने कुछ argument present करके जैसे best example पर बेसिकली होता है कि जैसे बेच डिस्पैरिटी की बात होती है तो wage disparity में women are paid less than men. इसके बारे में बात होती है. तो इसका best rebuttal ये है if women are paid less, then why don't the please hire just women? They are paid less. So this short circuit the thinking कि हाँ ये इसका भी sense बन रही है. If you agree on it, so we have to collect all these arguments and then push out everywhere. So ये है और third step है influencer वाली बात. तो influencer वही once we have sort of a good toolkit to what we need to speak about and what are the good arguments to push, then we can move in the direction of let's start. क्योंकि अभी हमारी arguments आपस में हमारे agreement है, but we still haven't क्योंकि हम early topic stage में हैं. तो second stage आई है तो early topics की बात आती है. उनको convince करने के लिए हमें थोड़ा और colloquial होना पड़ेगा, relevant होना पड़ेगा. अभी थोड़ा ज़्यादा अमेरिकनाइज्ड है इसको. तो वो वाला थोड़ा इशू है. अभी हम देश में जा रहे हैं धीरे-धीरे. तो इस एक बार let's get to the debate and the podcast. Then we move in the direction of getting all these people to push our ideas.
But we could be on the podcast that are neutral, not libertarian.
What do you
That
debates and colleges.
YouTube का देखो सिंपल चीज है, ट्रांजैक्शनल रिलेशन है. आपके ऑडियंस कितनी है, सिंपल ट्रांजैक्शन. तो अभी हमारी ऑडियंस इतनी बड़ी नहीं है, तो जब हमारी ऑडियंस बड़ी होगी तो people will be interested in knowing.
One way to grow this party is let's say debates and colleges also because you're not debating.
उसकी बात है ऑफलाइन एक्सपेंशन की बात है. तो एक बार पार्टी रजिस्टर हो जाएगी तो we will set up student wings का दो गोल होंगे. बेसिकली एक तो लोकल इंडस्ट्री से स्टूडेंट्स कनेक्ट करना, जॉब्स के लिए और स्कॉलरशिप के लिए. और सेकंड एस्पेक्ट होगा कि
Just one more thing about that transaction relationship. We do not have an audience, but we do have a new idea which is not exposed. So there's a incentive for them to expose that new idea, and even if they just discuss it, their audience is not that much. Right. Like if I start a podcast, the whole goal is people think we talk about interesting things. And this idea is one of the most interesting ideas out there. To me, it is one of the most beautiful political philosophies. So for all people like me and thinking of problems to solve, they could be political solutions. Why don't we reach out to them and you could go on their podcast, or any one of us could go on their podcast, whoever has a voice can convey it properly. I think that is that is very relevant to our time, this digital and internet time.
I would agree completely. You can start off with
So when you get a lot of money by on internet, so why
experiencing growth अभी शुरू हुई है जनवरी में 300 ले गए एकदम 45
yeah. But I think there are times. Just now. So it was a good time for us make some noise. Like the somewhere and thing happened. More than the comedy world, people are connected to it. So it was a good time for us to connect. And with that time, you had some.
वर्ल्ड पर्सपेक्टिव तो से ऐसे बहुत ऐसा नहीं है तुम दोनों जो बोलो गलत है तो थर्ड पर्सन
नहीं I also want to add that because of libertarian that has of new identity, especially in India, that many just don't know what libertarian means. So when you put somewhere that yeah there is libertarian party, people don't know about it. People are divided between like conservative, too much conservatism or too much yeah. Okay, so there is people like no have idea that there is another third idea which can combine a bit of both, conservative and left. And when people will know that libertarian is a word that is political, like for me, like as I to comment on both, Javed Milei coming in Argentina as a president is the biggest thing that happened for this.
Yeah.
Javed Milei, only there was one small country, Georgia, from 2004 to 2012, they were libertarian, 1 billion, and the growth they saw in that 2004 to 12. So it's an exponential growth, the country. So just talking about the libertarianism, only to for the podcast like that. People will know that there is an idea that exists.
So one more thing I'd like to add is
देखो यार मुझे ना तुम्हारी पार्टी पता है ना लिबर्टेरियनिज्म क्या होता है पता है you rightly figured me out. But all I know is you're trying to launch a brand. Okay, brands are built in a very simple playbook manner. We use a slogan that explains. Nobody understands what Unilever does, right, or what Unilever means, but we all use their products. From time immemorial, for that matter, Procter and Gamble, Gillette, इनके founders का नाम देखिए घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता, right? But they all connect with their product. Okay, so once you need a slogan or a series of slogans which you A/B test, you need to build your own influencer channels at a much larger scale, right? You need to bring in a community together, database it out, way more than social handles. So which means either a web app or a phone app. Phone apps are more viral in India these days than web apps. Depending on what's accessible to you, you can quickly build that. And you need a lot of community tabs. Wherever you have any traction, that's the only way people will connect with your message. And that's the fastest way to trigger virality. How does 4.5K can become 4.5 million in a year? That's the simple path. Community, so you need to have your own database and physical meetups. It doesn't need to be like literally like physical in a geolocation. It could be virtual but interactive, like webinar model. Do bit of both, see what's possible because the team is likely to be lean right now. But build your own philosophy, slogans, great content. You have to get into that. And it's not that hard to get from 0 to 1 million followers in 6 months' time because so many people do it all the time. So there's a whole playbook for that to spread your philosophy. And the more polarized you are,
the easier it is to get traction. Not controversy, I'm saying just be clear about who you are. Because other people don't seem to be talking the language from whatever I've understood till now. So, आप कर सकते हो, as a brand building, that's the fastest way out. So that's what people are trying to guess that you should go towards. But that's the flow.
Basic contact, content in a consumer level. Instead of only focusing on English, we should start making content.
So हमने इस डायरेक्शन में थोड़ा सा काम किया था. We have translated the first we have summarized the major libertarian books and then we have translated them to regional languages like Punjabi, Telugu, Malayalam. We have done that. मगर हाँ कंटेंट की बात है तो definitely we need to. You need to realize that it is a really small. It is a really small operation to think about. This is the biggest speed of that we have. We have a small one parallel. So this is the biggest gathering that we have done physically. So spaces have almost 20 people joining, but this is a bit bigger than that. So definitely things are on the horizon. I didn't get sufficient time to explain what all needs to be done, but definitely your all your input is right, and I think all of you are in some groups. Yeah, so definitely share your ideas, and those who aren't, I'll explain it.
We have a bunch of videos. We've done it on a lot of political positions of politicians both in Andhra and Telangana. So we keep continuously pushing out content. It's predominantly in Telugu, and we have a significant amount of following. My co-founder usually does it on his personal account, and we largely focus on the Andhra Telangana states. It's called the Center for Liberty. As of now, we are doing mostly regional content. Regional content definitely will get more traction than in English, but when you're targeting the urban population, it's sort of again a little bit here.
That of that. We can as a medium. But sensible and
Definitely, I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's only question of the amount of effort that's involved and resources that it requires. But I don't think as a strategy, anybody is opposed to that. I think it's a good idea. Definitely.
So yeah. So some of those policies. One thing that needs to be clear that India parties don't really have an ideology. All are populist parties. Whatever catches them, they adopt that as a program. See, BJP's core ideology is Gandhian socialism. What does that mean? Can anyone explain that? Even BJP will not explain that properly. What's Gandhian socialism? Yeah. Yeah, so the thing is that they have no ideology. So same Congress did socialism, same Congress brought 1981. So what's different is that? सारा कुछ पेपर होता है यहाँ पे.
And one of the main philosophies, integral humanism or something. Yeah, sure. I mean, so for example, obviously, to some extent, it is party. I mean, one like
It's an important challenge.
I'm not disagreeing that they have implemented a lot of parties, but if you see philosophically, there are, because it's a big tentpole party, there are factions also like BJP, who are a lot similar to us, as in the Libertarian Party.
Members
Example is on paper, Narendra Modi says minimum government, and that is
हमारे सामने हमारे साथ एक पॉलिटिकल चैलेंज है. How do we make liberty? Once we have the metrics for कोई problem, सारे चैलेंज होते हैं. How do we make liberty popular so that anyone who wants to get popular has to appeal to libertarians to get elected. That वही चैलेंज है तो तुम थर्ड ऑल्टरनेटिव चांस जब आप स्टेटस को सेटिस्फाई हो आप थर्ड ऑल्टरनेटिव को देखो. ऊबर अगर आप जाओगे जब पूरा ऊबर वाला काम ही करते हो आप ड्राइवर से
to happen here, but I'm just taking again example for India. Need to go to a rabbit hole, right? Then people say no. And it's too old to come back. Now we need to extreme crisis. Extreme crisis. There's a thing about India. It's what both opinions can touch it.
that last question is on the forum speaker. So last
Yeah, that's a good question. Why they became libertarian? Maybe you'll figure out if it is more scalable that you can just reach out to the same level.
So you talk about pain point election and what made them decide that this is the solution to my case.
Goal is to get more people interested in libertarianism. What do you think?
How did they find out about Libertarian Party?
Because again, the same point was mentioned, the pain points. Everyone's a pain point.
And the framework that we're already getting is like it's just a brand or just for me it's just a start, it doesn't start, it's just holding start.
Most of us found out about this through Twitter.
Yeah. That was deliberate because the level of discourse on Twitter is a bit different. So, like staying easy, you cannot on Instagram. Yeah. Level of intelligence and level of so I think that is the foreign speakers are very so I'm here to get topic. We just have a token and a before ending. Is the general civilization but the problem is right now we're attacking the last what it's on this. So we have followed the hold it. It's a thing. So we have three foreign speakers. First one is Jose Gonzalez. he's representing the foreign relations department of Libertarian Party of Spain. And then next we have David Muscat. He's from Libertarian Party Florida. He's the director of Libertarian Party Florida. And then we have Martha Guerra. She is she's a Cuban American, and she's a die-hard libertarian. So they will share their experiences, and the first address will be by Jose, and he will be talking about how EU strangled Europe into submission and the perils, and why libertarianism is constitutionally unfeasible in Europe simply because of the political requirements that EU has imposed on the rising of new parties. So,
Oh, sorry.
yeah. Hello.
Hello? So, can you hear me? Hello? I don't know if you can hear me. Hello? Okay. Okay, let's see. Now, can you hear me now? Hello? Yeah, the audio is a little bit, so I don't know if you can hear me. So, yes. Is it okay now? Because I cannot hear you.
Laptop mic is off. Some microphone that doesn't feedback.
No, here the mic.
Okay. So how do you hear me now? Is it better now?
Yes, Jose, we can hear you well. Yeah. We can hear you
Okay,
well now.
perfect. Hello, everyone. It was really nice to see you all there. Hello. So, well, first of all, I'm really glad to see so many people there. Is amazing. And well, I'm really glad to see that B's first summit is being a success. Been following you the whole morning here. And well, libertarians and defenders of freedom of India and the whole world. I really want to thank all of you and the Libertarian Party of India for letting me join you here today. My name is Jose Gonzalez, and I'm the Vice Secretary of International Relations of the Libertarian Party of Spain. So it's really an honor to be here today to discuss to talk about the European Union and discuss how the European Union, what was once a promising idea of a Europe of free trade, open borders, and cooperation, has finally transformed into a bureaucratic superstate that strangles economic freedom and undermines individual rights. But, before we talk about how bad things have become, let's start with something that I find it quite important, is what the European Union was supposed to be, because this is very important for us nowadays as well. So the original vision of the European Union was actually free trade and cooperation. It sounds funny when we see what the European Union is nowadays, but well, it was actually free trade and cooperation. So after World War II, Europe was in ruins. The idea behind European cooperation was quite simple: more trade, more prosperity, less war. So the logic made sense. When countries trade freely, they depend on each other, and war becomes, well, less likely. The former European economic community was somehow a kind of libertarian dream. I'm not saying it was libertarian, but it was on the good direction. It was a kind of libertarian dream in many ways. It lowered trade barriers, allowing businesses to flourish. Goods, services, and people could move more freely. So it was basically about cooperation and not control. And at first, well, it actually worked. Europe prospered, it started to be much better. People traveled, worked, and traded across borders with ease. Businesses thrived, economic growth soared. But then something happened, something changed. And the European Union, as it expanded, became less about free trade and more about centralized power. And this is very dangerous, because once you centralize power, it's very, very difficult to take it back to people. What started as a simple agreement between nations turned into a monster, a supranational monster, a supranational government that dictates rules, punishes dissent, and suffocates individual freedoms. And these monsters has been growing until now, and it's still growing, and it wants to grow much more. So members of the European Union, for example, cannot decide what to sell or how to sell the goods. We have limits to taxes, for example. In the case of Spain, my country, the VAT here is the 21%. Of course, we want to reduce it. The Libertarian Party, we want to reduce it. But in case we can reduce it, we have a European regulation that is over the national regulation, over the Spanish regulation. And this European regulation doesn't allow us to reduce the VAT tax below the 15%. So actually, no country member of the European Union would be able to have a lower VAT tax than 15%. That's a legal minimum for the European Union members. So in order to change it legally and to have a VAT tax below these 15%, we must change that European law, which is almost unreachable. It's very difficult to change these kind of laws, because let's say if the European Union is working as a super state and a supra state as well, is the higher you go, the most difficult it is to reach the bureaucrats there. Now, for example, we also see how the CBDC is going to take over. For those who don't know, CBDC is a central bank digital currency, and the European Union is working on the digital euro. And the worst thing of this CBDC is that they will control. These European bureaucrats can control where we spend the money, how we spend the money, how much money we spend, and cash will disappear. So it's going to take over, and the little freedom we still have will disappear with it. So, for goodness sake, so you can imagine how difficult it is to reach a European bureaucrat. In the European Union, they talk a lot about democracy and all these things, but the European Union is not even democratic. When we Europeans vote for the European Parliament, we are basically voting for nothing, because all these people you see, you watch on TV, sitting there in the European Parliament, the European Parliament is not deciding what to approve. It's actually the European Commission, the one with the legislative initiative. And this commission is not chosen by the people. Is members of the governments of the country members of the European Union who choose this European Commission. We don't vote them as citizens. So you can imagine how democratic it is. So, sorry. So nowadays, the European Union is basically at war on freedom, and particularly on economic freedom. We have seen the example of the CBDC. These will drive us to financial and economic totalitarianism. But the European Union no longer promotes free trade. It promotes controlled trade. So instead of letting businesses operate freely, it imposes thousands of pages of regulations that decide how companies must run, what products they can sell, and how workers must be treated. And workers are not free as well. We cannot freely negotiate individually with bosses or directors or the companies we work for. No, it's completely impossible. Now, let's take, for example, the Common Agricultural Policy, the CAP, okay? This is about agriculture. So the European Union, instead of allowing farmers to compete, the European Union hands out billions in subsidies to certain farms. Of course, this distorts the market. And who's choosing the farms who deserve subsidies? Bureaucrats. So it's basically personal or collective decisions, but is completely arbitrary. Okay, these distorts the market. What are the consequences? Well, prices go up, innovation slows down, taxpayers pay the price. Because remember, it's always the taxpayers who are paying the price. Citizens, common citizens, we are paying the price to make them untouchable and reachable. They are trying to defend their seats there. Bureaucrats are just making regulations to make the things more difficult for us and easier for them. We can also look, for example, at the European Union's obsession with climate regulations. While, of course, protecting the environment is important, we want to live in a place where the environment it's okay, yes, of course, but the European Union has turned this into a tool for central economic planning. The Green Deal actually forces industries to comply with impossible regulations, and this makes energy and goods more expensive. So what are we talking about? Are we talking about environment? Because this is solving nothing. This regulation is solving nothing, and people is living much worse. Why? Because meanwhile, big corporations benefit because they can afford these costs. But small businesses are suffering, or they even have to shut down. So this regulation is absolutely crazy. This is absolutely crazy because these rules are not made to pollute less. It's a kind of pay-per-pollute policy. And it makes people live worse. Well, the problem's still there, because the problem is not solved, actually. So, there's another example coming right now to my mind. It was a few years ago with the Eurozone, with the so-called Eurozone crisis, although we are somehow in a kind of perpetual crisis since then. When the European Union forced countries like Greece, Spain, Italy, into debt traps with reckless spending policies. So they forced them to have spending policies. And then punish them with harsh austerity measures. So instead of allowing these countries to control their own economies, to allow people to develop economy their own way, the European Union dictated their budgets and, of course, deepening the economic crisis. Economic crisis that in many places in Europe we are still suffering. Something is clear here for me and for all libertarians in general. This is not free trade. This is pure economic control. So these can cause another problem, because nowadays we see how the problem of the European Union as a superstate is causing another problem, the rise of nationalism, which may seem an answer to the European Union, but is the wrong answer to the problem, because it's exactly the same. Many Europeans feel that their voices no longer matter, which is true. We cannot deny that. And their economies are suffering. Yes, of course. But the governments no longer have control their own policies. And so they turn to nationalism as a kind of solution, but it's not a solution. Brexit was a very clear example. It was probably the clearest example of this. British people saw that the European Union was becoming a superstate, and they wanted out, because the European Union didn't allow the UK to do what they wanted. So what did the European Union do? Instead of making Brexit smooth, it tried to punish the UK, because the European Union doesn't want other countries to live. They want to control. They want control. All the countries inside. And if you plan to leave, no, you're the enemy. But of course, nationalism is not the answer to this. Nationalism is just another form of collectivism. So if we as libertarians are against collectivism and are against the state in general, we cannot forget that the European Union is now acting as a superstate, but nationalism is also another form of collectivism. Because what nationalism does, it's replacing European Union control with a state control. But it's still control. It replaces one set of bureaucrats with another. A nationalist economy is still a controlled economy. The solution is not making a state smaller in territory, but making it smaller in competences. And this is very important. We can have a very small country with a small, let's say, a not huge territory, and it can be a dictatorship or a free country, depending on how many competences that country, that state has. So we libertarians do not believe in big governments or big states, whether it's in Brussels or in national capitals. We believe in individual freedom. The real solution is more individual liberty. So now, yes, we've talked about the problems and all the bad things, but what's the libertarian alternative? And this alternative can work for the European Union, for India, for any society around the world. Well, it's basically a free and voluntary Europe. So if both the European Union we have nowadays and nationalism are bad, the solution is quite simple. And I will try to sum up in, let's say, 5-6 points. 5. I will leave it in 5 points. So, number 1, end centralized control. Each country should govern itself, free from Brussels interference or free from any other capital or centralism interference. Number 2, it's imperative, it's necessary to restore free markets. So instead of European Union collectivist and interventionist policies, we need real economic freedom. Lower taxes, fewer regulations, and of course, open trade. The third point is actually related to the first one. We must decentralize decision making. It's not possible to have a one-size-fits-all policies. No. We must let local communities and individuals make their own choices, because no bureaucrat from their offices located miles away should decide what to do with your village or wherever you live. Because they probably don't even know the name of the place you live in. So if we have for example, a seaside or a coast policy, the coast is not the same everywhere. Mountains, the environment is not the same. Forests, they are not the same everywhere. Decisions must be taken decentralized. Number 4, of course, we must encourage voluntary cooperation. Countries should trade and work together because they want to, not because they are forced to. This is how you create bonds based on freedom and responsibility. If you force countries to stay or just because, no, you're not going to solve anything. Actually, what you need to make those countries to stay is to use force. And then freedom disappears. And number 5, of course, we must focus on individual freedom, not nationalism, not any kind of collectivism. The European Union wants to control entire countries, and nationalists want to control their own people, so also the country. So the real fight is for individuals to control their own lives, not to make bureaucrats control our lives, just because we think the nationalism is better. No, it's not. It's not. That's collectivism as well. The real fight is for individuals to control their own lives. So libertarians do not oppose cooperation. No, of course not. We like cooperation. It's one of the bases of libertarianism. What we oppose is forced control. We do not reject trade, of course. We need free trade. We like free trade and voluntary. What we reject is bureaucratic overreach. So if Europe or the European Union wants to have a future, that future must be free. The European Union must change. European Union has failed the way it is nowadays. What was supposed to be a system of voluntary cooperation has basically become a centralized bureaucratic dictatorship. It kills free markets. It destroys sovereignty and fuels division. And of course, it kills individual rights. But the answer cannot be nationalism, never, because nationalism means more state. The answer is individual freedom, always, economic liberty, and voluntary cooperation. Europe does not need a superstate. We don't need an over-controlling big brother. We don't need bureaucrats telling people how to live. We know how to live as individuals. Just let us do. Europe just needs free people, free markets, and free societies working together voluntarily. So the future of Europe must be free, exactly the same as the future of India or any other society. And we as libertarians must cooperate and fight to make that a reality. So thank you very much. I hope you liked it. And of course, long live freedom.
Thanks a lot, Jose, for joining in to the live stream. We've got a lot of viewers there as well, more than close to 3,000 viewers online as well. And if you could please hang on for a while, we will.
Of course.
We will come back to you with some questions as well. Right now, we've got Martha and David Moskre as well on to speak next. So we'll see you soon.
Of course. Okay. Thank you.
Who's next? Who's? Huh? Huh? David, huh? Okay. Hello, David. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome to the Libertarian Forum Summit. Thanks for joining in. Sorry, we've got a bit delayed as well here.
So we've got about 10-12 minutes for the rest of the sessions today. So, your words of encouragement that you're going to give us today has to be a little bit shorter than normal. So thank you for joining us, and also to our live stream viewers as well. Take it away, David.
Yeah, no problem. It's nice to see all you. I know I've connected with several of you online in different spaces. Really, what I wanted to do was just come on here for a moment and tell you a little bit about my story, where we started as the Libertarian Party in the Tampa Bay area. And maybe it can give you some ideas or just encouragement for what you're working on there in India. Thanks, Jose. That was very enlightening to listen to the state of things in the UA. There's something when you said, we want to leave people alone, that there's a joke we tell in the US that libertarians are in a conspiracy to take over the world so we can leave everybody alone, right? Versus control everybody's lives. But just real quick, I wanted to go over, so I think the big point here is to take the first step of action, right? I know you guys, I've had some conversations with you. You think this seems like such a huge thing, how can we tackle this? And so, my story is I got involved. We all have this point where we looked around and we said things need to be better, right? Either for us or for the next generation. And mine was when I turned 24, my oldest daughter was born. So this was over 20 years ago, right? And I happened to see this political billboard, and it was somebody running for US Congress. And I thought, I need to get involved because it seems like this world's really messed up and I want it to be better for my daughter. So that little step led me to becoming his communications director after 3 months. It turned out I just happened to be really good at it. And just from that point on, staying consistent and keeping my head in the game, I ended up running multiple US congressional campaigns all the way up to being a part of presidential campaigns in both the Democrat and Republican parties, depending on who was running, before I said, all right, they're both corrupt. I'm going to join the Libertarian Party. I had a lot of Libertarian friends. I reached out to them because I was about to give up on politics altogether, right? Some of you know this. We've talked about this. And my friend, he's Andrew Horning. He was a U.S. Senate candidate in Indiana last year. He said, man, you've always been one of us. Just go all the way with it. And so I looked up, there was no Libertarian Party in Hillsborough County in Tampa, where I lived at the time. And so I met with 12 other people in a hotel downtown, and we voted to organize and form the Libertarian Party of Hillsborough. And that was in March of 2023. And then last year in 2024, we actually had somebody qualified to run for the US House of Representatives, and we had our first candidate. And I'll tell you, even with the experience I've had in the past, when you're in a third party like that, you never have the amount of people and the amount of resources you want to run a campaign in the way that you want. But we stayed consistent. We worked our butts off all year last year, and we had him on the ballot, and we put ourselves on the map in the Tampa Bay area. So I would encourage you all, there's a verse that I draw from my faith in Christianity is do not despise the day of small beginnings. It may seem like there's not a ton of people right now, and it may seem like the project's huge that you want to pursue, but I would say 3 things, and then I'll be quiet because Martha's going to be way cooler than me, so I want you to hear her speak. But I would say, 1, just make sure you get involved, like whatever it is, take that first step. 2, stay consistent. 3, go wherever you can to move the needle forward toward liberty. So that might mean you build a relationship with somebody over one issue that you agree on, because you think, okay, well, at least I can get that one issue tackled, then that'll help move the needle forward to liberty. So I would say be willing to build relationships with not just your friends, but your enemies as well. People who you would say you don't agree with, but who you can form an alliance over a single issue, because that's what's best. And I would just say, keep it up. We're all like pushing for you here in Florida, here in the US. And I look forward to speaking with you more online in the future as well. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, David. Thank you for your words of encouragement, quick, and it was definitely encouraging. Thanks a lot. If you could hang on for a bit, if you have the time to hang on for a bit, we would like to just add you at the end for the panel for a few questions, if that's okay with you. And right now, we'll head over to Martha and kind of listen to her.
Yeah, sounds good.
Right. Thank you, David. Hi, Martha. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Welcome to the Libertarian Summit, the Indian Libertarian Summit, that is. And thank you for joining us. And as always, there's about 10 minutes of time left for us. And then we will do a panel with all three of you as well as there will be some questions. Huh? It's your birthday today? Oh, so happy birthday, Martha. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Oh, so then this will be a day which we will never forget. So, all right, Martha, so take it away. Thanks.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you all. Give me just a minute for the echo.
Is there an echo?
Yes, there you go. Okay, thank you. So hi, everybody. Thank you so much for this invite. It's an honor to be with you guys and to share. I was going to tell you guys all about free markets and how that's what we really need to do. But given the time constraints, I wanted to give you two stories. One is the story of my family who fled communism to make it to freedom in America, because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters in this world is your ability to live a life of freedom. And that is what we all believe in. That is why we are all here, because we believe in humans. We believe in each other. We don't believe in a government telling us what we can and can't do. My parents are from this tiny island, 90 miles from the shores of the United States of America. And you'd think that because we're so close to America, America would protect us or care or want us to be free. But that island is called Cuba. And my father in his early 20s was put in jail because he didn't believe in communism. He didn't believe in Fidel Castro. He didn't believe in a system where you had to snitch on your neighbor in order to live. And so he decided to leave. And for attempting to leave, he was thrown in a cage. He was given a 6-year sentence after some good behavior and saying that Fidel Castro was indeed the greatest. He was given a work sentence and was able to work in the fields. Long story short, my mom broke him out of jail, and he managed to escape swimming by swimming over a mile to the United States military base there called Guantanamo, and being transported to the United States. That changed the course of my family's history. Thanks to that bravery that my father did, we were able to live freely, to be able to start businesses, to raise my children, to be able to own property, to be able to walk outside free, to be able to travel, to be able to do all of the things that we take for granted here in America, but that you guys are fighting for in your own ways. Freedom isn't a one size fits all. It's whatever it means to you. And this year, I had the privilege of watching the most incredible thing I've ever seen happen. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with the story of Ross Ulbricht, the creator of the Silk Road. But for the past 12 years almost, his mother has been fighting for his freedom. And about 3 years ago, while I was fighting for Cuba in Miami, I met Lynn Ulbricht, Ross Ulbricht's mother. And she was moving from Tucson, Arizona, where Ross was being held, to Miami, Florida to continue to work for him. And she needed a place to stay. And I was very fortunate to have a room for her to stay in, and she stayed with me. And I saw her working every single day, one little thing after another, as much as she could for her son. And this year, President Donald Trump pardoned him. And it has taught me something so amazing. So at the age that most Americans are thinking about retirement, in your 60s, you're thinking, that's it. I've reached the, sort of a end of my career. I'm going to retire. She was thrust into this position where she needed to go out there and figure it out. How do you save your son from the United States government? How do you save your son from a cage? It's not like she knew what she was doing. She had no plan. She had no expertise. She went out into the world and just one step at a time, every day, who do I need to meet with? What can this person do for me? Who do I need to talk to? What do I need to do? She built a community. She reached out, created something that didn't exist there before. 3 years ago, I was honored to join her in this battle and work every day. Where do we need to be? What do we need to do? Until just this January, Donald Trump pardoned Ross. Now, Ross had been serving a 240-year sentence, a double life sentence plus 40 years, because he believed in freedom, because he believed that humans had the right to transact with each other using whatever means that we were willing to exchange for. In this case, it was Bitcoin. He believed that the United States government did not have a right to stop people. The number one thing sold on the Silk Road was cannabis, something that is now legal in 39 states in the United States. So he was put in this position and there was no way out. His court case was taken all the way up to the Supreme Court, the supreme law of the land, and they didn't want to hear it. There was no way out for him except for this pardon from any president, but Donald J. Trump did it. And so my message to each of you is there is so much that we can do for each other. There is so much that we can do, but we don't have to wait for other people, for help, we are a community of people that believe in each other, that believe that freedom is the most important thing. But if you wait for somebody else to do it, it probably won't ever happen. The power is within each and every one of us. I saw it with my own eyes. Who would have thought, right? A woman, an elderly woman, who would have thought that that would be the savior of the Silk Road? And so, I posted recently online, if you move an inch every single day, at the end of the year, you have 365 inches. That's 30 feet. It is the small things that you do every single day that will get you to your goals. And so if there's one thing that I can tell you is I believe personally in the power of one. You each have that power within you. I have that power within me. And together we can move mountains. Together we can make the world a better place. So if every day you work towards those goals that you want to see in the world, if you work towards the things that you want to see, we will achieve it. And I think we will achieve it together. And if you need any help, reach out. There's so many libertarians around the world. I've had the privilege of speaking to libertarians all across this earth, in Latin America, in the country of Georgia by Russia, and now to you guys here in India. And I'm so incredibly honored because you know what? We are so much more alike than what separates us. And I think we all want freedom. We all want to live a life that matters. And together, I think we can all achieve it. So thanks again for having me. I look forward to your questions and I look forward to sharing this panel.
Thank you, Martha, for joining us. And
Thank you.
Sure. What we are going to do now is I hope you can hang around for a panel. For some of us have a few questions to ask, all three of you. And so let me just put everybody on. Yeah, David is in. And Jose is in. Hello guys, welcome back. Just give us a couple of minutes to just set up as to how people are going to be asking questions here so that you can hear them. Are you able to hear me clearly? Is that okay? All right. Okay. So who's up first to ask? All right. Okay. So the person who's asking the question first is Omkar. So.
Hi guys. Thank you for giving us.
Hello.
Yes. So I have a few questions for all of you guys. You can answer one by one. The first one is for Jose. Since you have mentioned that the European Union is imposing, the whole restrictive policies across the countries in the European states, do you think because of that, due to the bureaucracy which is present over there, we can see the recent immigration problem which is happening due to poor governance and poor bureaucracy in Europe?
Well, the immigration problem is a little bit complicated because it's also because of bureaucratic decisions and it's because of interventionism. Many people have the feeling that people are coming in Europe freely, but it's extremely difficult to get into Europe. Euro borders are quite closed. And the problem of having policies subsidizing everything is what's making this call effect to that is provoking that immigration is not happening in a natural way. So eliminating subsidies and letting when we talk about open borders, it doesn't mean there is not a control. Of course, there must be control. You cannot import criminals, for example, freely. But when people is coming here and they find themselves in an irregular situation, the solution to this irregularity is regularizing in a proper way, but not subsidizing freely and don't letting them have their own life, their own jobs, because if you come here and you don't have the documents, there is nothing you can do legally. You cannot open a bank account, you cannot have a legal job, you cannot do anything. So first of all, we should actually check what people can do here, whatever the situation is. So to answer your question short, is actually the regulations what are causing this immigration problem.
Correct. I have a question on the similar line for David and Martha, for both of you. Even Jose, you can chip in. It's a similar question in terms of government policies regarding immigration, which we can currently see under the Trump administration, where they are restricting, immigrants from the north as well as from other places across the world, which was quite open under the Biden administration. So, what is the thought process? What is your views regarding that? Because there are two types of immigrations from what I see. Is that one is quality immigration, where the person who is coming to the country is adhering to the values of the country and doing value addition within the country, and other people is like they come over there to suck out the first class hotel and third class people coming and residing over there. So it's like that. Let's be honest about it. That's one of the issues what Trump had, right?
David, do you want to take it?
Sure, if you want. I would say the solution to all of this, and there's a wide range within the Libertarian Party of views on this, which is good, but I would say that regardless of why people are coming here, having a system that is both strong but open, so that when people come in, there's an easy way to verify that they are who they say they are, that they're not coming here for negative reasons. And if that's the case, then I feel like we should have freedom of movement. But part of that is first establishing border controls where we're able to verify who the people are that are coming into the nation, because that's, regardless of why they're coming here, we need to know that they are who they are. They don't have negative intentions. I guess that's the overall. I'm sorry, the echo is getting pretty bad.
Yeah, the echo is pretty bad, but yeah. So let me just piggyback on what. Sorry. This way. All right, there we go. I'm trying to get rid of the echo, but it's not working. All right, there. I think that works. So, as libertarians, I think that we believe in the free movement of people. We believe in a government not telling you what you can and can't do. However, like was said before, we do have an issue, and I contend that issue is welfare. It is not the movement of people. The problem that we have in the United States most of the times is that people do come to the United States and drain the resources of the people of the United States. it's part of our system, and we can't get rid of that system. I don't think we have anything in its place. So it creates a tension between people, and the problem is, again, welfare. That we give people an incentive to come here, and then we also, on a very cruel side, we say that you can't work. We deny men the freedom to be able to work and sustain themselves. So it creates a very poor condition. And so I don't think that we can just, have an easy solution. There is no one size fits all to this problem. So we could probably, put it into categories. One, of course, it would be best for people to be able to improve their conditions in their home countries so that they don't need feel the need to emigrate to the United States. However, if you choose to emigrate to the United States, we shouldn't be giving handouts. It should be, you should be able to come and work and provide for your society. But as libertarians, we believe that, the economy, the free movement of people, the free exchange of ideas, the ability to work, these are all very important things. And none of those issues are currently really being addressed. So we do have a crisis. And I don't think that there's a great solution at this point, unfortunately.
Let me add one thing to that. What Martha was saying is what happens in reality here when people come here with the current system is it's very easy for companies to enslave people in ways that wouldn't happen if we had all of these checks in place that she's speaking of, because there's a lot of situations where companies will get together and they'll create like a blacklist of people who want to be treated well, and they will refuse to give them what they need to come back into the US to work. So it's not just that it's bad for the US, it's bad for how the people are being treated a lot of times who come here as well if they are trying to work.
Your mic is muted.
Yeah. Thank you so much for answering the question. There's another gentleman who would like to ask the questions. Thank you.
Okay. Hola Marta, hola José. Yo me llamo Pius.
Hola.
Y bueno, te voy a preguntar en inglés porque aquí no hablan español. Marta, feliz cumpleaños. Y
Gracias.
José, tengo una pregunta para ti. In Spain, Barcelona wants to have, get out of Spain and they want to have their own country. Do you think, when states start rebelling against their country, it gives them enough counterweight to have policies, to have, to have the system decentralized? In India, we have similar case. We have a state of Tamil Nadu. They want to have decentralized economy. They are rid of the amount of taxes they receive from the center. So do you think, when states start demanding, when Britain got out of European Union through Brexit, did it, provide a counterbalance and, make any dent in leaders thinking, okay, we should decentralize, because if we continue with the centralized policies, maybe more states would rebel?
The thing is that as libertarians, we deeply believe in free association. And actually, this is important it's very important to understand this, because we don't oppose a rebellion with a libertarian mindset. Rebellion is not needed. If people want to leave an association voluntary and without violence, they can do it. So exactly the same, if people want to leave the European Union, they would be able to leave it freely. And if people want to leave, for example, in this case, Catalonia, of course, it cannot be a minority. It should be a proper process and everything. But if they want to do it, why don't letting them? I mean, are you going to enslave a whole community? And no, you're not going to do that. So with a proper process, of course, no fake votations or something like that. As from a libertarian point of view, free association also means free disassociation. So it wouldn't be a problem for us. Actually, when we talk about decentralization, I truly believe Sorry. It's okay now? With a decentralized society, these problems with places that can rebel, or communities that can rebel, it won't happen, because they will actually be free. In fact, they will have absolute control of their own lives. So what they demand, it doesn't matter if it is territory, if they demand economic freedom, if they demand anything about education. With individual freedom, these problems wouldn't exist. But still, from a practical perspective, yes, we believe in free association and, of course, free disassociation. Wouldn't be a problem for us.
Okay, gracias. Ciao.
De nada.
Yeah.
All right. Hello. Happy birthday, Martha.
Thank you.
So this would be a general question to everyone, but I think it applies most to David, but I think it applies to all three of you, because in India here, the liberty movement is quite young, and we're trying to build something great that makes a lot of change, but we are small but high quality people, right? So what advice would you give to potentially grow as fast as we can while preserving our principles and effecting a lot of change? Thank you.
What I tell everybody is I want to cast. I'm sorry, can you mute the microphone on there real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you. It just makes it hard to hear. What I tell everybody when we have meetings or anything is I want to cast as wide a net as possible, or have a really big funnel that brings people into the party. And so we've had meetings. We've invited Democrats, Republicans, everybody, because I feel like libertarian principles give an answer to a lot of things that they believe in, but they just don't understand that that's the best way to accomplish it. So, I'll talk to a lot of Democrats about social issues, and they ask, well, what does that look like? And I said, well, I helped, he was a Republican, but a very libertarian Republican in Indianapolis, become mayor, right? We overthrew the mayor who'd been in for 2 terms. He had $3 million. We beat him with 30,000, right? So I tell them all the time, an example of that is, Mike Pence was the governor of Indiana at the time. And Mike Pence tried to pass this law called the RFRA, where he said he wanted to prohibit gay marriage in the state, right? That would have hurt the economy in Indianapolis. And so the mayor for the city of Indianapolis said, yeah, we're not going to do that here, and fought against it. And so I would say that is a way to show people how a libertarian can impact the government locally for what they believe, is be kind of a shelter from these big government decisions that might not be. Maybe that's the best thing for a rural farm community, but it's not the best thing for a big city like Indianapolis was. And so I tell people, if you agree with us on 50% of the issues, right, you're welcome. And I always say, because if we can take one step toward any of those issues to move push the issues or move the needle toward liberty at all, I said, my joke is, I'll buy you all the drinks that you want for the next 24 hours, and you can argue with me about everything else that we don't agree on, but we're never going to get anything done if we don't try to accomplish if we don't try to work toward what we do agree on.
I agree wholeheartedly, David. And if I may piggyback on what you just said, I don't think that people are born libertarians. We become libertarians. And so one of the most important things is to make sure that you're telling people the story of what you believe in. Make sure that you're engaging with people and you're spreading those ideas of freedom, because it might not happen in that second. The Libertarian Party in the United States is over 50 years old. They celebrated their 50th birthday I think they were 52 now, so a few years ago. But it's a young movement. Nobody's born a libertarian. You become a libertarian. Generally, people become a libertarian when they engage with the state and they realize that the state is what's holding them back. And then they become frustrated, or they had to pay taxes, or something happened to them. And so first of all, decentralize movements as much as possible. When you're one big monolith, it's really hard, and it's easy to shut you down. It's really hard to move forward, really easy to shut you down. So just spreading those ideas of freedom, even if you don't see the immediate impact. Like I said before, a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. So even if you don't see those ideas, even if you don't in your lifetime see those ideas will grow. Just this past week, I went to the church here in the United States in Virginia, where Patrick Henry stood and said, "Give me liberty or give me death." And, 250 plus years later, we're still repeating those words. We're still sharing his story. So make sure that you're doing every day what you can to advance freedom. You will build the community. You will build that idea. You will foster in people that freedom to then go out and do the things that we want to do. So you can do like David is doing and building a party in your local community. You can get the grassroots. You can push candidates forward to do the things. But every day that you spread the ideas of liberty, you are winning. So just continue to do that as much as humanly possible.
Yes, we are in a very similar situation. We are growing here in Spain as well. And something is working quite well for us is don't rush things. Just what Martha said, just spread the ideas. And people, when they face when they face the state, when they face bureaucracy, they will realize that what we propose is actually the good thing. And don't rush, but never step back. Just keep going, keep working, keep spreading the ideas of freedom. This is very important. People will realize that what we are saying is actually good for them.
Thank you.
Your microphone is muted.
Hello everyone. So I was the one who DM'd you all that please come, please come, please come. So it was
nice to see you.
Yeah, it's really generous of you to give your time and share your ideas. So I just had one query from Martha. First of all, happy birthday, and
thank you.
Secondly, I just wanted one story from Cuba that you would like to share. That's really funny and shows the perils of socialism there.
Oh, you want a story from Cuba? Okay. If you could mute the microphone, thank you. So I don't know that it's funny so much as sad or funny in the haha sense, but people in Cuba are hungry. There's not a whole lot of food. And yeah, it's definitely not a funny story. It's a haha. People are really hungry, and government has blocked the ability for people to be able to fish, despite Cuba being an island surrounded by fish, to the point where Cubans now that come to the United States have never tried fish and don't like fish. So there's an entire food staple in our lives that just is not available to these people. So, it's crazy how a government can change your habits so much that you eliminate something that can feed you, that can feed an entire population. It made it illegal to fish in Cuba. And so, I don't think that there's that many stories of Cuba that are funny, but it just goes to show that people need freedom. The freedom to be able to feed your families is one of the most incredible things. One of the things that I think every human deserves. It's part of your human right. It's part of being human, is to be able to not watch your kids starve, not watch your parents die of starvation. And so, yeah, not a very funny story at all, actually. But just never forget that all of these decisions that government make for us, they make because it serves their purpose and not ours. And so, yeah, just keep spreading those ideas of freedom.
Yeah, Jose, we had a meeting once, and if you remember, yeah, so I to describe European Union, I tell that European Union is just like the Indian bureaucracy, but with a whole lot of more money. So yeah, so thank you guys. Thanks for joining. I think we'll end the space now. Thank you. See you all. Goodbye.
Yeah, thanks so much for
Thank you.
having us, and congratulations on having this meeting, guys. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Really, thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the first Indian Libertarian Summit. Thank you all for joining in online. We've got a lot of viewers on YouTube and X as well. So, hey, okay, everybody come here and. Tushar has a surprise for everyone. By the way, that wasn't a picture of Ajay Mallaredi. Just so you guys know. The audience right here, thank you all for coming from all over. It wasn't easy. And yeah, this is another one. Again, that is not Ajay Mallaredi in a coffin. So, for all you libertarians out there, this is the place where you can experience actual freedom. This was it. This was our first twist into that. And for our next community meetups, do join us, and we would really love to have you out here. It was a blast with everybody out here, and until the next meet, Tushar, any last words?
Most likely it will be in Bangalore or Gurgaon, Bangalore or Mumbai. So see you all next time in 4 months.
Right. So whether it is in Bangalore or Mumbai, if you guys want to just drive down or take a flight down, no problem. Just come on in and join the movement.
So,
until next time. Until next time, this is us signing off. The first Indian Libertarian Summit. It's been an energetic day. We are now going to have some tea and coffee, and nobody's leaving. Everybody's just sitting and talking. I don't think anybody wants to leave. So until next time, good night. Good night. That's it. That's it from us in the studio.